Storm of Dragon and Stone by Thomas K. Carpenter. Book 3 in the Stone Singers Hall. This is a digitally narrated audiobook. Chapter 1. Montanhas Realm. August 2017. Lena Cohen had never killed anyone, and she didn't intend to change that today. There'd been a few close calls. A riot in Zora's, Chile when she was chased to the corporate helicopter by a massive mob, the wars in the late 80s that forced them to shut down harvesting operations on the eastern side of Iraq, the mugger in Manhattan with a knife and balls the size of the borough who demanded her purse while she was wearing her hall robes after leaving an alumni gathering. "Will you authorize lethal force?" asked Mikhail Dresden, her head of security. The man had the warmth of a reptile. She was always surprised when he blinked. His blue eyes matched the environment in Montanhas, cold and inhospitable. "The day I authorize lethal force is the day that we have irrevocably failed." Gates security personnel was hit with a rock. "He'll need 12 stitches and need to be sent back for an MRI at the next available opportunity. It could have killed him." Lena stared out the window overlooking the Lifestone compound. On the far side of the brick offices, past the barriers and shock lines that encircled the gate, a mixed group of humans and Montes with signs that read "No Lifestone in Montanhas" or "Corporate Rapers" chanted. "No reprisals. Your man shouldn't have had his helmet off, nor been outside the gate building. He was taunting them." "I watched the footage," said Lena as she took a sip of her black coffee. "Control your people." "My apologies, but if you don't allow me to make a statement, they'll be emboldened by your reluctance." "Fault or no?" Dresden stared unblinking as if he knew her thoughts. "Noted," said Lena. When he left, she shivered. There'd be a missive to headquarters, a complaint about her unwillingness to back his reprisal and that it was jeopardizing safety, as if violence could prevent violence. Lena stared past the company compound to the ring of mountains, jagged, snow-kissed, a greenish tinge from copper corrosion, as the rocks were dotted with the mineral. Her mind tricked her into thinking it was Earth. At least until she glanced into the sky to the twin moons that hovered over the mountains, one grayish-blue, the other rust-red. Orlo Frio and Vermella. Night brought unfamiliar stars. She liked to tell herself she was still in her original universe and that one of those pinpricks could have been the sun, but researchers at the halls had long ago proved these were separate universes, each to its own rules, like soap bubbles pushing against each other. Some were stranger than others. The idea of the Eternal City fascinated her, but the Maitri were dangerous and prickly, a deadly combination. Montanhas, thankfully, was nearly identical to her own world. A faint rumble in the balls of her feet brought a tightness in her midsection. It was the third one this week. Lena checked the seismograph, noting the unsightly squiggle mark. The circular graph next to the first showed a similar trajectory, except it was measuring the presence of phase. A report on her desk from headquarters projected there could be a significant impact to the region in the window of 6 to 15 months, which had increased their demands to extract as much product from the region as possible before they were forced to shut it down. The grey smoke over the factory alerted her to a new batch of Avita, the life extension elixirs that had been a huge hit back home. No one else had been able to duplicate their results because they didn't understand the critical quality that gave their users 3 to 5 times the extension that Degastine Industries and Pyramid Health's did. The only problem was that bathing their alchemical agents in copious amount of phase created secondary problems like the degradation of local environments. It had cost Lifestone a fortune to find another realm that had thin barriers where phase could be extracted, since industry in the Undercity beneath Invictus was forbidden. Lena thought about putting in for a transfer. She'd have to leave soon anyway, but the thought of winding down the plant that she'd run for 18 years brought an ache in her soul. The only thing keeping her from doing that was she knew they'd bring in someone to wring the last drops from the factory, and while she knew she'd had to make unsavory decisions over the years, there were worse managers in Lifestone who would treat Montanhas like a lawless frontier and let Dresden off his leash, ignoring the concerns of the native Montanhas and the colony of former Portuguese who'd bribed one of the patrons to bring them here through the portal network. There'd be bloodshed, she was sure of that. A stab of migraine forced her to squint, taking the rods from her knees. Lena leaned against the desk. When she could muster a thought again, she rooted through her desk for the bottle of pills, popping an extra due to the severity. What she wanted was a drink. Her bottle of Severance fungal whiskey was empty, but the last shipment from Invictus had been over a month ago, and the next wasn't due for 2 more weeks. 2 weeks. Lena was glad the security guard hadn't been hurt worse. While she had a way of leaving the realm in emergencies, the cost was brutally high and possibly more dangerous than waiting, which made it unusable except in the direst of situations. And that was the one thing that made her want to give Dresden a bit more leeway. Unlike the other times when Lifestone was run out of countries, she couldn't just pick up and leave on a corporate helicopter, whisked away at a moment's notice to safety. Extraction. If things went sour between regular shipments, they'd be at the mercy of the locals, and just as the seismic activity had given her more frequent indigestion, it had spurred the locals to angrier protests. What would happen if there was a significant event? Lena stared at the waving signs of the protesters on the incoming road. The safety of her people was paramount. Reluctantly, she leaned down and pressed the intercom button for Dresden's desk. Mikhail. I'd like to talk some more about security measures. I think we could use some beefing up around here. Agreed. I'll be right up. She stabbed the button to end the call. Something about his tone gave her the creeps, but at least he was on her side if things went wrong. Chapter 2. Icehold Realm. August 2017. The expanse of snowy near-vertical drop beneath Moriganne gave her vertigo as she regripped her poles and shifted her skis. The tips hung over the edge, one of 5 sets. Her siblings were to her left and right. The surrounding peaks were a mixture of ice and stone with few trees, at least what this place called them, and those were only at the lower elevations. The worst thing about it was that it had been her idea. They'd come to Icehold for a family vacation, though Victor had only arrived this morning. The 5 of them had taken to the backcountry skiing, enjoying the recreation as one might, except they were in a different realm, rather than the resorts in Colorado or the Alps. Shall we make this interesting? Asked Aries. He'd bulked up during the summer and wore a heavy red jumpsuit. Moriganne wondered if it was in response to what Eloise had done to him. The bid to become stronger, to be more in control of himself. Interesting as in, you tumbling down the mountain like an out-of-control snowball. I'd say it's pretty damn likely, said Ivan with a surly grin, leaning on his poles, wearing only a thin skiing outfit despite the sub-freezing temps. As usual, he was relying on his elixirs to carry the day. I bet you erectile dysfunction in human form, said Aries. What do you say, like $1 million apiece? Ivan rolled his mascara-smudged eyes. He'd been up all night doing who knows what in the bar. I don't know. That's pretty lame. Are we going to race to see who gets your syphilis when you die? Asked Aries. I reserve my STDs for only the most special people, which you are certainly not, said Ivan. You'd have been dead years ago if it weren't for modern medicine, said Andromeda as she adjusted her black ski coat as if it were confining her. The area between the shoulder blades had a little bulge. Ha ha. Thanks, little sis, said Ivan. You'd have been placed on the iceberg or fed to the local cannibal if you'd been born back in the day. Hoping to veer them away from the meaner comments, Moriganne asked, what about whoever comes in last has to do the dinner dishes? Okay, I thought Aries was lame, but that makes his look like a stone singer in comparison. Or maybe one of Aries' poor little swimmers. Ivan made an open-handed shuffling motion. Sorry, sis. Can we just get on with this, said Kitty. All the dick measuring is tiring. Her affection for all black had continued in Icehold. She held herself like a missile about to be launched. We all know that Mori has the biggest one, said Ivan. Taking on Vic last year was ballsy. The banter made Moriganne smile, even if the comments were cutting. Family, even as dysfunctional as the Charmer siblings, was precious. The last 4 days at the private off-realm resort had been memorable. They'd been skiing together in rough circumstances, aided by magic and obscene wealth, and now were about to set off down a steep mountain in a pseudo-friendly competition. "First one to the bottom gets to be Vic's successor," said Andromeda. "That stupid android," said Ivan. "Only King Vic gets to decide that. Besides, the old syphilitic bastard isn't planning on dying ever just to spite us." "I like that," said Ares, nodding to Andromeda. "Not for real, obviously. But you know, bragging rights." The other siblings nodded, so Moriganne did as well. The friendly expressions turned colder, focused. Despite the windy, freezing air, there had been a warmth to their conversation, but that drained away at Andromeda's suggestion. The symbolism of the race had taken on a significant weight. "First one to reach the snowcat," said Ares. "Everyone ready? On 3. 1, 2. Before he said the last number, Ivan tipped over the cornice with a whoop, a swirl of powder bursting around his impact. "Hey, that's..." Moriganne didn't hear what Ares had to say as she, along with the rest of them, pushed off the edge. The snow rose up around her, but before it could interfere with her vision, she was rocketing down the face, picking up speed with every second, taking slight turns to avoid larger obstacles, nudging her skis to faster speeds. If she'd been a normal person, the pace would have been untenable, but her reflexes, endurance and senses were all amped up from elixirs. The skis were enchanted for speed and stability, adjusting for her middling skill, and bracelets the proprietor of Icehold had given them would minimize impacts if they happened to fall off a cliff, or misjudge and hit a tree or rock. Still, the furious pace had her adrenaline on 11. The first 10 seconds of the race was about picking up speed. The near-vertical slope gave her a dragster's acceleration. The wind was like ice against her face, even through the enchantments. Both Kitty and Ivan were ahead, the black-clad assassin rapidly catching up to her twin, utilizing the reflexes and speed of her haul. As she moved to pass, Ivan flung something from his hand, which exploded with a bright flash and a thunderclap. Kitty went over in a ball of snow, tumbling until she could no longer be seen, which brought a fist pump from Ivan. But then she popped out of the snowy mess, back onto her skis, having lost speed but not her intensity. Moriganne smirked at the skirmish until she heard a roar behind them. Ivan's pyrotechnics had unleashed an avalanche. Their hosts dropped explosives to knock loose built-up snow, but had warned them that not all dangers could be eliminated. The slope funneled into twin chutes. Moriganne took the left, a fraction ahead of Ares, as the tumbling snow careened after them. Forced to take tight turns to avoid the rocky outcroppings, her skis tangled briefly, and Moriganne found herself out of control, riding on one rail with the other in the air. She barely got her ski down in time to avoid a broken stump, and the distraction gave Ares a chance to pass her. As the 5 siblings burst out of the 2 chutes, the avalanche in swift pursuit, they reached the halfway point of the mountain. Kitty tucked into a downhill skier pose, ignoring the obstacles and foregoing the occasional swish of speed reduction. Her headlong embrace of gravity had the rest of them tucking to follow. As the oxygen in Icehold was less dense than home, the elevation at which vegetation grew was lower. This wasn't a groomed slope, manicured for its attendees, but a jagged mountain with trees growing across its base like stubble on Ares' chin. Far to the left, Moriganne saw an opportunity. She could veer over, losing some speed but hitting an old avalanche path that had bowled over the forest, providing a safer skiing lane. Or she could continue ahead, dodging around the trees. Ares took the avalanche path, but her other siblings stayed the course. Moriganne kept her focus downhill, shifting her hips slightly to cut around the trees. The twins were 50 feet ahead, and Andromeda was on her right. Unless she could pick up speed, she wasn't sure she could catch them. Ivan attempted another flashbang, but Kitty was waiting for it. The explosive bounced back, throwing him into a tumble, skis flying into the air away from his body. Moriganne almost blew past him, but remembered the avalanche careening after them. She cut hard, the effort of stopping burning her legs and yanking on her knees as she slid up to Ivan, who was climbing out of his impact, delirious and spitting out snow. There was no time for him to find his skis and put them on. "Climb on my back," she told him. Ivan blinked as he looked upslope, recognition hitting him. He hopped on. She abandoned her poles to hold his legs. The increased weight made maneuvering harder, but it helped their acceleration. "We're not going fast enough," yelled Ivan in her ear. The avalanche was gaining on them. It was a roaring, tumultuous white wall that turned the snow around them to a sliding liquid mess. "Throw one of those bangs behind us," she yelled back. "I'm out." Moriganne tucked, her thighs burning with lactic acid. The vibration from the avalanche was turning the snow into slush, slowing them when they needed to go faster. A tree to her right snapped in half, splinters exploding out in a spray. Fearing they weren't going to make it, Moriganne cut at an angle across the slope, hoping to slip out of the path. As she skied left, a tumbling snow bounced into her legs. She felt like a surfer in the center of a wave tunnel, trying to make it out the other side before it collapsed. The sun and everything blotted out in a sea of white as the avalanche consumed her. Ivan was yelling in her ear. Snow pressed against her legs, severed tree branches slapped at her arms, and then like a missile shot out of a cannon they burst free. The avalanche crashed past them, ripping whole trees from the ground. Worried that a second one might start, Moriganne kept skiing, even though her legs trembled with exhaustion. They made it down the mountain, long after the others. Ares was sulking at the snowcat with his arms crossed. Kitty was cleaning her skis methodically, while Andromeda looked like a snowy angel with black wings extending from her back. "Thanks, sis," said Ivan, hopping off as if nothing that terrible had happened. "Android 1. "She cheated," said Ares. "I didn't read anything in the tournament contract about not using wings," said Andromeda. Moriganne high-fived her youngest sister. "I guess we'll tell Vic that you're taking over for him." "Speaking of," said Ivan, gesturing towards the resort perched on the edge of the opposite mountain. A red flare arced through the empty sky. "Looks like he finally arrived." "Good timing," said Kitty, nodding upward. "Storm coming." The mountains behind them were covered in clouds, the white mist ascending. After taking off their skis, the five of them crowded into the snowcat for the rumbling drive back to the resort. Moriganne sat in back with her sisters. Andromeda leaned her head on her shoulder, and Kitty managed to let her leg rest against hers, a minor miracle. The snowcat climbed through the trees as thick snow assaulted the window. Halfway up, her ears popped from the altitude, and all she could think about was sitting in front of a roaring fire, sipping whiskey and laughing about the day's adventure. Chapter 3. Ares brushed the snow out of his hair and threw his helmet and gloves into a pile where one of the resort attendants would pick them up. His siblings were laughing as they climbed out of their cold weather gear, elbowing and pushing each other. He smiled when they looked to him, the big brother, the first to graduate from the halls. He should have been the one to win. "I'm going to go clean up. Make sure you're down in a few. Vic has a lot for us to go over," he said. Ivan made a face. "Thanks, Dad." The others laughed with him. "Quit being so infantile," said Ares, leaving them behind. He caught Moriganne's glance. He didn't know how to read her anymore. There'd always been the naked ambition. She frightened people much like Vic did. But now it was different. The ambition was there, but it was something else entirely. He couldn't see the direction the gears were grinding, couldn't see which way the knives were pointed. Or maybe she didn't see him as a threat anymore. She'd eviscerated him last year, using the footage of his crimes to end the feud with Vic and destroy him in their father's eyes, all in one convenient package. When Monique had made the attempted takeover, Ares was sure it was going to ensure his position with Victor. Ivan was too much of a druggie, Kitty too aloof, and Andromeda, well, she was just her. Moriganne was his only true rival. The battle for control should have taken her out, but instead she came out stronger. Vic saw her as a fighter and saw him as a pawn. How could he have let Eloise fucking Lake dominate him like that? It didn't matter that she'd been inhuman. It didn't matter that she'd done it to others. She'd done it to him. Made him weak in front of his father. Victor had made no mention of it, but he could feel the looks, the disappointed glances. It was the Bastille charity event all over again. Back in his room, snow pelted the window. The storm had collapsed over the resort, and he could barely see the railing on the balcony through the heavy downfall. The mirror in the bathroom was not kind. He could see the doubt in his eyes. Was that what Moriganne was staring at? He made a fist and pounded down on the granite. The pain radiating from his knuckles felt good. Too good. He wondered what they thought. They'd barreled down the mountain ahead of the avalanche, while he'd taken the easy way out. If it weren't for Ivan falling to his own backfired trick, he knew he would have been last. The ski clothes had felt uncomfortable, but when he slid into his dark blue business suit, it felt like proper armor. Can Vic see it? The thought was brief. He punched the counter again, breaking skin on his knuckles. Before he left his room, Aries found the package of vials he'd brought from home. He'd gotten them from a friend at Coterie. He unstoppered one and threw it back. He'd been warned they tasted like shit, and they did. Aries made faces and shoved his mouth under the faucet to wash it away. Aries strode into the lounge area, expecting to be first, but found Moriganne sitting next to the roaring fire across from their father, laughing about the avalanche. They sat in matching high-back chairs. The head of a matador hung over the fireplace, the almost human-like face of a lion with sharp canines in a permanent snarl. Fierce in expression but no longer dangerous, just like him. "Aries, my boy," said Victor with a contemptuous grin, his watery red eyes regarding him. "Third place. I would have expected Ivan to fuck his own shoe like that, but not you. Why didn't you stay the path? You could have won. Instead you let the freak win." He tilted his head. At least she wasn't afraid of a little falling snow. It was an avalanche stuck in his craw, said. No matter that Ivan could have died, except for Moriganne's bravery. Damn her. She manages to win even when she loses. It was a dumb race. Right, said Victor, glancing at Moriganne with a surreptitious grin, as if they were compatriots rather than father and daughter. He raised his glass of amber liquid to her, and she matched his gesture. Well done. Nothing like stepping into the path of the storm to keep your brother safe. Thanks, Vic, said Moriganne, nodding and then taking a sip. She wore a dark blue and black pattern dress and had brought her laptop. He'd thought she would have showed up in après ski clothes for a party. Aries dragged a chair from the bar over to the sitting area, taking the spot next to Victor. A few moments later, the other three stumbled in. Ivan's eyes were dilated and his cheeks flush with whatever elixir he'd consumed. Junkie. Andromeda had already shed her wings, thankfully. Every time he saw her body modifications, it was a reminder of her wasted potential. It was a spit in Victor's eye. At least Kitty was a force in her own way. A good soldier. Once she graduated, she could head the Charmer Inc. security and corporate espionage division. At least that's how he would use his sister. Well done, kids. The side glance was filled with disappointment. Good on you, Andromeda. Maybe you're more ingenious than I give you credit for. Keep surprising me. He winked. To Aries' surprise, Andromeda blushed as if she cared what he thought of her. If she really did, she'd have joined the hall he'd wanted her to, instead of scurrying off to the weird circus. We all good? Asked Victor from his chair by the fire. Good. Because I need your full attention. Aries smiled to himself because he already knew what was going to be said. Even Moriganne didn't know. He'd worked on it all summer, getting it ready for the moment of reveal. He sat tall. Charmer Inc. is in a world of hurt right now. Even before last year's difficult situation, we were struggling. The Meraki deal cost a lot of capital, and my age has the hounds gathering for a feast. The unrest in Invictus isn't helping. Too many weird events have people thinking less about business and more about covering their ass. When the tide goes out, I don't want to be caught naked with a lobster having a go at my balls. What that means is we need to grow to survive. If we don't eat someone else's lunch, someone's going to make us theirs. I spent the summer going over potential targets. Aries puffed up his chest, waiting for the acknowledgement of his work, and what I decided after a lot of research and strategic analysis was that we're going to go after Lifestone. Don't you? The words were out of his mouth before he thought about it. Victor glared in his direction. Did you have something to say, boy? Aries swallowed, feeling the heat of their gazes on him. No. Nothing. It's fine. Victor went on speaking as Aries wallowed in shame. Why couldn't you keep your mouth shut? Fawning after his attention like a schoolboy isn't going to cut it. Look at the way Moriganne doesn't give a shit about anything. Why can't you be more like her? Aries. You with us? Asked Victor. What? Yes, of course. Victor curled his lips downward. Well, I asked you to explain the details, but since you didn't come prepared, I guess I'll have to do it for you. As I was saying, Lifestone Industries is our target. Why? Asked Kitty. Isn't that a completely different industry? We sell influence. They sell elixirs and drugs. Good question, Kitty. Influence is good. It's gotten us where we are today, but it's not scalable. We're too small and the business requires a personal touch. I'd hoped to pass on what I do to the five of you, but I'm beginning to see that's not where our strengths are. And while the deal with Meraki and Degastine Industries created some setbacks, it also enlightened me to some of our weaknesses. We need to bulk up. Build up our muscles. Become a lean, mean fighting machine, ready to take on the world. But not too bulky. Victor winked at him. Ivan snickered from his chair and back. Why Lifestone? Asked Moriganne, looking on thoughtfully. In a word, Avita. Their life extension products are worlds better than the competitors. They have a stranglehold on the market. I know, I use Avita. He cocked a cavalier grin. They're also small enough to take over, but not too small not to make a difference. Like Mori's good ideas with Meraki, we can use our influence to supercharge Avita sales. Right now, Lifestone markets primarily to the AARP set, but the health benefits for any age are fantastic. We could increase sales by 3 to 5 times, making us a behemoth and on footing to compete with Degastine Industries. That was the real target. Aries knew his father had been eyeing Celeste's mega business. She was the complete package, product and influence in the same company, and as a patron, as long living as she wanted. Why don't we just launch our own line? Asked Ivan, his eyes cloudy. I'm a better alchemist than any of those sad sacks. They don't take enough risks. Give me a few years and I could have us a product line that would crush Lifestone. As much as Aries despised his brother's drug habits, there was no question he was an inspired alchemist. For once he agreed with his brother, but before he could add his assent, Victor slapped his armrests with both hands. I didn't send you to the halls for chemistry lessons. I sent you to the halls to make the family stronger, said Victor. Ivan shrunk. Seeing his younger brother like that loosened his tongue. It's a good idea, Vic. Give him a proper lab and a team and I bet we could catch Lifestone, maybe even Degastine Industries someday. Victor speared him in his sights. I'll admit, Ivan has a certain talent for his late-night entertainments, but a few party drugs aren't going to save the company. We need size and we need it fast. That's why we're going after Lifestone. Getting a good lab up and running would take half a decade, not to mention the marketing budget and everything else. Even if it worked, it'd bankrupt us before we got there. Think, boy. Don't you ever think before you open your mouth. Victor shook his head and stared out the window at the snowstorm pounding the resort. Ivan glanced his way with the lift of a shoulder and the shifting of his mouth to the side. He kicked up his feet on a chair. So you want us to soften up the beachhead for an invasion? No, growled Victor, I want you to have a tea party with Mary fucking Poppins and get her to give you a reach around. And get your damn shoes on the floor. We're on the Titanic. We don't play tunes to make everyone feel better. We fight for a damn lifeboat, even if we have to drown a few old ladies and kids. 5 sets of spines stiffened. Am I clear? A round of yes Vic followed. Good, because I haven't had to drown any puppies since Barkley shit on the carpet, said Vic, sitting back. You drowned Barkley, asked Ivan, crestfallen. Victor's eyebrows popped up. Oh, first you're hearing of it. Sorry, kid. Can't have your old man stepping in a fresh turd if he's having guests over. Business is tough. But couldn't you have, sent him to a farm or something? Asked Ivan, knocking the hair out of his face. Focus, Ivan. We're talking business, not puppy playtime. Right, Vic. Sorry. I'll bury my feelings in the backyard with Barkley, muttered Ivan as he looked away. He reached into his pocket but pulled away empty-handed. As I was saying. Victor leaned forward, placing his elbows on his knees. We need to take down Lifestone like a pack of wolves after a buffalo. Nothing but blood and gristle in our teeth. Real in-your-face combat. What do you want us to do? Asked Moriganne, laptop open, fingers poised over the keyboard. That's what I want you each to figure out. Leverage your strengths. Show me what you've got. Nothing illegal. But you know the grey area is fine, but keep your britches clean. I want to see who's got the stones to make this work, said Victor, leaning back in his high-back chair like a king on a throne. It'll take me a month or 2 to work on the legal and financial side. I'm doubling the number of vindicators. Should give you each enough time to bring home a nice fat bloody carcass. Remember, nothing illegal, but make things happen. He finished with a knowing nod. It should have been the end of the conversation. They all go back to their rooms and start plotting. But Moriganne turned to them as if she were his right hand and said, never take off the mask of the dragon. Victor winked at her like a co-conspirator. Exactly. He pounded his fist on the armrest. Everyone piss off. Except you, Mori. I'm starting with you. I'll talk to you each one at a time. Chapter 4. Invictus. September 2017. Cougars and kittens. Kitty Charmer approached the host at the Rivera Klaus, an exclusive restaurant on the south side of the First Ward, in a floral dress and a blonde wig that would have made Instructor Pennywhistle proud, clutching a pink purse and exuding more nervousness than a bomb in a match factory. Cougars and kittens, she reminded herself for the 10th time today. Good evening, miss, said the host in his pristine tuxedo. Do you have a reservation? I don't, or actually my date does. She swallowed and forced a fake smile. I'm here on a blind date. That's wonderful, said the host with his chin raised. If he can afford Rivera Klaus, then you're off to a good start. What's your date's name? DuPont. His last name, of course, that would be a silly first name, she said. Wonderful. Why don't you follow me? Wait, said Kitty, putting her hand on his wrist. His gaze fell upon it with the twitch of a smile. Can we get a table near the back? I'm nervous enough without people around us hearing how awkward our conversation is going to be. He's an analyst, and I'm terrified we're not going to have a lot to talk about. Please. Of course, he said, leaning over and changing the markings on his table map. Follow me. She followed the host, keeping her shoulders hunched and head down, clutching her purse as if her life depended on it. He held out the chair at the table, pushed her in, then leaned over for a whisper. Good luck. Thanks, she said exasperatedly. With the host headed back to the front, she continued her act as a nervous blind date, glancing to the entrance in hopes of the arrival, one that would never come because she'd set the reservation herself. When the waitress approached the table, Kitty ordered a Cosmo. "Anything for your companion?" Kitty swallowed. "I'm sure he'll be here soon. I'm on a blind date. I was afraid I was late, but it looks like he is too." "I'll keep an eye out," said the waitress with a wink. She kept up her act, which wasn't difficult. This kind of academy work made her nervous. As Instructor Pennywhistle would say, a good lie delivered honestly. She preferred the meditative silence of surveillance, blending into the shadows, becoming unseen. Kitty kept looking to the front of the restaurant. At the same time, she listened closely to the table right behind her, the one with the CEO of Lifestone and a group of executives having a company-sponsored dinner. There was nothing interesting about them. She'd heard it a million times at her father's elbow, men and women in suits, measuring their dicks by the number of yachts and helicopters and summer homes in the Alps they could throw into the conversation. Kitty played with her glass, swirling her finger around the lip, surreptitiously glancing to the front of the restaurant as if she expected Prince Charming to come striding through the door. "I'm my own Prince Charming," she reminded herself. "Cougars and kittens. Let them see a kitten when really it's a cougar." She remembered the day she'd told Vic that she wanted to be called Kitty rather than Catherine. He'd been aghast. "Why wouldn't you want to be called after Catherine the Great? She changed Russia and therefore helped change the world." Kitty remembered sitting on a footstool, hands in her lap, wearing a pair of maroon silk pajamas. "I like Kitty" was all the answer she gave him. A good lie told honestly. The truth was she hated the expectations, the constant comparisons by Victor and his friends. What 8-year-old wants to be told they're going to change the world? Better a Kitty than a Catherine. But those reasons changed as she saw how people treated her differently based on her name. Kitty. A cute, quiet little thing that you kept around to amuse you. Chase the yarn girl. Come sit on my lap. Cougars and kittens. The benefits of low expectations were many. "Would you like me to bring you an appetizer?" asked the waitress, sympathetically. I don't know, what do you think?" she asked with a half-empty Cosmo clutched between two hands. The waitress glanced to the entrance with the same look of disappointment she'd been exuding since she'd arrived. The woman had probably been in back, gossiping with the other waitresses. Look at that poor thing. Her blind date stood her up. Kitty caught a glance from the next table from an older gentleman in a grey suit, with a grey moustache with all the vibrancy of a sturdy piece of marble countertop. The waitress leaned in conspiratorially. "I'll bring you some bread." Her circumstances gathered momentum at the table behind her. She heard the two loud whispers, as if they were too important to actually speak quietly, and the furtive glances and speculative eyebrow raises. Kitty hunched her shoulders and collapsed herself around the light crimson drink, staring into it as if it held the answers of the world. "Hey darling. Hey you sweet young thing." Kitty took a moment to react, as if she hadn't been waiting for them to finally take the bait. A table full of wrinkled eyes regarded her like the red meat on their plates. "Yes." "Dates stand you up?" asked Granite Countertop. She knew his name, knew all their names and the names of their mistresses, but in her role, she was an empty vessel waiting to be filled by their dull wit. "Yeah." "What's his name?" asked the CEO. "We could ruin him for you. A damn crime to let a pretty girl like you sit at an empty table alone." "No, it's okay. I'm fine." "Kittens and cougars." "You don't look fine." "Why don't you sit with us?" said the CEO. "Liven up the place. These old gorillas don't know anything else but beating their chest." "Are you sure?" The waitress was summoned with the lift of a chin. Plates and chairs were rearranged to make room. Her drink was refilled. In the span of 24 heartbeats, she was welcomed to their table and into the conversation, becoming the star of the show. She answered their questions, told them her made-up history. None of that mattered. Eventually she turned the questions on them, got them to talk about themselves. Powerful people like to talk about themselves, preen about their accomplishments. Before long they were trying to one-up each other about the scale of their financial holdings, none of which matched her stake in the family company. She let their mating dance energize her. She smiled. She touched their wrists. Let them touch her arm and hip. It wasn't hard. Despite all their power and wealth, they were, as the CEO had wisely put it, gorillas in suits, led around by their rudimentary instincts. In truth, it bored her. But she knew how to play the game, one she'd been learning since she could sit at Victor's side. They were blinded by her charm and their feeling of invulnerability. Enchanted bracelets kept anyone from using magic against them without their knowledge. The restaurant itself was warded. Even a whiff of phase would bring terrible repercussions. They'd invited a kitten into their midst, not realizing it was a cougar. She encouraged the ordering of more drinks, let their bravado and one-upmanship lead them to more rounds. Who needed magic when some men were stupid? When their plates had been taken away and the restaurant was beginning to empty, she mentioned a bar and that the good times shouldn't end. Before long they were stumbling to the new establishment, one of mahogany and cigars and high-back leather chairs. The new place had few awards. As they sat around laughing and telling stories, but not her, she played the part, demurely listening. She subtly added a little extra to their drinks. Hellebores and cyclamen, with a pinch of other alchemical agents to make them more potent and harder to detect. The elixir removed their inhibitions and made them more pliable. Laughing turned to slurring. Leering eyes faded to drooping. The upturned corners of lips relaxed until they were the open mouths of baby birds, waiting for a regurgitated insect. Kitty loaded them into the limo after giving the bartender a generous tip. They rode to the 10th ward and picked up some ladies of the night. Kitty spent the next hour as a photographer, snapping pics of the men in various states of undress, including acts done to them that would have normally required extra fees, but the girls did them for free. When she was finished, she dropped the ladies off at their corners, pockets flush with cash, and then the men at their homes. Kitty had the driver drop her off at a train station. She pulled a bag out of the trash can in the bathroom and changed into baggy jeans and a dark hoodie. The train could take her straight home or back to the portal for her haul, but she wanted to make sure no one was following her. She switched trains twice before she was content that she hadn't been made. Before hopping into a ghost taxi to take her back to the family suite, Kitty sent a select group of pictures from the photo shoot to the financial and gossip reporters of the Herald of the Halls. Then she snapped the phone in half with her bare hands and dumped it into the sewers. It was 4 a.m. before the elevator doors to the suite opened. The urge to head to the kitchens for a snack battled briefly with her will to find a comfortable bed, the latter winning. As she trudged up the stairs to the 2nd floor, she caught sight of a thin-lipped Mr. Thule watching her from a side hallway. The hairs on the back of her neck went into high alert. She didn't acknowledge that she'd seen him, but she was aware that he knew. The Maitrey house manager knew more than he let on. Had strings and informants in all the most intimate places. Better a kitten than a cougar. Especially when a cougar hunter lived in the house. As she climbed into bed, letting the silk sheets soothe her meticulous mind, she couldn't help but think about Solstice. Her eldest sister never backed down, even with Victor at his worst, confronting him over company strategy or the wasteful use of the family funds. She'd been more than a cougar. Solstice had been convinced she was like the rising of the sun. That her bright light could burn away any mistake, any untruth. That sunlight was the best disinfectant. But look where that had gotten her. The worst part was that Kitty had seen the storm long before it hit. Better a kitten than a cougar. Better a kitty than a Catherine. Never let them see you coming. Never let them know your mind. Kittens and cougars. Chapter 5. The flash rave at the center of the Glitterdome was filled with flickering lights, pulsating music, and gyrating bodies, sweaty, alive, and dosed with Ivan's latest mixture, indigo. Planning for the rave had taken weeks to circumvent the late-night security, hire the best DJs, and build the sets that were hauled in during the middle of the night and would need to be hauled out before sunrise. Holding an all-night dance party in the country's most famous venue was supposed to be an epic statement, the piece de resistance of a revelry lifestyle. A big middle finger to the establishment. But the truth was, Ivan was bored. He sat at the top of a golden pyramid made of scaffolding covered with painted wood planks. The whole thing was rickety as an old woman's walker, but it had the desired effect as well. Wishers ascended the stairs to compliment him on the bash. The dance floor was ahead, surrounded on three sides by mobile bars they'd built out of school buses. Behind the pyramid was a silent rave where people danced with headphones on and two sitting areas, where he'd repurposed the mushrooms from the society party last year into tables and chairs. They'd even hacked the house lights to flash occasionally like comets streaking across the sky. The Brazilian model on his arm, Monticello or some strange name he couldn't pronounce, looked like her dress had been painted on. Her skin glowed with an inner light. If he hadn't known she didn't have a lick of sorcery, he would have thought she was supernatural. She stuck her tongue in his ear, then whispered in a husky voice, "Come on, Ivan. Let's find a private spot. This indigo is transformative." The final word spoken would have made 100 horny teenage boys swoon, but it bounced off Ivan as if it were a pebble and he were wearing armor. The gyrating bodies in strange outfits on the dance floor turned into a kaleidoscope of colors and sounds. He saw them like molecules in a test tube, bouncing and pushing together, the carbon connecting here, dihydrogen connecting there. Add a pinch of nightshade, a warm bath of phase. It equaled a sum greater than its parts, alchemy. The indigo fueling the party had been like that. In his system, it was like a supercharger hooked up to his nervous system, amplifying every feeling in his body. Serotonin, dopamine, oxytocin. Indigo grabbed them like a greedy toddler shoving its chunky fists into a bowl of candies. Someone below the pyramid let loose a joyful scream of ecstasy that could have been confused for a death wail. He imagined what Vic would think of the party. He'd see the excesses, the guys wearing oversized dresses, the women in tight latex clothing, and dismiss the entire venture out of hand. He wouldn't see it for what it was, a triumph of alchemy and chemistry. Simone Calloway appeared on the top of the pyramid, wearing a frilly pink Hawaii outfit with 6-inch platforms. Her pupils were the size of moons. "Banger of a party, Ivan." "Fade as fuck," she said with a delirious grin, tongue teasing her teeth. "Thanks, Simone," he replied as his date was putting her hand down the back of his pants, digging her fingernails into his butt cheeks. "I don't know how you had time to put this together, and I know I say this every time, but this party is your masterpiece. You're the Da Vinci of drugs, the Raphael of raves." She leaned against them both, hands slithering over him and his date. She cooed with excitement, and before he could protest, the pair of them were dragging him down the stairs to the hidden rooms beneath the pyramid. The two girls mashed their mouths together as Ivan stood nearby, waiting to feel something, but the only thing on his mind was the formulas in his notebook, dancing to the beat of the music. The two women pushed themselves onto him. Someone's hand slipped down the front of his skin-tight pants while a tongue was shoved into his ear. "Aren't you having a good time?" The question came from Simone, confusion on her face. "The best." Simone bit her lower lip seductively. Would this help? She'd unzipped his pants and was manipulating him, but nothing was happening. She might as well have been playing with homemade putty. "Are you not into this? I can get someone else to make it better. A guy. More girls. Anyone. I wanted to thank you for this amazing time," said Simone. "No, it's cool," he said, gently pushing her hand away and zipping himself back up. "I'm probably exhausted from putting this together. Another time." He caught their collective look when he left the secret room. Even he didn't understand his motivations. Ivan wandered the edges of the rave, hands in his pockets, dark swoop of hair hanging in his face. Occasionally people recognized him, But he gave them a chin nod and kept moving. It was better that way. The chaos provided room to think. To create. Vic didn't want him to waste his time with alchemy, but he couldn't help it. He didn't have any ideas that could go against Lifestone's mega hit, Avita, but there was a lot of low-hanging fruit. Elixirs that Lifestone had let get long in the tooth. Like their athletic performance enhancers. Ivan had an idea that would double the output of Lifestone's product burst. He even had a better product name than their stupid one that sounded like someone blowing a muscle during training, Saw. The final details of the elixir weren't quite ready, but he knew he was close. Creating new drugs felt like composing music. He had the melody, the mood, and the majority of the notes written, but he hadn't captured the theme. He'd need that to bring the whole composition together. To his surprise, Moriganne appeared out of the din, looking like a goddess but without the sorcery sheen that the patrons like Celeste had. "What are you doing here?" She glanced askew, head nodding with the music ever so slightly, even though he'd never known his sister to be musical. But maybe he didn't know her as well as he thought, considering her choice of stone singers. "Only place I can ever find you," she said, then raised an eyebrow. "Impressive gig. You have a real talent." This is easy." "Stupid easy," he said. "It's a hobby. It's not your passion." She looked right into him. Could see his soul. It made him look away. "What does Vic have you working on? Or are you keeping it secret to drive Aries nuts? Poor guy's been catching facials for the last few years and you just swoop in and take over. And after last year's battle, that's gotta hurt." "He has me digging into Lifestone's product history and sales like I did with Meraki, but what I want is what's best for the family," said Moriganne. "All of the family. Not just Vic's delusions of grandeur." "So you haven't given up trying to take him down," said Ivan. "I'm not," said Moriganne, shaking her head. "But I want him to see what we each have to offer, rather than pitting us against each other. You're a brilliant organizer and alchemist. I think he should have let you work on a product line for the company." "Then why didn't you speak up at Icehold?" Moriganne tilted her head. "It might look like I'm back at his side, but I'm on thin ice. He's constantly testing me. Making sure I'm loyal. And, like I said, I'm loyal to the family. To all of us." "I don't know what kind of game you're playing," said Ivan. "And don't insult me by telling me you're not playing one. I'm not convinced that last year's ploy with Monique wasn't some 11-dimensional chess game, just like whatever this is, has some secondary goal that you're trying not to let me see. Like on the ski race. You saved me to serve some other purpose. When did you get so jaded?" Ivan inhaled deeply. "The drugs don't seem to work anymore. Why did you come here, Mori? It wasn't from the kindness of your heart." The expression on her face would have fooled him if he didn't know better. He almost couldn't recognize her. Not the big sister Moriganne he knew. "I wanted to tell you how much I admire your work, Ivan. Vic can't see it, but the rest of us do. You're a genius. Those weird cinnamon sticks you gave me were the only thing that got me through my first couple of years at the Bloom. Don't give up on that dream. We wither without purpose," said Moriganne. "You need more chapstick on those lips," said Ivan, pushing past her in a daze. What did she know? If he tried to make drugs to compete with Lifestone, Victor would kill him. That's what she was after. Wanted him to screw things up with Victor. The old man had asked him to put together a product analysis from an alchemical point of view. PowerPoint crap. Boring, mind-numbing work that was the equivalent of fecal analysis. He'd rather take too much indigo and see if he could fly. What pissed him off most was that she was right. He wanted to let his creative juices loose. In a way, he was sick of brewing up party drugs. It was all the same thing, no matter how many ways he could get people off. Half the experience was the music and the lights, and the other half was built on reputation. He wasn't going to let Moriganne trick him into tripping over his own dong. Not like Aries did constantly. Poor fool. Ivan was going to start the research that Victor had asked him to do, but he was also going to come up with a new drug that could compete with Lifestone. Something small, but that would prove his point. He'd make it hard for Victor to turn him down. Vic couldn't understand the party drugs, but he'd understand an elixir that could be sold on the shelves in CVS and Walmart. The performance enhancer was a good one, but too focused towards professional athletes. No, he needed something that appealed to the masses. A generalist like aspirin or indigestion medicine. A group of ravers, including some who looked like Oompa Loompas, spotted him and started chanting his name, beckoning him to join their revelry, but his mind was whirling with new ideas. He had to get back to his apartment. Ivan marched into the darkness, leaving the epic rave to pulse into the night without him. Chapter 6. A driving, diagonal, early November rain splattered against the window of the suite. The occasional distant rumble of thunder soothed Moriganne as she waited for the others to arrive. Aries showed up 20 minutes after she did, the flare of his nostrils exhibiting his frustration that she'd beat him to the venue once again. Mori. Aries. It wouldn't matter if she told him that she was only trying to stay on Vic's good side, because he saw every one of her efforts as a way to displace him. He slid into a chair and gave a coffee order to the servant. Miss School. I bet it was hard to go from head of chroma and fifth-year coterie to Vic's right-hand man. She knew she'd erred as soon as she said it. She'd meant it sympathetically, but he reached up and touched the scar on his forehead from last year. The one he could have easily had fixed. How's Monique? He asked. I haven't talked to her. Used her up and threw her away, he said. She's drinking more than normal, which is saying a lot. There was no point in answering, so she looked away, startling when she realized Kitty was sitting across from her. How long have you been there? Kitty stared back with lips pursed. The only person that unnerved her more was Mr. Thule, though for different reasons. Then, to the surprise of everyone in the room, Ivan walked in wearing a dark blue jacket over a white shirt, carrying a laptop bag on his shoulder. The other three siblings shared glances, but no one had a chance to speak up because Victor strolled into the room. Good, you're all here. Andromeda's not, said Moriganne. Victor stared back with half-lidded eyes. Like I said, you're all here. Noted. The rest of the board and the Vindicators will be here in an hour to go over the final details, but I wanted to review what you've all been working on since our vacation, said Victor, taking the spot at the head of the table. He leaned back into the chair, steepling his fingertips, chin raised as he regarded them. Aries, go, he said with a snap of his fingers. Aries reached for the papers in his bag, which brought a heavy sigh from Victor. Moriganne watched her older brother flinch like a beaten dog before he said, I won't go into all the sordid details. Good, said Victor, already acting bored. But your instincts are correct, said Aries. Except for the Avita division, Lifestone is hemorrhaging money. I put together a list of groups we could close down once we took over, improving profitability and our bottom line. I said we needed to get bigger, not turn ourselves into a buffet for a larger fish. Victor narrowed his eyes. But I understand. Good job, boy. He sighed. Mori. The product line, as Aries pointed out, is more worn out than Ivan's pickup lines. She sighed internally, knowing how Aries would take what she had to say next. But mostly the marketing teams have gotten lazy. If we got creative with the target audiences, reimagined how the products might be used, we could revitalize them and reap decent profits. Nothing spectacular, but at least they won't be losing money and we won't lose market share. I put the entire proposal on your desk yesterday. Victor winked conspiratorially, then he turned toward Ivan. Okay, who let the doppelganger of my son in? Ivan cleared his throat, the punk bravado absent beneath the mantle of nervousness. Moriganne was pretty sure he'd come in clean, without the normal cocktail of drugs coursing through his system. He cleared his throat a second time as he opened his laptop, which received a withering sigh from Victor. "I analyzed the product lines alchemically," said Ivan as robotically as a car wash, "as you asked, and of the 23 major products I think that we could improve upon 12 of them with minor tweaks. The first one, Titan, I could add an enzyme protein to the scaffolding." "Son, do I look like I care about betazoids and creme brulee, which is all it fucking sounds like to me? Get to the point. Are the products the best they could be?" "I could definitely. I don't want you working on them, but I need to know if someone else can." "Well, I'm not sure someone else." Victor narrowed his eyes. "Can they? Or can't they?" Ivan looked ready to either implode or burst out of the room. His forehead glistened with sweat. Moriganne opened her mouth. "They can be improved. Ivan explained it to me a few days ago, and he's being modest about the number of product lines." Yes. Mori's right. They can be improved." Ivan gave her an appreciative nod. "Great," said Victor, "now I'd like—" "I have something else," said Ivan, eyes rounded, cheeks flush. "I came up with an alternative for Burst, the athletic performance enhancer which I call SAW." Ivan was about to continue until he looked into Vic's red-rimmed eyes. "I told you not to work on any new products. But this one would revolutionize home health care, recovery from surgery, and which requires approvals and testing and time we don't have," Victor said calmly. "Now if you'd kindly shut up, I wanted to continue. Everyone. Are we good?" Aries glanced towards Kitty. Was she going to go? "We're not going to talk about Catherine's contribution today." Moriganne had a good idea what Kitty had accomplished, given pictures of Lifestone executives consorting with prostitutes in the back of a limo, had been splashed across the newspapers and social media. The CEO and 2 of the executives had resigned afterwards, and the rest would probably leave with their pockets filled with gold once the settlements were negotiated. The hit job only reminded Moriganne of how dangerous Kitty was, especially since she didn't know her motivation. "We're going ahead with the takeover on Lifestone. The hits on their reputation have temporarily depressed the stock price. While they're busy figuring out who has to walk into traffic, I've lined up additional funding and outside investors to snatch them up before anyone sees what's happening. It'll be like a horny German shepherd at a kindergarten recess." He drummed his fingers on the table. "Which brings me to the first order of business once we've taken control. Avita. The prize jewel of Lifestone is brewed in another realm. Montanhas. It was settled by some Portuguese, and then nearly a quarter of a century ago, they signed a deal with Lifestone to allow a factory to be built, which has been operating since. I want the 4 of you to go there and learn everything you can about the production side." Aries sat straight. "What about the business plans we all made? Shouldn't we be implementing those?" Victor's eyes twinkled. "I have my own plans. But I appreciate your input." "What about school?" asked Ivan. "Aries is out, but the rest of us are still in classes." "I've already spoken to your patrons. They've agreed to let you take a break. I figure it'll only take you away from your studies for a month at most." There was sure to have been a generous gift given, or other favors. Moriganne hated the idea of being away from the bloom. She was thoroughly enjoying her 3rd year now that she no longer had Tempest or Stone singing classes with Professor Zeng. She'd been getting into a deep dive about arcane musical theory and how the 5 elements shape those skills. "What do you want us to do?" asked Moriganne. "It's not like we know anything about elixir production." "What better way to learn?" said Victor. "It's decided. Ivan, you'll study their production methods and any interesting research that has come out of that factory since its inception. Aries, you're on the financials and accounting. Kitty will work with security." Even before he finished, Aries had stiffened. "Mori, I want you to stick with the plant manager. She's an alchemist, but more importantly, she's their go-to production head. Lena has been at the center of all their important profit centers since Lifestone was listed. Learn everything you can from her, even if she doesn't want you to. Who's the lead? Asked Aries tepidly. Victor tilted his head. If you have to ask, then it's not you. He winked at Moriganne. Now get out of here and be ready. I want you to head there as soon as we have ownership, which will be before the end of the year. Make me proud. Chapter 7. Montanhas Realm. December 2017. Lena woke to the news that Avita production was behind 28% that morning, and they hadn't made up for delays the previous week, when a fungus had clogged the water treatment pool, forcing them to dump the whole system, scrub it clean and refill it with reverse osmosis water. She sipped her black coffee and stared at the graphs and numbers on the wall, showing the various parts of the production process. She could read the state of the floor in an instant. Normally she'd call her foreman Gus Hansen and talk him through the problem. He was a good floor guy, but had only been on the job 2 years, and there were still a lot of situations that he hadn't dealt with yet. But with the end of production projections and no alternative site identified yet, delays couldn't be tolerated. Lena threw on her steel-toed boots and hard hat and headed down the stairs from her apartment to the production floor. The bottleneck had occurred at the phase infusion section of the process, which was further back in the plant layout. She strolled down the pathways designated for pedestrians as fork trucks and part movers rumbled by, carrying metal bins or pulling wagons filled with chemicals and alchemical agents. The high ceilings broadcast a fluorescent light across the plant. Lena noticed a high bay light out above the incoming materials area, and detoured into the foreman's office. Chandra. The foreman glanced up from her computer, hard hat tilted, frowning. There's a light going out over the bin sorter. Chandra leaned to see out the office window, grimacing. I'll take care of it right away. Make sure nothing else is out. Do a full review of the area. Darkness breeds disorder. There's sure to be some untidy floors and stashed junk. Lena didn't bother staying around. She knew Chandra would take care of it, though she was a little surprised it had happened at all. Probably the hours they were working, the time away from home. Usually, everyone was allowed 2 months back in the home realm to recharge and reconnect with family, but with the looming end, they'd cancelled everyone's trips and given them a generous compensation package. Chandra had an 8-year-old son with her husband. After dealing with the problem, she'd circle back around to check on her foreman. The hum of machines and smell of antiseptics greeted her in the mixing room. Huge stainless steel tanks connected by more shiny pipes hunched in the room. Lena glanced at gauges and meters as she left the safety of the walkway and headed deeper. There were few employees in this area, as most of the work was automated due to the dangers. The radio on her hip crackled to life. Where you at, Lena? Her jaw tightened. It was Dresden. Never good when he had to speak to her in person. She hesitated before answering. F7 building. I'll be in the phase room. I'll meet you down there. Lena reholstered the radio. It was going to be one of those days. As she passed the big tanks, she placed her hand on the warm reflective steel, measuring the vibration with her touch. The one thing she'd learned in her decades of production work was that gauges and meters lied. They could be clogged, or a well-meaning maintenance person could trick it out trying to get a process up and running. There was no substitute for examining the machines and processes with her own eyes, ears and touch. In the next room, Lena grabbed a clean suit from the rack, stepping into the pure white crinkly paper fabric, and then slipping on the booties that would go around her boots and keep her from dragging any foreign materials into the next area. She attached a phase meter on her hip and headed into the airlock. The press of a button brought a whirlwind of air and vacuum to remove any lingering particles. When the light turned green, she stepped into the phase infusion room. The rest of the factory was pure industry. Stepping into it was like any other production floor, automotive, machining, robotics in the world. But the phase infusion room always left her feeling like she was stepping into a mad scientist's lab. Lena descended the steps into a huge underground cave, the reason that this site was selected. She'd never spent time in the Undercity, but imagined it was similar. The phase meter on her hip beeped. The excess phase in the air was a sign that something was amiss. Thick glass pipes traversed the room. A bubbling green liquid that seemed to glow of its own accord moved from vat to vat. The light wasn't coming from the fledgling elixir, but externally, a treatment that helped eliminate impurities that would only be magnified if they made it into the phase infusion machine. A knot of men and women in clean suits stood in the middle of the room, hands on their hips. That was never a good sign. It meant they didn't know what to do, and they would expect her to. They parted when she approached, paper fabric crinkling as they offered nods of greeting but dispensing with the formalities. The foreman, Gus, looked sick with worry as she stepped up, about to ask what the problem was, but then the overwhelming scent of phase was like an ice pick to the interior of her nose. She recoiled, squeezing her nostrils shut to give them a break. "It burns," said Gus, nodding. She saw the problem right away, even though she had no idea what it was, or how it had gotten there. "You have the same look I did when I first saw it," said Gus. The phase infusion room had a series of vats that used pressurized air to cook the avita with phase, which helped intensify the output of the elixir. The air was cycled in through pumps from the cavern, which had been sealed up when the factory was first built. Lena could still remember the struggles with welding and other combustion sources in a place with unused magical energy. She'd managed to drain the excess phase by repeating simple 5-element spells while wearing a fireproof suit. It had been tedious work, but the solution had helped them finish the construction on time and without any injuries. "What is it?" No one spoke. Everyone was staring at the grey and yellow mottled hunk of stone that had thrust itself up from the floor. A crack the length of a bus ran from the strange stone to the nearest vat. A busted pipe dripped liquid into a blue plastic bucket. "We diverted the juice through the bee path, but it was due for service and isn't up to snuff like our path." "As for whatever that is," said Gus, "we haven't touched it. We ran a phase meter over it, and the numbers skyrocketed." Lena crouched on her heels before the upthrust stone. The yellow-brown veins running through the shiny grey rock looked like ore, except the closer she looked the more it appeared the material was moving as if it were thick blood. "When did it happen?" she asked, looking up at Gus. "Around 4 a.m. There's a good spike on the seismic meter. I assume that's why you came down." Damn. She must have slept through it, which was unusual. She hadn't been sleeping well, even with her homebrew elixir. Not with the end of the plant looming and demands from higher-ups to increase production, which didn't sit well with her, since half the leadership group had to leave after a scandal. Not a great time to be rudderless. "Until we know what it is, no one touches it. Get the gang from the quality labs down here to take a look. Prepare to have the crack repaired." Gus exhaled. She could see the tension melt off his shoulders at having someone telling him what to do. She wished she had the same. "What about Beeline?" "It's running like shit," said Gus. "How long until you can repair the crack?" 15-18 hours. "We'll have to make sure there was no structural damage with the tanks." "You should be able to do it in 10 if you manage it closely," said Lena. "Understood. If you can improve Beeline output quickly you can take it down, otherwise we'll have to ride this out until A-line is up and running, but that'll mean we need maintenance ready once B is freed up. No more delays." The collective sighs behind her told her how well this news was received. She left Gus and his crew working through the details of the repair. After stripping off her clean suit and throwing it in the recycle bin, she found Dresden waiting for her. His gaunt cheeks and hard blue eyes were not the reception she was hoping for after dealing with the production blockage. He had the bedside manner of a coroner. The insurgents cut through the fence about an hour ago near the transport shed, and damaged a bunch of the carts and fork trucks before we ran them off, he said. Insurgents. Before they were protesters. Now they were insurgents. She missed the days when she could go into town for a cup of coffee and a pastel de nata for breakfast, back when the locals worked in the factory. Was anyone hurt? We hit a few of them with rubber bullets. They'll have a limp for a few days. Shame no one lost an eye, said Dresden. Would have taught them a real lesson about sabotage. Were any of our people hurt? She asked. The glee Dresden exhibited over the potential loss of an eye was troubling, but it certainly didn't surprise her. Of course not. No one leaves the interior without full body armor. He leaned his head back. If you'd allow us to use real bullets, I'm sure we could dissuade them from further incursions. Was there a reason why they picked this morning? Any messages? Those people don't need reasons to be destructive. It's in their nature. Uncivilized beasts, said Dresden. Lena wasn't sure if he was talking about the colonists or the Montanhas. The latter looked similar to humans but with a thicker, almost reptilian cast to their expression and thick skin, traits they'd developed to protect themselves in the harsh environment of Montanhas. They were usually taller and bigger, despite the lighter gravitational pull. Warriors, though their history had few wars. Speculation was that they were former refugees from their realm, escaping here when the barriers were thin, but no one had confirmed with DNA tests. The realm was mostly mountains and brutal seas that swirled with constant hurricanes, making them nearly unnavigable. The Montanhas were, above all else, survivors. There's always a reason, said Lena. What's your professional opinion? Dresden pursed his thin lips. They seemed agitated about this morning's rumbler. Claiming end of times and other nonsense. We've had worse seismic events. Lena didn't agree, but she wasn't going to argue with him. She needed Dresden on her side. The head of security stared back with the intensity of a snake, deciding if it was worth the venom to bite. What's going to happen with the new changes? He asked, catching her off guard. Changes? I've been dealing with production delays all morning. I haven't checked messages, and we aren't due an update for a few days. This news couldn't wait. They forced an early message through the pipe, and we got a cache of messages. It seems Lifestone has been bought. Bought? Her whole body went a little numb. She'd been working for the same company for the majority of her working life. It felt like learning that your partner had been cheating on you. Who? Charmer Inc., said Dresden. An influence firm. The word was spoken the same way that he might say rapist or terrorist. Never heard of them. Why are they buying us? What do they plan to do? She wasn't asking him, and at least he had the good sense not to answer. We'll find out soon enough, said Dresden. They're owned by a single family, and it seems the family scions are coming here to fix things. As advertised, the day had only gotten worse. Glorious. Chapter 8. The boardroom didn't appear to have been used in a long time. Moriganne spotted a thick layer of dust along the cabinet that a broom had missed. The air was stale, much like the conversation with the head of security, Mikhail Dresden, a man who gave her the uneasy feeling she was being sized up for lunch. Her siblings, minus Andromeda, who had stayed at the halls, were sitting to the left and right of her. Dresden sat across from them, hands folded on the table, content to glower back without a hint of shame. Moriganne wondered who'd win a staring contest between Dresden and Kitty. They'd worn their business attire, but Moriganne wondered if that had been a mistake. Dresden had greeted them in enchanted Kevlar body armor, a heavy-looking pistol on his hip. They could hear the protesters at the gate during their ride from the portal building. The fact the head of security said nothing about them until she'd asked told her a lot about his acceptance of them as new owners. When do you? The head of the facility entered the room in jeans, a denim work shirt, and a yellow hard hat. In her 50s maybe. She looked like she hadn't slept in days. Moriganne rose and offered her hand. The woman had rough calluses. Moriganne was almost embarrassed about the softness of her palms. Moriganne Charmer. It's nice to finally meet you, Lena. I'm quite impressed by your history. You seem to be the engine that Lifestone has been running on. It wasn't derision in Lena's eyes. She was much too professional to allow that, but there was a sense of disappointed resignation. Who are these wet behind the ears kids that now own the company and will be giving me orders? Moriganne would have thought the same thing in her shoes. Whenever she'd had to deal with young producers or venue owners, there was always a proving window. She'd have to do the same with Lena. Welcome to Montanhas, said Lena after the introductions with her siblings. I wish I could give you a better reception, but the circumstances of your arrival are not ideal. Moriganne got the unsaid message. Your arrival makes my already impossible job even more ridiculous, so save me the effort of ignoring you and go away. Unfortunately, said Moriganne, we can't always dictate the timing of business decisions. With the acquisition of Lifestone, our first priority was to assess the condition of its main revenue source, Avita. Our goal is to be here to get a sense of the condition and report back to our father. We need to understand the profit projections to help us plot how to improve this newly acquired division. The glance between Lena and her head of security left a stone in her gut. Are you aware of the timeline of this facility? Aries cleared his throat. We know it was built in. Not the past. The future, said Lena. Or lack thereof. It was her turn to share looks with her siblings. There's been nothing in the filings about any reduced timelines for this facility. Lena rolled her eyes. Figures. Didn't want to hurt their stock options, but I guess they're not worried about that anymore. She leaned forward, put her hands flat on the table. I'll level with you straight. You bought an aging mule. A good mule. One that has been hauling water for this company for a long time, but it's about to be put down. Put down? Asked Ivan, leaning forward, a vacant grin lurking on his lips. His smudged eyelids hung half open. How do you put down a product line? We'll just move it somewhere else. I could probably brew Avita in my apartment if you gave me the recipe. The brief flaring of nostrils was the only sign of Lena's anger. Moriganne wished he hadn't spoken out of turn. What my brother the alchemist is trying to say is that he doesn't understand. Nor do I, said Moriganne. In simplest terms, the site is unstable. Our arcanogeologists believe that we will be hit by a catastrophic seismic event within the next 3 to 12 months, though given the increasing frequency, I would hazard that time frame is shorter rather than longer. Lena bunched up her lips like a parent delivering bad news to a child. The reason we can't just move production is that the key ingredient for making Avita more than 3 times as effectiveness as other life extenders is excess phase, and the only place to do that is here on Montanhas. It's probably why nothing has shown up in financial filings. It's always been a closely guarded secret. Right, said Ivan, nodding. I do the same thing when I'm mixing up a really good batch of drugs. I head into the Undercity and use my lab down there. Makes perfect sense. The shock on Lena's face at the casual admittance of illegal behavior was not matched on Dresden's. He stared at Ivan the way a bad cop would at finding an unsavory trespasser on their lawn. My brother's a genius, said Moriganne, as if that could excuse the bad behavior. So I take it there's not a new site located to take over on production. The Wild West of the realms has long passed. The agreement to use Montanhas was made when laws were looser and palms greasier. There are no other sites that are suitable for human habitation, said Lena. I honestly didn't realize that there were other places that had natural phase like the Undercity, said Moriganne. Aries drummed his fingers on the table to get everyone's attention. There's a strong correlation between the realms of demons and the excess phase. Montanhas is adjacent to both ours and the demonic one, which would explain the similar conditions. Aren't there other sites on this planet? Asked Ivan. Lena raised an eyebrow. This continent is protected from the weather of the rest of the world by a ring of mountains that would dwarf Everest on Earth. The oceans breed hurricanes like a teenager grows pimples. We live in a tiny pocket of safety in a world that otherwise doesn't want us here. Does that include the locals? Asked Moriganne. We heard the protesters on the way in. Lena's frown at her security chief was barely perceptible. The cooperation we had in the early years has disappeared. Both the locals and the Portuguese colonists have decided that we're no longer welcome. If that's the case, why not tell them you have to leave soon? Asked Moriganne. Then they can just wait it out. Lena exhaled softly. They believe we are the cause of the increasing seismic activity. Are we? Moriganne almost said, "Are you?" but caught herself at the last moment. Lena nodded. We believe, though it's never been conclusively proven, that our processes have sped up the degradation of the local environment. Either that, or we've gotten extremely unlucky to have come here, considering the last 3 millennium have been relatively stable based on geologic coring. Correlation or causation? Moriganne didn't quite know what the woman meant, but she nodded, accepting her word as an honest assessment. She'd gathered from reading about Lena that she hadn't been successful by deluding herself of hard truths. Thank you for your honesty. If we're being honest, said Lena, what can I expect from this visit? Especially in light of what you just learned. Our father sent us here as a way to learn this new business venture we're getting into. Ivan cut in, you don't know if your bride's a virgin until the frontier doctor shoves his fat thumb up there. Ivan, said Moriganne as Lena raised an eyebrow. What? If we're going to be here a while, they might as well get to know the real us rather than this little dance we're doing. Ivan made a face while waving his hands in the air. You guys really expect me to act like one of Vic's grey suit puppets for weeks on end? Especially learning that we bought an old cow that's about to run out of milk. It's not like we can just fuck the golden goose to get her laying eggs again. Lena snorted softly, the hint of a smile on her lips. Your brother, while crude, is correct. You just bought the cow and you need to figure out how to keep the bloodline going. Dancing around the topic isn't going to help. We need to talk to Vic, said Aries. He needs to know what's going on. When's the next trip back through the portal? I can go back and consult with him. You can't run back to Daddy from here, muttered Dresden under his breath. What did you say? Asked Aries, rising to his feet, glowering with the intensity of 1,000 suns. Dresden stared back with dead eyes. I said it sounds like a good idea to consult your father. It sounds like he's a smart man. We're all on the same team, said Moriganne, hating the phrase as soon as she said it. The problem that Dresden was trying to point out is that we can't just up and leave whenever we want. Portals between realms are fickle and this one is worse than most due to its proximity, said Lena. We can only reliably travel during the windows, which vary between 1 and 2 months. The next one is in a little over 5 weeks, which I assumed was your scheduled return. I thought there was an emergency exit should it be needed, said Moriganne. There is, said Lena, but it's not a direct path back to our realm. It goes through the Eternal City, a place I think we can all agree should be avoided except in the worst case. Right, so the emergency exit leads to a live volcano, said Ivan. I guess you're stuck here with us, big brother. No getting your code updated by the great daddy programmer in the sky. Piss off, Ivan. The rapid degradation of their professional behavior was giving Moriganne a headache. She'd expected some sibling sniping, but not on day 1, hour 1. At least Kitty hadn't said anything as she stared across the table with her poker face. Aren't there communication channels? Good for emails and files but not humans, asked Moriganne. They can be brute forced but not from our end. We can only receive emergency communication, not initiate them, said Lena. Then until we can gather outside opinions, said Moriganne, we'll have to continue with the original plan but add the new problems to our plates. Lena, please consider us at your disposal. I think the best thing for me and my brothers and sister is to learn by doing. I believe you were sent a list of requests about our visit. We can use this time to further our understanding and bring back options, so if there's anything you think we can do to help, please do not hesitate to tell us. Under his breath with gritted teeth and a patronizing smile, Dresden said, "Kiss your little family business goodbye." Chapter 9. The apartment that he'd been given for his stay wasn't any larger than a prison cell. Aries threw his duffel bag against the wall. It slid down and slapped against the concrete floor. A thick window gave him a view of the jagged snowy mountains that encircled the facility, reminding him of their family's ski trip to Icehold, except there was no crackling fire or featherbed to comfort him. Get it together, Aries. This is why Vic sent you here. To solve problems. Show him that you deserve to be lead, not your sister. He wasn't sure if he was madder about being stuck here or that Lifestone was a giant unseen money pit. Victor was sure to blame him for not discovering it in the details. He was certain there was nothing that would have told them about the end of the facility, or they would have found it. It wasn't like he was the only one that had scoured the financials. Teams of vindicators. Vic himself. Aries climbed onto the squeaky bed to look down at the front entrance. The apartment buildings were near the front, connected to the production plant, which headed straight back, spreading out as it went. There were a few other buildings near the gate. Security. Transportation. The portal. He counted 20 or 30 protesters. It was hard to tell the humans from the natives at this distance, but they all looked angry. Their muted chanting echoed against his window. When Vic had first signed them up for this adventure, he'd had the romantic view of living for a short time in a new realm. The mountains looked majestic in the literature, the natives quirky with their natural mathematical abilities, and the nearby town, originally founded by the Portuguese colonists, a place to experience new cultures. But now it felt like a prison. Even the mountains ringed him in like a cage, and the protesters weren't protesting, they were guards, keeping them in the facility rather than exploring the countryside. After changing into casual clothes and hanging his suit in the tiny closet, Aries headed down to the cafeteria for lunch. The employees in their jumpsuits and work clothes eyed him as they shoveled food in their mouths, whispering to each other. He felt like a zoo animal as he slid in line with his orange plastic tray and reviewed his options through the grease-smudged sneeze glass. A cook with a hairnet replaced a bin of steaming soup, took the ladle from the old pot and dumped it into the new one, splashing dark yellow liquid on the stainless steel counter. "Excuse me, chef, what kind of soup is that?" "Chef." He snorted. "Chicken noodle." "Oh." Aries sighed. "Do you have anything else? A gazpacho, maybe a borscht or curry soup?" "Our home chef makes a delightful curry soup that warms the soul," said Aries, receiving blank stares. "Or I can have some chicken noodle." The cook returned to the back, leaving Aries to peruse the rest of the options, which he would have expected in prison, not in a real cafeteria. He threw a cup of French fries and an apple on his tray and went in search for a place to pay, but found none. He turned to the big empty area filled with long tables. About a third were filled with workers clustered together, faces haggard from a long shift. When he'd come down here, he'd had a romantic idea that he'd plop down at one of their tables and find quick camaraderie like he had in any other social situation, but the looks in their eyes was worse than any of the gossipy bullshit he'd had to deal with at St. Jude's. A table near the window with a good view of the mountains was as good a place as any, he decided. The chicken noodle was oversalted and without the aforementioned chicken, except as tiny little flecks of white, so Aries picked at the cup of fries and wished he was back at the family suite, working beside Victor with a fresh plate of eggs Benedict and a side of crispy bacon. "Hey," said Moriganne, sliding into the seat opposite wearing a denim shirt and jeans. Her tray had a grilled cheese and the same cup of French fries. Quite the shit show, eh? I watched Ivan try to pick up a French supermodel when he was 13. She dumped her drink on him and said to the entire party that syphilis was too good for him. I'd always thought the look on his face was the worst thing ever, until I saw mine reflected in the cafeteria counter. I never thought I'd be served something resembling food by someone in a hairnet. It all seems like a bad dream. He wrinkled his forehead and shoved a fry in his mouth. What's with the prison clothes? You look like you got run over by a denim truck, or you're going to be selling ceramic turtles on late-night TV. I'm spending the afternoon with Lena. She's taking me down to the phase infusion room. Said there's something I should see down there. You should come too. I can get you one of these sexy outfits. They have them in the company store, she said. I'd rather wear a clown suit. At least no one would know who I am. Aries. She placed her hand on his, and it took all his self-control not to flinch. I know the last few years between us have been tough, but this situation is more messed up than a soup sandwich. Tough? You went against Vic, then used me as blackmail to get back in his good graces, which I still don't understand. Used you as blackmail? I saved your life. He pushed his tray away and crossed his arms. You saved your own. Why were you even there? Trying to unfuck the situation you'd thrown yourself in. Why'd you have to screw up my life? Aries, she said a little too loud, then leaned over and said quieter, Aries, they were murdering people. Using you and those poor people to try to achieve immortality. When did you start trying to become a saint? What's the angle, sister? No angle. Just trying to survive in this messed up family, she said, leaning back and staring out the window with the heaviness of an older woman. He believed her. Only because it was the same for him. There'd been a time when they were best friends, back before St. Jude's and the Bastille charity event. They told each other ghost stories late at night, or fantasized about the outrageous lives they would live. He'd looked up to her even though she was younger, because her goals were more audacious, yet he'd always believed she would achieve them. Sometimes she'd laugh and say she wanted to be president of the world, and he could kinda see how that might happen. You're not the same as you used to be, said Aries. You were a complete bitch, but at least one I could understand. The recognition in her eyes was followed by a sad smirk. You don't know the half of it. She glanced to a clock on the wall. I'm meeting Lena at her office in 10. Come with me. If we don't figure this out together, the family business is at stake. You can give the books a rectal exam later. He checked out the window, wondering if the snow on the mountains was skiable, and if anyone had the equipment for it. Be a lot better than being stuck inside. I'll come, he said, but I'm not wearing those ugly clothes. Chapter 10. The security building had metal grates over the windows, a double-door airlock badge system, and cameras bristling around the roof. Kitty could think of 6 different ways she could get in without being noticed. The guard at the front desk buzzed her through when she approached and pointed her to Dresden's office. It was empty. She snorted softly. Figured. He was making her wait. The kind of weak-ass power play attempted by pickup artists negging girls. He'd be somewhere else in the building, watching her on a hidden camera until he decided to grace her with his presence. Kitty played along, examining the pictures and certificates on the wall. He'd worked at Blackstone Security in his younger years. There was a picture of him with Bannon Creed in some jungle. Dresden had a rifle resting on his shoulder, looking younger and fitter, flames rising behind them from an unknown source as they smiled and laughed. Not a mage, but he knew his way around the industry. There were awards too. Mostly given for bravery by companies that he'd worked for. A newspaper article from the 80s was about how he'd backed off a mob of rioters in Belgrade with only a handgun and no body armor, saving the lives of the diplomats he was guarding. All this she knew. Kitty'd researched him the day after she got the news that she'd be coming to Montanhas. Was he someone she could trust? Or would he save his own ass if things went pear-shaped? She leaned towards the first, but he was different than she'd expected. Colder. More jaded. But that's what happened in this business if you worked in it too long. Instructor Allgood had beaten that into their heads over the years. A plaque on his desk read Facite res difficiles. It meant do hard things. Not a bad motto. Victor would certainly agree. Sorry to keep you waiting, said Dresden as he entered the room. He handed her a ceramic cup with the company logo on it. Black like you like it. I keep my brewer in tip-top shape just like my weapons. He was expecting her to comment about knowing her coffee preference. She smiled and took a sip. Tastes good. Dresden took the seat behind the desk and gestured for her to sit in the chair opposite. I worked with Instructor O'Keefe a few decades ago, said Dresden, leaning back in his chair as if they were having a casual conversation and not sizing each other up. Amazing lady. Learned a lot from her about your hall. What's your fourth-year imbuement? I know all about your strength and speed, but it's the unique abilities they give you that always fascinate me. I want to go into town, she said, setting the cup on the edge of the desk where it might tip over if anything was bumped. Not gonna say, huh? My guess is that means it's defensive. Dresden eyed the placement suspiciously, then tilted his head as he responded. Town is off limits. There was an incident. I read. Some of the workers got in an argument with a group of locals and 3 people were stabbed. The Monta died, the 2 workers lived but got sent back home at the next window. No one's left the compound since. Hence the ban. How do you establish intel? Dresden leaned back and opened his window a crack, letting in the chance of go home Lifestone and die capitalist pigs. He shut it and lifted a shoulder. That's not intel. That's hiding behind your wall. It's a good wall. He rotated his cup on the desk. If you'd like to be helpful rather than this Monday morning quarterbacking, you can get Lena or your sister, I'm still not quite sure who's in charge now, to authorize more lethal responses. So far there's been no price paid for their destruction of property or threats to our lives, which has only emboldened them. A bullet to the leg would go a long way. To inciting more violence. Parabellum. Prepare for war, said Kitty, recognizing the Latin phrase. A stupid phrase spoken by those itching for a fight. If they see your resolve, they'll back down. Kitty gritted her teeth. Instructor Allgood had warned her of people like Dresden. Killing countless in the process. Fighting should be the last resort. We don't want a battle between the plant and the town. Which we would win, said Dresden. Eventually the price would grow too high. Pacifism is not a winning strategy. If what Lena said is true, it's not going to matter what we do. The threat of violence is going to increase as the earthquakes get more frequent. They see us as a threat to their lives. People will do a lot of crazy things when they're scared. We need to understand what they're planning. So you'll talk to them about loosening up my reins? No, said Kitty, that's why I want to go into town. Hear what they're talking about. I'd rather prevent it, disable their schemes. Hard intel is dangerous. I'm not going to have the daughter of the new owners injured or worse because she wants to play spy on her first real job outside of school, said Dresden. Talk to me when you've survived a coup in a third world country without anyone to save your ass. I'm not asking permission, she said. I'm going into town, but I'd like your help. I read up on everything in the company documents, but it's too vague and general. I can't let you go. If you get caught, it'll require my men and women to rescue you, and if you were trying to avoid bloodshed, there's no better way to encourage it than march an armored force into town. He narrowed his cold blue eyes. But I could be persuaded if you would support me on my desires. Nope, said Kitty. Dresden leaned back. There is no backup here. This isn't even the edge of civilization. There is none. If the townsfolk decide to rise up and storm the plant, I'll have to mow them down, and I'll do it not because I enjoy it, but because it has to be done. Kitty knew he would enjoy it, but he probably wouldn't admit that to himself, to keep the veneer of civility. The only reason they haven't done so yet is because they are woefully outgunned. We have the high ground and the defensive barriers. It'd be suicide for them to attack us, but if you go on your little adventure, you'll jeopardize that peace. You'll be the one getting people killed, not me. So you're not giving me the information I've requested. Dresden held his hands out and lifted his shoulders as if he had no control. It's been almost 3 years since anyone's been in town. I'm sure nothing we know would help you anymore, but if you really want, you can have it. He leaned down to a desk drawer and tossed over a too-thin manila folder. The fact that he already had it prepared told her that it would be mostly useless and outdated information. Kitty took the folder, resisting the urge to toss it back on his desk, and stood up. I'd like to take a full review of defensive measures later this week. Let me know what works for you. I'll have my secretary contact yours, he said with a smug smile that did not reach his eyes. Kitty left the security building with the sense that she had crosshairs on her back. He was right about one thing. She couldn't go into town without more information. It was a small community, maybe 2,000 people, split evenly between the humans and Montanhas, so it wasn't like she was going to waltz in without being noticed. But she was going. Not today or even this week, but soon. She hadn't learned what she wanted in regard to the town, but she came away from the meeting sure about one thing. Mikhail Dresden was not to be trusted. It wasn't that he didn't care about the security of the plant, but he was itching for a confrontation with the locals. She'd read as much in his files but hadn't been sure about her initial read until meeting him. If it were up to him, there would be blood. Chapter 11. The plant floor was like another planet to Moriganne. The huge can lights in the ceiling, the hum of the machines, grease and oil clogging up her nose, the hard hat sitting awkwardly on her head. She felt like an imposter in the company-issued work clothes. It had taken a lot of self-control not to spruce up the outfit. In this case, she wanted to fit in, not stick out. Ivan, however, didn't get the memo. He arrived in a blue tracksuit that would have made a New Jersey mobster proud, and his lips had a light shade of green, not lipstick, but whatever elixir he'd brewed up. He had the air of an addict who'd been sent to a 12-step program, but didn't want to be there. At least Aries had worn business casual, slacks and a button-up. I took the liberty of picking out your sizes, said Lena, pushing a cart of shoeboxes, her eyebrows rising briefly at Ivan's appearance. Steel toes are required on the plant floor. I'm not planning on lifting anything, said Aries. Then why are you always working out? Asked Ivan. Lena maintained a smile, but Moriganne could sense the screams in her head. The safety equipment is required. I don't want the workers to think anyone gets special treatment. That's what Aries gets at the masseurs, or as those poor old ladies call it, finger banging the asshole's asshole, said Ivan. Lena cleared her throat. I hope that you can refrain from such language around the workers. Fine, said Ivan, holding up his hands while wearing a delirious smile. I'll watch who's around. You know, keep the naughty language reserved for us bigwigs in private. The steel-toed boots felt like wearing clown shoes. Moriganne walked in front with Lena while her brothers trailed behind, stopping to read the bulletin boards and safety signs. Not to be rude. But you're wondering what's wrong with Ivan. She smiled at the older woman. He is, as I said before, a genius with alchemy, but he can be rather childish. He spends his free time hosting raves and doing things I don't want to think about, but I assure you on matters of alchemy, he can be a huge asset. Excuse my bluntness, but how can he be trusted on a trip like this? My family is complicated. Lena accepted her answer even though she clearly didn't understand, and probably didn't want to. This was a woman who'd given up her life doing hard work for a multinational, multi-realm company, and now she was having to babysit a group of early 20s family scions instead of doing her regular job. Moriganne was sympathetic, even though there was nothing she could do to change that impression. The workers they passed waved and spoke to Lena, who asked them about their hobbies, or any news from back home from their families. "They like you," said Moriganne. "Like is a strong word. When the king strolls into town, you make sure you present a good face, and they wanted a glimpse of the new owners. The end of this plant was one thing, but this change worries them. They're afraid they won't have a job after we're done in Montanhas. I assure you that's the furthest thing from our minds. Not just Avita, but all the divisions. The reason we bought Lifestone was because we saw opportunity, underutilized assets, potential for rebranding, the whole suite of options. This isn't a chop and shop." "You sound older than you look," said Lena, sizing her up. "I guess working around the family business has given you more experience than people would guess." "Something like that," said Moriganne. "What is it you're going to be showing us?" "That's what I'd like to figure out." The cryptic answer sent a shiver of worry down her spine. Given Lena's decades of experience, a problem she hadn't encountered before, and under the environment they were in, was ominous. The crinkly white paper suits and booties they had to put on to enter the phase infusion room made her feel like an astronaut getting ready to be placed into the capsule for launch. When they left the sterile factory floor and entered the rocky cavern, Ivan let out a whistle of surprise. Moriganne caught Ares touching the scar on his forehead. "It had to have been hard to know that one of your friends had used you to murder a bunch of people." She would have locked herself in therapy for a year, but Ares had thrown himself into work at Victor's side. Weakness wasn't tolerated in the Charmer household. The unusual room with glowing vats and pipes filled with greenish liquid unnerved her, but it brought out a boyish giddiness from Ivan. "These are your phase infuses." He crouched by the pipes like a young boy staring at fish in an aquarium. He made Lena explain how the machine worked. Forced air cooling. Pressurized filters. Proprietary equipment sourced from other realms. None of which Moriganne understood. She only had eyes for the strange building in the center of a group of vats. The makeshift nature of it, and the patched concrete scars running up to and past it, suggested that it was a product of the little earthquakes they'd been having. Lena pulled out a key from her chain and stuck it in the lock. Before opening, she said, "No magic or combustion sources." The reason was apparent as soon as the door swung wide. The air already tickled her nose, much like being in certain parts of the Undercity, but the assault on the inner lining of her nostrils made her flinch away. Only Ivan seemed resistant to the impact, a trick learned from Lifestone. "This is like being near a well," he said. Once inside, the four of them stood around the rocky projection that had punctured the ground, splitting the cavern floor. Moriganne couldn't decide if Ares wanted to hug the object or run from the room. Or both. "What is it?" He jawed at the air. "A morse lapis." When no one reacted, he looked up. "A deathstone. I think anyway. Most of my field is theoretical. It's not like we can actually summon demons. Mostly what we learn is what we do if one gets past the barrier, and how to send them away." "If that was an answer, then I'm the Pope of Invictus," said Ivan. Ares glared at Ivan but continued, "The only reported sighting of a deathstone was in the catacombs of Rome back in the 800s when Charlemagne ruled. Someone managed to summon a ferrum demon. It rampaged through the city, killing hundreds, and took 3 companies to kill it. They burned the body, but found nothing afterwards in the ashes. At the site of the summoning, there was a stone like this, veins of some kind of sulfur-like material." He leaned forward and sniffed. "Yep, sulfur. Thankfully, someone at the time wrote down what they witnessed and made extensive drawings. There have been others in history, but only vague rumors. Nothing concrete." "Does that mean someone was summoning a demon here?" asked Ivan. "Given the location, probably not," said Ares. "The presence of the stone reinforces the thinness of the barrier between this realm and the demonic one. If this much phase is coming through, then it's not unlikely that other things from that realm could too. For all we know, there are death stones in the Undercity." "Can I remove it?" asked Lena. I don't like this thing in the middle of my most sensitive operation. That's a good question, said Aries. I'll study it and let you know. Too bad I didn't know about this before. I could have brought some tools with me from Coterie. I'll introduce you to the head of maintenance, maybe he can fabricate what you need. We have to get pretty creative out here without a rapid supply chain route, said Lena. Could I see the seismographs? Asked Moriganne. Sure, but they're back in my office. I can introduce Aries to Gus on the way. They wound back through the plant, shedding Aries and Ivan at the maintenance area. When they reached her office, Moriganne was expecting the graphs but not the walls of information updating in real time. Wow, this is like the stock market or something. Lena put her hands on her hips. This shows me the heartbeat of the factory floor. If something's wrong, I'll see it here. She extended her hand towards a graph showing a number in the red and a line trending downward. For example, that's the output for the sorting robot at final load. They've been having problems with the elbow servos, and we're not due for another shipment until the next portal opening. What happens if it goes down? You'd be surprised how many ways there are around a problem if you have no other choices. I've ripped out robots before and sorted by hand until we could get a spare part. Hopefully we won't have to do that now given the skeleton crew. Cancelled everyone's vacations and extended hours, said Moriganne. We lost a number of workers when the closing was announced. They went on vacation and never came back. Was a lot easier when we had the locals, but when the rumblers started, they immediately blamed us and before long walked off the job. At first I didn't believe them, but then the quakes got worse and now here we are. Moriganne spotted the seismographs, noting the little spikes on the circular paper as she crouched before them. This one is seismic and this is excess phase. Lena squinted. You've seen these before. Beneath stone singers. One of my professors and a student were tracking them in the Undercity. Are they related? Moriganne shook her head. No idea, and right now I don't care about that. I'm here, I want to help, but I don't know the best way to do that. Stone singer, huh? Maybe you could shape stone around the, whatever your brother called it, and fix my floor. A laugh escaped Moriganne's lips before she could restrain it, prompting a furrowed brow from Lena. What's so funny? That's the thing I can't do. I have an affinity to air, not earth, so I suck at shaping. Then I don't know how you can help. Moriganne leaned against a desk. We have the same goals. We want to maximize output before this place shuts down, and we're stuck here for another 5 weeks until we can return home to figure out what our father wants to do with this critical piece of news. But maybe until we go, we can help with the Deathstone investigation, or anything else you need. As you said, problems breed creativity. We bought Lifestone thinking it was going to save our company, but now we've found out it's an anchor around our neck. You know what fishing boats do when a storm rises up out of nowhere, and they don't have time to lift the anchor. Moriganne shook her head. It's called cut and run. They cut the anchor and run like hell in hopes of surviving. Chapter 12. The pipette held the faint yellow liquid with brown flakes as Ivan transported it to the beaker, which was already boiling from the Bunsen burner. The 50 milliliters should be enough to precipitate a reaction, but it would take 20 minutes or so to reach the right temperature. Ivan was cleaning out the pipette with denatured alcohol when Lena came in. She had mousy brown hair, a slight gap between her 2 front teeth, and carried a tiredness with her that went bone deep. He smiled at her presence even though he wasn't sure why. Is my lab to your satisfaction? She asked, setting the hard hat that was under her arm on the counter. I haven't used it in years. It took a bit of cleaning, but the equipment was in good shape. I'm sure I'll run into some reagent issues, but the lab has all the equipment I need. Lena leaned against the table, a wistful smile on her lips. We used to do research here, but when they announced the closing, they pulled the alchemists and sent them to other locations. She approached the bubbling liquid, squinting into its murky depths, which deepened the wrinkles around her eyes. Is this the sulfur from the death stone? Yeah. Ares gave me a sample. He wants me to confirm if there are phase crystals in the veiny material which would prove that it came from the demonic realm, said Ivan. Phase crystals. Another theoretical item. Personally, I don't think that phase can be a solid, since it's not really a gas or a liquid or anything else we can understand. Pure energy shouldn't be able to be crystallized. Ivan crouched down next to Lena as she scoured the beaker for the presence of crystals. Her scent was familiar, pleasant. Made him think of sitting in the sunroom at their Paris residence when he was a kid, enjoying the way the light filtered through the windows, listening to Monique hum as she read the local paper. Their cheeks were only a few inches apart, the realization coming simultaneously. They both stood up, stepped away. Ivan cleared his throat. How do you survive in a place like this? Asked Ivan, his right hand reaching for another piece of the energy stick in his pocket, but he wrenched it away and clasped it with his other. Sorry, but the cafeteria food is shit, there's no place to go out, I hazard those mountains are unskiable and there's no one to ride the purple pony with. Lena screwed up her face. What? You know, said Ivan, holding up a finger and thrusting it into his open fist. Bumping uglies doing the nasty. You'd have to be a monk to live here. What do you get out of it? Certainly not worth stock options. Mr. Charmer, this is really inappropriate, said Lena, crossing her arms. Mr. Charmer. Now you're really trying to turn me on, said Ivan. Come on, I can tell you're not screwing any of the employees. What's the point of this conversation? Ivan could hear the way she almost added young man to the end of her question. The thought of which increased his blood flow. I don't know, said Ivan, looking away, I just thought. Thought what? I'm nearly 60 and you're barely not a boy, said Lena. Really? Is this how your family runs companies? I'm a little fucked up, I admit it, but I don't know how you do it. I would have ordered a long time ago, or you would have found me with my wang in a stainless steel pipe, said Ivan. Can we focus on the experiment? If you haven't noticed, we have a very serious problem to solve. He shrugged nonchalantly. I'm just saying people think better when they're not tense. You look like you haven't had a good screaming session in about 30 years. Ivan. Please. Stop. All right. She wrinkled her forehead at him. Do I need to have armed guards around you? No. Merlin's no. I would never. He bowed. I respect women, but I probably haven't learned, how to properly talk to them and stuff. I promise I won't bring it up again, unless you want me to. Ivan. Tiny objects flying around the interior of the bubbling flask caught his attention. Hey, we got something, he said, crouching down. She moved next to him, then glancing over, took a step away. I'll be good. Using tongs, Ivan dumped the liquid through a sieve. A dozen tiny bluish crystals the size of an unground piece of salt sat on the mesh. How do we test them? Asked Lena. Good question. I have no idea. They both stood. Ivan pulled out a pair of tweezers and grabbed a crystal. It didn't break or chip under the pressure of the metal tip. You should be careful with that. We don't know the amount of energy contained within it. Ivan sniffed the crystal. No sharpness. He placed it into a separate beaker and stoppered it, then did the same with a second crystal, but left it open. Testing sublimation. He nodded. Is there a safe place outside the building where I can do some destructive testing? My back-of-the-hand calculations are that if they're not stable, the explosion could be equivalent to a couple of sticks of dynamite. Lena put a hand to her chin. Talk to Gus. There's a concrete pad out back that was going to be a helicopter landing spot, but it got cut when costs went over. Thanks. I'll let you know if I blow myself up. How? You'll be dead. Oh, you'll hear it, he said. She gave a little shake of the head. She didn't know how to take him, unlike the girls his age that fawned over him for his name or his reputation. I have to head to the floor, she said, grabbing her hard hat. Oh, here, he said, reaching into a small box and pulling out a trio of long brown tubes that looked like cinnamon sticks. I brewed a new batch after I got the lab cleaned up yesterday. They'll help keep you alert, and strangely enough you'll sleep better at night. I scored them so you know a proper dosage. 5 to a stick. Take 2 if you're having a particularly bad day. She stared at the sticks in her palm as if they might bite. Please trust me. He closed her hand over them and pulled away so she wasn't offended. She stared back at him, and he wondered what it would have been like to meet Lena when she arrived at the halls. He imagined she was a serious kid, a professor's dream. Maybe she could have tempered his excesses. Lena hesitated as if she might give them back, but then she sighed internally and headed out, shoving the sticks in her pocket. She paused at the doorway. Try not to blow yourself up. Why? Because you're curious about my offer. She cocked a smile. No, because if you die, the paperwork's a bitch. Chapter 13. Kitty leapt over the fence from the top of the sewage treatment building, landing in a drift of snow 20 feet past the barbed wire-topped barrier. The cameras in the area would see nothing as she shifted back into normal space. They were pointed at the area directly around the fence, and she'd spent the last 3 days mapping out the camera's vision around the facility so she knew where the blind spots were. The snow was up to her thighs. Breath came out in mist as she hauled herself through it until she reached the sheer cliff. Under normal nighttime circumstances, the rock face would be brightly lit from the 2 moons, Olofrio and Vermella, but a storm had moved over the valley. Kitty could have used her imbuement to scramble up the face with relative ease, but she wouldn't always have access to it, so she started the climb without using her Hall-given abilities. Kitty jammed her hands into the thin vertical crack, stemming her feet against small imperfections and hauling herself upward. Progress was tedious, but there was little chance of falling, even though she was free soloing. Thorny vines followed her path, occasionally scraping against her clothing. There were a few natural poisons that affected humans in the area, including one that created hallucinations as it stopped your heart, but given her imbuement, she wasn't worried about accidental brushes. At 30 feet above the slope, the crack disappeared, and she shifted to holds, heaping her hip against the face and working herself upward on the route she'd memorized during the day. 70 feet above the slope, she yanked herself onto the ledge. It was easy walking from there. Kitty looked down at the facility, glowing with industrial lights. A bright jewel at the center of the valley in an otherwise inhospitable realm. They'd picked a good defensible location. The rocks narrowed near the road that went over the pass and into the town, which glowed faintly against the cloud layer. The snow was ankle-deep. The cool air felt good on her face after the climb. She jogged not to keep warm but to loosen up her muscles after the cramped ascent. The natural trail eventually led back to the pass. The protesters kept their vigil even at night, but it was mostly presence and no real action. A barrel fire kept them huddled together, and a temporary hut was a place to escape the cold as the temperature dropped to sub-freezing. From a distance, the only way she could tell the difference between the humans and Montanhas was the former were more clothed, and the locals were larger and less clothed, as they had a natural resistance to cold due to heavy fatty layers. The overall resistance to the plant was rather pathetic. A protest was only useful if it was garnering public support. Goods and people left through the portal only at irregular times, so they had no way to block or impede flow to create problems for the company. If she were in charge of them, there'd be more active disruption. Force security to come out of their concrete buildings. Treat it like an insurgency and make the cost of maintaining its presence higher than the profit it could take. If they were determined enough and willing to cross some lines, they had the advantage since the plant had nowhere to retreat to. She hoped it never got to that point, but if things got worse, people would get desperate. She left the faint light of the flickering firelight that cast shadows in the bushes where she hid. The road was gravel with tufts of vegetation sprouting at the center hump. Heading over the pass brought the town into view, a stretch of glittering lights with the tightest cluster at the center near the road. The colonists had imported power generation equipment. The Montanhas had been relatively primitive when the first colonists had shown up, but had taken to the technology and education, seeing it as a way to carve out more territory in their harsh environment. It turned out that no one, not even the former Portuguese, traveled much further than Casa, which was what they called the town. Supposedly there were other settlements like pearls on a necklace, stretching through the valleys towards the ocean, populated by less civilized Montanhas, who held on to their old ways. No one from the plant had seen them, but she'd heard they were much larger than the ones that lived in the valley. Something about a quirk of the environment, or their heritage, made them grow too large. Kitty slowed to a walk, using her imbuement to scour the landscape ahead. She didn't want to come upon anyone by surprise, not that she expected many people to be out, as it was late in the evening. She still wasn't used to the 32-hour day cycle, even with Ivan's helpers. The town had a frontier feel. The buildings were either a wood or concrete construction, but the lights and interiors, what she could see through the windows, were modern. When the facility was first founded, Lifestone put a lot of money into the town to make it a good place for their workers to live, back when they thought they'd be here forever. She peeked into a home to see an older couple on a couch, knitting and talking while music played softly in the background. The locals had a lot to lose if things went wrong in the plant. The tremor yesterday had woken Kitty from her afternoon nap, leaving her on high alert until she did 200 push-ups to work out the stress. The town had few streetlights because they didn't have cars. Only a few electric carts and wagons and earth movers for work. Since the town was relatively compact, maybe 3 kilometers from beginning to end, there was no need for vehicles. Kitty crept through the shadows, relying on her enhanced senses to make out pedestrians. It was an idyllic mountain town. Her ears caught a brief explosion of laughter which was quickly squelched. A door opening. Probably a tavern. Kitty hurried towards where the sound had come from, finding a figure huddled in a heavy parka, examining the sky with their head leaned back. The woman was in her 30s, with dark hair and an aquiline nose. Kitty memorized her features before she continued down the road, weaving slightly. She might not get another chance. Then she followed her. The woman cut down a street 2 blocks up and headed into a small 1-story house with a gravel front yard, and a statue of the Virgin Mary smack in the center. Once the lights inside had gone out, Kitty broke into the entry room and lifted the parka from the hook before heading back to the tavern. The next part would be tricky. Without a mirror to examine herself in, Kitty transformed her facial features to match the woman whose parka she'd stolen. She wasn't as good as one of the 5th year's Vincent Moretti, but instructor Pennywhistle gave her high marks for her transformations. She practiced the accented English of the locals before heading inside. She'd been watching the older company videos to hear the way they talked, but it was good to get her tongue limber before using it for real. The bright lights of the interior made her squint as she stepped inside, catching glances and head nods from the dozen or so people inside. She headed straight for the bar, finding a stool in the middle. An odd-looking skull the size of a motorcycle helmet with nubs on the frontal section sat above the line of liquor bottles. She didn't recognize the shape, nor did she recall the region having large predators. A pool table in the back room sat unused, with a cover over the top. Probably a relic from when the company folk came into town. The bartender, an older man with a thick mustache, approached as he was cleaning the inside of a glass with a rag, using rotating wrist motions. "Back so soon, Benedetta?" Kitty raised a shoulder, made a non-committal grunt and plopped onto the stool. The girl had been weaving down the street, so she slumped against the bar, both elbows on the surface. "Another." The bartender stared back as if something was wrong, before giving a little shake of the head. He reached above the bar and grabbed a dark bottle with no label, which she realized was most of the alcohol. Without a reliable way to trade with the old world, they brewed their own, reusing the bottles. The clear liquid burned her nose when she brought the drink to her lips. Face changing was easy compared to keeping a straight face, as the alcohol annihilated her insides like a flash of napalm going down her throat. It had been nothing for Ivan, but she stayed away from the stuff, hating to have her senses dulled. The bartender held the bottle in his hands as he stared at her. "Thanks," she told him, hoping to get him to move on, but he kept staring. Kitty was sure he'd realized she was an imposter until he said, "I don't run a charity." "Right." She reached into a pocket and threw a few bills of the local currency on the counter. She'd gotten them at the plant. He frowned before disappearing to the till, returning a short time later with her change, which she shoved in her pocket. The potent drink she left on the bar, passing the glass between her hands as she extended her senses. Of the 11 people in the bar, 8 were human and 3 were Montanhas. The natives had thick features, extra layers of fat to survive the harsh environment, and a rough ridge above the eyebrows that people called reptilian, but she didn't agree. Their conversations were small talk. "When's the next storm coming in? There was a bad fungus in the tomato hothouse that required culling. Did you see the avalanche on the north slope that took out the Caetano house?" She'd hoped to hear discussion about the Lifestone plant, the general mood, but these didn't seem like angry people. Maybe the protesters were a small group of agitators, and the rest of the town didn't agree with their position. That wouldn't be unusual. Still, a small group could cause a lot of damage if properly motivated and equipped. If they weren't going to talk about those subjects on their own, then she needed to encourage them. Kitty turned on her stool, lifted her glass and yelled, "Pour a Lifestone." She'd heard the chant a few times outside the gates, but didn't get the reaction she'd hoped for. A few people frowned, and those near her at the bar turned their stools away. "Don't make me regret serving you," said the bartender as he poured a drink for another patron. Confused, Kitty turned back to the bar, listening for reactions, but their conversations had stayed relatively the same. She was contemplating abandoning her scouting mission when she heard the footsteps behind her. The 3 Montanhas that had been speaking quietly in the corner in their language appeared. They were taller than she expected, with wider shoulders and generally larger than the literature described. "Benedetta." Kitty nodded. "Why not you at protest?" "Finally." All words, no action. "You afraid of blowback before?" A memory from the earlier conversation crept back into her mind. The avalanche that took out the Caetano house. That was caused by the tremors. Lifestone's fault. What happens when it gets worse? The Montanhas shared glances, but she didn't know how to interpret them culturally. The way the bartender and the other humans stared suggested to her that not all the natives were welcome. Or maybe some were less welcome than others. "If you want to do something, come to Casa de Canilla in 5 days 2 hours after the sun sets," said the center Monta. "We show you action." Kitty nodded and the 3 Montanhas left. She finished her drink, grimacing at the burn, and followed them out a minute after they left. She caught up to them the next street over and watched them enter a concrete building. Content she'd done as much as she could, Kitty returned the Parker to its original owner, and headed back to the plant by way of the lonely gravel road. Snow was falling by the time she crested the pass, coming down in thick flakes that caught in her hair. The liquor burned warmly in her stomach, not that she needed it with the weather enchantment. The climb down the cliff took longer than going up because the winds had picked up and kept trying to sneak beneath her and yank her away from the stone. When she reached the fence, ringed with barbs and humming with low-level electricity, she found a rocky outcropping that gave her a running path. The snow was knee-deep, so she cleared it away until she was confident she could make the leap. With snow blowing fiercely and shifting constantly, Kitty made the sprint down the slope, fueled by her imbuement. The leap brought her barely above the barbed line, but she landed into a forward roll, coming up onto her feet in a walking stride. A trio of floodlights clicked on, nailing her to the spot. She squinted through the blinding light to see Dresden approaching in Kevlar, a heavy handgun trained on her. I thought I said not to go into town. You are aware that you work for me, said Kitty. At this range, it'd be difficult to get away before he pulled the trigger. Dresden seemed to sense her thoughts and grinned. I work for the company and the safety of its people. I take that seriously, and you jeopardized their lives by going into town when I explicitly told you not to. If you're gonna shoot me, you'd better pull the trigger right now, otherwise stop pointing that thing at me, said Kitty. He shrugged and holstered the weapon. She strode past him. Violate my orders again and you won't see me coming, said Dresden from behind her. Kitty kept walking, snow swirling around her shoes, having every intention of making that meeting in 5 days. Chapter 14. The steel-toed boots made Aries' feet ache as he hurried through the stale hallways with bland corporate motivational posters hanging on the walls. Dare to believe. We're in this together. Work is family. He wanted to gag. Once he took over for Victor, he'd ban such trite sayings, maybe replace them with more realistic ones. We fight to survive, or only the strong get bonuses. That's what he was, he told himself. A survivor. When people went into battle, they came back with PTSD. Nightmares. It was part of the deal. Most nights he dreamt about the rituals from last year, the bloody bodies, guts pushed out like a grotesque bubbling fountain. The worst ones involved Tamako because he'd known her, unlike the rest of the victims. He didn't feel as bad for them. They were down on their luck, folk that Eloise and Silas tricked into coming to the Undercity with them. Well, except for that guitarist, the one that had been at the center of that thing between Maury and Blake. He'd gone in search of Kitty first, but she was as usual nowhere to be found. Ivan, strangely enough, wasn't in his lab like he was most times. Sleeping off a bender somewhere in a janitor's closet probably. The only one he could find was Moriganne, and only because a worker pointed him to an empty warehouse he'd seen her go in, wearing workout clothes and carrying a long tube. The leering way the guy's eyes lit up would have earned him a punch to the face if he hadn't been an employee. The bright cloudless sky had Aries checking the time as he crossed the asphalt road, rubbing his hands against his bare arms for warmth. His mind told him it was late afternoon, but it was only mid-morning. The day-night cycle had him feeling constantly behind. The faint chanting of protesters could be heard above the wind whistling through the valley. There were more of them every day. The warehouse was made of corrugated steel with an interior girder structure, like most of the outbuildings. About to enter, he noticed dust blowing out from below the door, which was strange because it was an unheated space, so there'd be no HVACs creating positive pressure. The sound of multiple people singing made his confusion even worse. His sister was the only stone singer at the plant, unless she'd recruited backup singers. Aries found the source of the airflow when he stepped inside, though he didn't know what to make of what he was seeing. Moriganne stood at the center of the warehouse in a tight workout outfit he would expect from the ladies at yoga. Her mouth was open and she was singing, but she sounded like a synthesizer playing multiple notes. Stranger still, colored balls moved around her like planets around the sun in fits and starts, jetting forward and then slowing to a stop as the next pair of balls continued their rotation. The whole scene was accompanied by a strong wind that cycloned around her, pushing away dust from the center of the warehouse and collecting it in a wide circle. He watched for a few minutes until she caught him standing inside the door and she fell to silence. The wind and colored balls stopped their rotation, hanging in mid-air as if attached to invisible strings. She collected a tube near a girder and began shoving the balls into it as he approached. Got to keep my studies up, she said. That's not really what I think of when I think stone singers, said Aries. Moriganne popped the last ball in the tube, shoved the cap on, and slung it back over her shoulder. What's up? I assume something's wrong by the way you're playing with your fingertips. He looked down to find himself rubbing his thumb across them. A surge of anger rose up, and he wasn't sure why, except that she always seemed to disarm him with the most trivial comment. I was checking on the stone this morning. He paused as he noticed a tattoo on her arm that wrapped around the elbow. It looked like a bridge. When she caught him looking, she placed her opposite hand over it. When did you get a tattoo? I never thought you were the type. Moriganne looked away. You know, you get those wild impulses. It came in, I had it finished at the end of last year. She bunched up her lips. You were saying? The stone. I was checking on it this morning. It's different. I don't want to say what until you get a chance to see it. Moriganne ran her hand along the length of the tube with a sigh. Give me a chance to change. I'll meet you at the clean room. She met him below. They put on their paper suits together, and even after the wind in the airlock blew her hair around, she still looked transcendent. He didn't know why it made him so mad. He saw the way the workers gawked at her when they passed. She didn't have to do a damn thing and they were ready to throw themselves at her feet, while he'd toiled at his father's side for years and still he was second fiddle. If the company's future wasn't at stake, he'd let this whole thing become a sinkhole to drag her down and eliminate her from the competition in their father's eyes. You okay? Huh? Moriganne tilted her head as she tucked her blonde hair into the paper cap. You looked like you were about to stab someone. You'll see. He marched down the metal stairs, boots ringing in the open cavern, with only the hum of the infusion machines to match their tune. His key opened the chamber around the Deathstone. He stepped out of the way to let her see the changes and to stay in the fresh air. They'd added a pipe to vent the excess phase out of the factory, but stepping inside felt like snorting a spoonful of chili powder. Mercy, she exclaimed, pinching her nose with her fingers, what happened to it? Before, the strange stone looked like a thick spike poking through the cavern floor with veins of yellow-brown material which they'd since learned was a mix of sulfur and crystallized phase. The outer surface had been smooth like a polished horn, but now cracks riddled it and the tip had snapped off. I don't know. A tremor, she asked. The last one was 2 days ago. I checked the charts. This happened sometime between yesterday and this morning. He crossed his arms. What do you think it looks like? His sister stared intently at the stone projection, tilting her head both ways. An egg. That's what I thought too. Like a chicken egg, as the sheik hammers its way out using its beak. She glanced at her tattoo before looking back to the Deathstone, which made no sense to Aries. What did it have to do with an object from the demonic realm? Did she get it because of what happened in the Undercity? Memories of the final encounter with Eloise and Silas, when the shadow hound, the Major, had roared into the chamber, came back as a frightful memory. He only had vague memories of the battle since he'd been under the influence of the blue drink, but in that moment, he was sure that he'd seen the tattoo on her arm during the fight. Had it glowed? That they'd been able to drive the beast back to the demonic realms had confused him. It should have required an equally difficult ritual, capturing it in a protected circle and sending it back. Figuring out what might be in there, she asked, eyebrow raised. Yeah, he said. No idea. Maybe it was Eloise's part demonic nature that had allowed for the banishing. Or not. Whatever happened to the Deathstone in Rome? Asked Moriganne. Aries sucked on his teeth. No one knows. After the rampage and the deaths, it disappeared. Maybe it returned to its home or disintegrated. Or maybe it hatched. Aries nodded. Or maybe it hatched. Why Rome? Why then? At the time, Rome was the center of the world. Those that used magic at the time did so covertly, but it was the place to be. Some think Invictus was there, under a different name. Maybe he was Charlemagne, but that's just because people think they look alike. Moriganne nodded. We need to find Kitty and Ivan. If you're right about it being an egg, then we need to keep an eye on it. Prepare. Maybe even shut down operations. We can't do that. It would cripple the company. Be its death knell. She sighed heavily. You're right. Vic would never forgive that. She looked up. Aries had a surge of thought that it wasn't his sister he was looking at. Something about the way she stared back put doubt into his bones. Had she been replaced during the fight? Or was it earlier? Let's go find them. Moriganne took off without waiting for him. He locked the door behind him, taking a long last look at the Deathstone, memories of the ritual circulating in his thoughts. On a regular day back a few years ago, when Vic and Mr. Thule, along with a ginger-haired man he'd never seen before, had been acting strange, she'd said something about missing solstice, then covered it up, which at the time he'd marked off as being a little head-scrambled about doing poorly in school. That wasn't the only time he remembered. At her birthday party she'd sat in Solstice's seat. Again, nothing too unusual given the speech she gave about honoring their sister's memory. But added up, along with the tattoo, the events in the Undercity, and the battles with Victor, he started to see a pattern. Maybe he was seeing things, or maybe he wasn't, but it was enough that he needed to keep his eye out. If that wasn't his sister, then his family was in a world of trouble. Chapter 15. Moriganne had hoped to talk to her siblings alone, but Ivan had been having breakfast with Lena in her office when she found him. He was strangely passive, which wasn't like Ivan at all. He didn't even look stoned. Maybe it was because they'd been talking shop about past alchemy projects. If there was one thing that interested Ivan, it was alchemy. And it was good he was making friends with Lena, considering he'd been a walking sexual harassment lawsuit around her thus far. Kitty had been training at the back of the plant, throwing knives into a makeshift target with an outline that vaguely looked like Dresden. She arrived, wiping off sweat with a towel and cleaning the knives, which she placed in a leather knife roll. "Aries, why don't you explain what you found this morning?" she said. Aries stepped forward, clasping his hands in front. He gave a brief explanation of the changes in the Deathstone, his theories about what they meant, and its unfortunate resemblance to an egg. "You can't be serious about this egg thing?" asked Ivan. "I'd sooner believe it was the devil's butt plug." Lena raised her eyebrows at him, and he lifted a single shoulder in an apologetic shrug. "If it was an egg, what could come out of it?" asked Lena, who had a plate of jelly toast crusts and bacon fragments before her. "I wish I knew," said Aries. "Research into the demonic realms was forbidden decades ago. Anything we know is from before the ban, or speculation based on indirect research." "Bullshit, Aries," said Ivan, smirking from his chair. "The coterie motto is limitless, and we were all there during the convergence ceremony when you summoned the Benihana, or whatever you called it, to speak through Blake's mouth." "Ivan," said Aries, trying to make glare eyes at him without being obvious about it. "She's not dumb. She's an alumni from the time they let people do more wicked shit," said Ivan. Lena seemed embarrassed to have Ivan speaking for her, but she offered a reluctant smile. "I know about the societies. I was in the Dragon's Claw, obviously not a major one, but we heard rumors about what happened in the Big Four." What Ivan said wasn't a surprise. "The convergence only happens every 4 years, and its purpose is to understand the risk to the city," said Aries. "It's not a summoning for personal gain. I read the diaries of the former heads of Chroma and Key. They're very clear about our role in the city. Same with Coterie. I know we have a bad reputation, but Professor Sinclair was very clear that our job was to be ready for problems. There have been some close calls in recent times, ignorant wannabe mages trying to summon powerful demons. You'd probably invite them into Coterie if they had," said Ivan, rolling his eyes. Aries' cheeks grew bright crimson. "Can we not do the whole rivalry thing here?" asked Moriganne. "We're already under enough stress. The next portal opening isn't for another 3.5 weeks. We don't have any solutions for where to produce Avita after this place closes. We have protesters getting rowdier by the day, and the earthquakes pose a substantial threat." "The protesters are window dressing," said Ivan. "They're planning something bigger," said Kitty from a chair in the corner. Everyone turned to look at her. She sat in a black tank top, skin still glistening with sweat. "How can you know that?" asked Aries. Kitty's eyes shifted across them. "I went into town. It was a big risk, said Lena. Dresden told me. A necessary risk, said Kitty. We don't have actionable intelligence. HUMINT is the only way we're going to learn anything, which I did. I met some Montanhas, and they invited me to a clandestine meeting. When? Asked Moriganne. Kitty kept her lips clamped, glancing at Lena. She didn't want the date to get back to Dresden. Fine, but what are they planning? Asked Moriganne. That's what I aim to find out. Right now the locals aren't on the protesters' side, at least that's what I got from a small sample at the bar, but I imagine that could change fast. The size of the protests has tripled in the past 6 months. How do you know that? Dresden keeps his password on a sticky note beneath his desk drawer. Kitty, said Lena, we can't have that kind of behavior and keep a professional environment. Dresden's an asshole, but I trust his judgment when it comes to security. He's been doing this a lot longer than you have. His record is exemplary. What about the Deathstone? Asked Aries. I don't know, mused Ivan. Kitty's slee-stack bombers seem more dangerous than a piece of rock that busted through the cavern. You were the one to prove the existence of phase crystals, said Aries, extending his hands as his voice rose. Don't you see the danger? I didn't prove that they were phase crystals, said Ivan. We don't have the technology for that. What I did prove was that they're indestructible as far as I can tell, and sublimate at a rate that's nearly undetectable. I don't know why Vic sent you along, said Aries, shaking his head. Your brother's quite talented, said Lena, smiling at their brother. He's been showing me his work. The cleverness of his alchemical techniques is remarkable. I wish our R&D group was still here. They'd be overjoyed to work with him. He's still a druggie, Aries said under his breath, prompting Ivan to raise his hand. Admittedly, but at least I don't think giving Vic a reach around is the highest form of flattery. I think we should focus on the Deathstone problem first, said Moriganne, waving her hands to get their attention. Not that the other isn't an issue, but you know, one at a time. Not like the guys you take down, said Ivan, and when she glared at him he ducked his head like a turtle. Sorry, Habit. Proceed, Maestro. Ivan waved his hand around. Tell us how we should defend ourselves against the extremely scary pointy rock. Aries, to his credit, kept a straight face. Could we get some of the workers to stand watch at it? And tell them what? Asked Moriganne. Think about it. We'll have riots inside the plant if we do that. She makes a good point, said Lena. People are on edge. The quakes, the protests, the plant closing. The appearance of the rock was spooky enough, but we told them it was just a result of a larger quake. We can redirect some of Dresden's cameras, place them in the room, said Kitty. The outputs are network-based. Anyone can see them from their laptop. We can take turns. Rock patrol. Great, said Ivan sarcastically. I'll talk to Dresden, Lena said, then shifted her mouth to the side. What about the meeting? I'm going no matter what. If you tell him, he'll try to stop me. Fuck, muttered Lena under her breath. I don't like keeping things from my head of security. How's output? Asked Moriganne. You know, that thing we're actually supposed to be worried about. Lena blinked. Yeah. Not great, not terrible. We're off projections, but the suits had rosy ideas of what was possible with a skeleton crew and an unknown sunset ahead. I'm proud of what everyone's accomplished under the circumstances. We are too, said Moriganne, sharing a sympathetic smile with the head of the plant. When this is all done, you have our full support for whatever you want to do next. Including retire or at least a very long vacation. If that's what it is, said Moriganne. Let us know if there's anything you need. The meeting broke up and everyone went their separate ways. Moriganne caught up to Kitty in the hallway. Why didn't you say anything about the trip into town? Kitty blinked once. You didn't need to know. But Dresden knows. We have enough problems right now. We don't need a battle between you two, said Moriganne. I'll win, said Kitty with a matter-of-factness that made her blood run cold. That's good. You're my sister. But I can help. Let me know when you're going and I'll distract him, said Moriganne. Kitty bunched up her lips, nodded as if she were considering it, then continued down the hall, leaving Moriganne unsure if they'd agreed to anything. If she couldn't keep everyone working together, things were going to go from bad to worse. She turned to head the other direction, only to find Ares staring at her from down the hallway. He flinched and turned the other way before she could call out his name. Reflexively, she touched the bridge tattoo on her arm, even though she didn't know why. Before last year, the tattoo had been faint, like a ghostly spiderweb along the curve of her elbow, but over the summer it came in darker, looking like it had been recently touched up. She hoped that didn't mean the ginger man would come looking for her again, even though she suspected that she no longer had to worry about that. Whoever had taken him down, if that's what had happened, was someone she never wanted to meet. Chapter 16. Black smoke rolled up from the western side of the plant between the vehicle building and the outer fence. The minor explosion echoed against the surrounding mountains, triggering a slide on a tall peak. The security team descended upon the location in their carts. Kitty waited until they were en route before hitting the switch on the camera redirect, which could feed a loop showing nothing happening on her side of the plant. She made the jump easily, even with the huge backpack, and scrambled up the cliff face using her imbuements. By the time she reached the upper ledge, Dresden had probably figured out that it had been a distraction meant to allow her to leave the facility unnoticed. She knew he would come to that conclusion and would spend the next few hours beefing up the perimeter in hopes of catching her on the return, which she had no plans of letting happen. Kitty paused briefly when she passed the protesters gathered around the burn barrels. Their numbers had grown in the last week, but so had the number of tremors, small ones coming almost daily. The moons cast twin shadows, one silvery, the other reddish, making the landscape into shifting patterns. When she neared town, Kitty changed her face into Benedicta's and donned a parka she'd acquired in the factory that was similar to the woman's outerwear. The concrete building that the Montanhas had called Casa de Canilla had a guard posted out front, a thick-necked man smoking a cigarette, and by the way he was standing, he was packing a weapon beneath his long winter coat. He raised an eyebrow when she approached, nodding her inside. The interior was packed with mostly humans and a few Montanhas. At least 30 or 40 people, which made the room humid and warm. Everyone was talking over each other, nervously glancing around. Kitty stayed to the outside, pushing into a spot in back, where she had a good view of the crowd, but they wouldn't be able to see her as clearly. The only window in the building was on the opposite side, where the 3 Montanhas she'd met at the bar were standing, and it was covered with tacky paper. If something went wrong, she'd have a difficult time getting out of the room without causing major damage. "Surprised to see you here," said a woman's voice to her left with considerable disdain. The speaker was an older woman with graying hair at the roots and a scar along her cheek. "Things change." The woman bunched up her lips. "Do you really believe the story about the gigantes?" The final word was in Portuguese, which Kitty guessed meant giants. She gave a non-committal shrug, and the woman seemed ready to continue the conversation until a noise up front got everyone's attention. "A fine Twins Day to you all," said the taller Monta, squeezing his hands together in semblance of prayer and bowing slightly. "We are pleased so many have come to hear the danger the estupradores bring to Montanhas." "Speak up," called someone from the back. The Monta raised his hand in acknowledgement of the request. "I am called Nern," he said in a raised voice. "I am from the eastern villages, many days' walk from here along the road of the spine. We come because to warn you of the danger, and to help repel the invaders before they bring ruin to us all." He gestured to his companions, who dragged a sack into the center of the room. The other Monta reached to open the sack, but Nern stayed his hand. "The history of Montanhas is a long and brutal one, but it is not weather or mountains that I speak of. In our past, we had to deal with the gigantes who came from the ground and attacked our people. Only remoteness of our villages, harshness of our climate, allowed us to defend ourselves. The older woman next to Kitty leaned in and whispered, "Came from the ground." Kitty waved her off, intent on what was in the sack. She had a suspicion but hoped she wasn't correct. In times past, when the ground shook and the air burned, the gigantes came out of holes, destroyed our villages, killed our people. I see many sad faces. You think this cannot be? He gestured to his companion, who pushed the sack open, letting the fabric fall around the object inside. A gasp went up from the assembled at seeing an enormous skull that Kitty would have trouble fitting her arms around. On the protruded forehead, 2 jagged horns stuck out. A gigante. This trophy was claimed 4 generations ago, but we keep vigil, ready to defend ourselves should they come back. Now Lifestone they built on sacred ground and did something that wakes them. First tremors, then come the gigantes, then death. When he paused, the crowd erupted with questions, shouting over each other in a bid to be heard, mostly asking what they could do about it. Nern let them expend their voices until things settled enough that he raised his hand, and everyone lulled into an uncomfortable silence. We believe there is little time left. The gigantes may be upon us soon, but we might be able to reduce their numbers, keep them from rampaging through our settlements if we act quickly. What should we do? Shouted someone from the back. How do we save our families? Nern let the corners of his lips curl upward. Kitty was certain that question had been planted. We fight. There are only 150, maybe 200 humans in that plant. Only a small group have weapons. We have the numbers. Many Montanhas from distant villages will come here to help destroy the invaders, put an end to their toiling. We will use their explosives, their equipment to bury the place in rock and snow and keep our land safe from gigantes. More chaos intruded, questions shouted over each other, people speaking loudly to their neighbors. Nern watched passively, a hungry smile on his lips. Today there are 30 or 40 of you, but we ask that you return to your families, your friends, and tell them of this danger. We will leave the skulls so they might know the danger that awaits if we do not act. In a few weeks, Montanhas from other villages will come here, and together we will storm the plant. The mood of the room was cautious but concerned. It was a lot for the settlers to comprehend, but Kitty had a good idea that the argument of the Montanhas would carry weight. She pushed through the crowd to join others at the skull. People touched it and tugged on the horns. She crouched before it, looking at the wide forehead, the elongated jaw. She'd seen enough drawings from Ares' tomes to know what it was, a demon. The strange skull over the bar made sense to her now. It was a smaller one, and the locals had put it there, not knowing what it was. Given the death stone and the tremors, she thought it was likely Nern was correct about the immediate danger. What if it's too late? She asked Nern when she pushed her way in front. The faster we stop them the better, said Nern, nodding. She placed her hand on the skull. How do you kill gigantes? The Monta had no answer. The flat look in his eyes was answer enough. Content she'd learned what she could. Kitty pushed through the crowd towards the exit. Before she reached it, someone grabbed her arm. Benedetta! What are you doing here? An older man with a weathered face and black hair dusted with grey had her arm. Her stomach clenched. She stared back silently, trying to remember if she'd seen him at the bar. I wanted to hear. He searched her face. And she pulled her arm out of his grip. Not decided. Kitty left the concrete building. She wasn't the only one, others left in ones and twos, which made heading back towards the plant more dangerous. She walked through the streets looking for a convenient opportunity to slip away, when she heard her name again. She turned to find the older gentleman jogging to catch up. Let me walk you home at least. Maybe I'm headed to the bar. He shrugged. We can talk there. He checked the sky, smiling wistfully at the 2 moons. I can't tell you how happy I was to see you at the gathering. Kitty searched his face. Was he a relative? Father? uncle, or maybe a concerned neighbor. They walked in silence for a block, heading for the same establishment that she'd visited previously. I'm not in the mood for company. He faced her. We need to be banding together, not tearing each other apart. You heard the Monta. If we don't destroy that plant, bury it in rubble, then we're all going to die. Kitty kept her hands in her pockets. They were a block away from the bar. She didn't want to get trapped in there with him. Not when her distraction was due to go off in an hour. Bene, please let me buy you a drink. I know you won't refuse that, he said, showing chagrin and disappointment. The door opened at the bar, letting out noise and light. Kitty was thinking about how to get away from the man, without alerting him that something was wrong. He glanced down the street, then back to her, confusion racking his expression. She checked down the street to see a familiar Parker and the woman whose face she'd stolen, smoking a cigarette and staring at the bright moons. You're not. He didn't get to finish because she punched him in the throat and shoulder charged him into the darkness before the woman noticed. Kitty tripped the old man onto his back, placing her knee against his chest and her hand over his mouth. His eyes were wide with fright. Merlin's beard, she muttered under her breath. She'd almost gotten away. The proper thing to do would be to kill him and bury his body in the mountains where no one would find him. That's what he thought she would do by the naked fear in his eyes. He probably thought she was an advance guard for the Gigantus, given her supernatural strength and ability to morph her face. Or at the least a spy from Lifestone. Either one would cause major alarm in the town. But she'd never killed anyone before. While she knew the day would come that she would have to take a life, Instructor Allgood had been very clear that day was unavoidable in their profession. She'd expected the reasons to be more defined, easier to justify. The old man's only crime was to be unlucky. If she left him and hurried back to the plant, he'd probably go right to the Montanhas. Her excursion would further solidify the need to make a full-scale assault on the plant. Nern was right too. They had the numbers. If the whole town was mobilized, bolstered by Montanhas from deeper in the mountains, there'd be little they could do to stop them. If she let him live, it would be the same as killing herself and her family. Kitty pulled out a knife and the old man's eyes widened, pleading with her silently. Dresden would do it. In a heartbeat. He'd probably already have slashed the old man's throat and left him bleeding out in the bushes. Which made her not want to do the same. Not to be like him. She punched the ground in frustration. Her pockets were always filled with little extras in case of unusual situations. She pulled out a couple of bindings and wrapped them around his wrists, then gagged his mouth. You're coming with me, she whispered in his ear. Cause any problems, try to make a run for it, and I'll leave you bleeding in the snow. After pulling him to standing, she pushed him down the street ahead of her, holding onto the back of his coat to let him know she was right there. Moving silently alone was as easy as breathing, but keeping a 60-something old man out of sight was like trying to hide a bottle of vodka from an alcoholic. Others from the gathering were leaving the concrete house, making their path tortuous and filled with backtracking. She had to yank him into the shadows more than once to keep him from being spotted. It took 40 minutes to reach the edge of town. She gave up on the idea of being able to sneak back into the plant, with her distraction. Away from the town, the man was shivering. His light coat was nothing against the sub-zero temperatures. Kitty applied a weather enchantment to him, bringing wide-eyed recognition. At this point, there was no use hiding where they were going. She dropped Benedetto's face, conjured a dim light and ungagged him. Sorcery, he whispered. How observant. He glanced nervously at the knife at her hip. I'm not killing you unless you cause me problems. She sighed. Who are you? And who are you to Benedetta? Miguel. I'm her uncle. Any other family? He shook his head. Will anyone miss you? My wife died in an avalanche 6 years ago, he said. I live alone. Benedetta used to visit me until I started joining the protests. He glanced down the road. You're from Lifestone. I was trying to gauge the danger, said Kitty. His brow furrowed. You heard the Montanhas. You're in as much danger as we are. The gigantus will kill us all. Please free me. I won't tell anyone you came here. I doubt that. What are you going to do to this old man? He asked tepidly. I haven't decided, but I'm not sending you back for now. A lot will depend on how much you cooperate. I will be very good. The path ahead will be treacherous. I'm going to cut your bonds and leave the gag out of your mouth. We're going to pass near your friends, but we'll be higher on the cliff. If you make a noise or try to get their attention, I'll cut your throat and push you over the edge. Miguel nodded. How did someone so young become so cruel? Cruel would have been killing you and burying your body in the mountains. I didn't want to do that, not when you haven't done anything wrong. But I can't chance letting you go either, so for now you're coming with me. There are some poisonous thorny vines ahead, so be careful what you brush against. They won't hurt me, but you could be in trouble, she said. I know how to avoid them, he said, nodding. Kitty had thought nothing of the ledge that she'd traversed when she was alone, but the old man, even with the moons shining down upon them, kept stumbling over minor rocks and gnarled roots. Below them on the road, the protesters had mostly returned to the hut for warmth. Only a few warmed their hands at the burn barrel. She was regretting her choice of bringing Miguel back to the plant, where it was going to be extremely difficult to sneak him in and keep him hidden. She wasn't even sure how she was going to get him down the 70-foot cliff, unless she snuck in for her climbing gear and then came back out to lower him down. The ledge had narrowed to the width of their hips, with a small gap that had to be stepped over. Kitty kept her hand on his shoulder to keep him steady. He passed the narrows and held himself to the rocks as she worked her way over. With her boots straddling the gap, Miguel lunged, hitting her solidly with both hands to leverage her off the cliff. He knocked her shoulder away, tipping her back, heels skidding to the edge. As she was falling, she grabbed his arm before he could leap back. Without thinking about it, she used his weight to pull herself forward, which tipped him over the cliff. Miguel plummeted over the edge, the impact hidden by the darkness and the beating of her own heart. Kitty closed her eyes and clung to the cliff. He'd fooled her with the old man act, when she should have realized anyone who'd come to Montanhas was a hardy soul. She hadn't wanted to kill him. He was just trying to protect his lands from the oncoming disaster. People did a lot of crazy stuff when they were afraid. Once her hands stopped shaking, she continued along the ledge until she could climb down to the lower section. But rather than make the jump into the compound, Kitty sat in the snow between stubby bushes, arms clasped around her crossed legs. It didn't matter that he'd tried to push her off the edge first. If she hadn't gone into town and dragged him all the way out here, he'd still be alive. He'd only wanted to protect himself and his town. And he was right too. The town was in danger. Everyone was in danger. If what was happening escalated and the gigantus came, then it wouldn't matter whose side they were on. Chapter 17. The glassware clinked together as Ivan pulled them out of the sink, to set them in the vibratory wash. He turned the beakers upside down and placed them over the wire stays, before shoving the drawer into the machine. The green light popped on and he used a towel to dry his hands. How's that third batch coming? Asked Ivan as he slung the towel over his shoulder, feeling a warmth bubbling up in his soul that he regularly chased at his raves. Lena looked up from the titration unit, adding the diluted acetic acid to the green liquid in the beaker. I'm out of practice, she said, squinting. Maybe you should be doing this. My fingers have forgotten how to work the little knobs. It's not any different than. Stop, Ivan. How did you know? Lena screwed up her face. The only thing you do better than alchemy is making inappropriate comments. Ivan plopped onto a stool across the table from Lena and watched her work. She kept glancing up, wrinkling her nose, then returning to the delicate mixing. He liked watching her work and he couldn't figure out why. She had nothing in common with the women that chased him in Invictus. Merlin's tits, she was twice their age, a little rounder in the hips and carrying a soul tiredness that made him ache to watch. "You never fix your hair," said Ivan. She flinched. "Are we switching from inappropriate to insulting?" "I was thinking with fresh color and a touch of eyeliner you'd be pretty smoking. I could mix up a batch of hair dye and you could use some of my eyeliner." "You have eyeliner?" Lena sighed and used her forearm to wipe the sweat from her forehead. "I've been away for so long." Ivan popped up and approached her, which made her eyes go wide. He slid the towel off his shoulder and bunched up an edge to dab away the glistening on her forehead, while she watched suspiciously. "Thanks." "My pleasure." She raised an eyebrow. "What?" "That's it." He returned to his seat, and a distant explosion concussed against the window, rattling a few beakers on the drying tray. "What was that?" asked Lena, rushing to the window. Black smoke rolled up from the western edge of the facility. Ivan joined her, inhaling the faint floral perfume that he could only smell when she was really near. "Kitty," he said. "She's headed into town." "Damn it. Dresden's going to be livid." "Dresden's a bully. Maybe even a psychopath." "Kitty doesn't talk much, but when she does I listen," said Ivan. "He's good at his job," said Lena as she broke away and returned to the brewing table. She leaned against the counter with both hands, shaking her head. "This isn't how we do things, going behind each other's backs." Then he shouldn't have been an obstinate wanker about her request. "She's got skills and magic, more than I can say for him." Lena crossed her arms. "Real security comes from discipline and paying attention to the details. Not self-important spy missions. We already know they don't like us. We don't need her to risk herself finding that out." After a moment of silence he asked, "What do you think?" She paused. "About Kitty?" "No. New hair color. Jet black maybe. The eyeliner." She leaned back to the titration unit, twisted the knob until another drop came out. "It's inappropriate." "Eyeliner on guys?" "Not at all. Be who you want to be," he said. "Not that." She raised an eyebrow. "What you're doing? Technically you're my boss." He grinned. "Kinda wicked, huh? I'm more than twice your age." "But you're interested," he said, drumming his fingers on the table as he watched her work. "I never said that," said Lena. "But you haven't said you're not either. You keep giving me exterior reasons why it wouldn't work, not that you're not interested." The explanation caught her off guard. She pulled back from the glassware, confusion on her brow. "See?" Lena shook her head. "I'm flattered. You're a good-looking kid, and I'm a 50-something has-been whose entire life has been built around places like these. That you'd make a pass at me is, I don't know, weird. Confusing. I haven't been on a date in 15 years. Why are you hitting on me? Maybe that's my concern, that you're just doing this as a lark, killing time while you're stuck in a place like this. That it's all a joke. A frat boy bet." He couldn't help but grin like an idiot. "I'm not in a frat. The societies, whatever. Don't tell me you weren't an annoying little prick in whatever private school you went to," said Lena. "Don't talk dirty like that if you don't want me excited," said Ivan, feeling his blood pump through his veins and warmth rise to his face. "Talk dirty? Like, call you a perverted monkey who just wants to hump my discarded lab rags." "Now I'm the one who's confused," he said. "Ivan. I was an annoying little prick. Still am. But I like your honesty and your nuance. The fact that I don't know if you were trying to turn me on or making fun of me is ambrosia," said Ivan. "Broken hells, Ivan. What did your parents do to you?" World-class gaslighting, withheld their love except as a prize for familial gladiator sport, threw obscene wealth at us without guidance of how not to abuse it. I don't know. Exotic vacations. Private jets. Math tutors who didn't wear panties. I'm sure it's all worked out great. Lena shook her head as she transferred the now bluish liquid into a larger beaker. Check the temp first, he said. Noted. Thank you. She examined the thermometer readout and clucked her tongue. Right on schedule. She combined the liquids, then turned up the Bunsen burner until the flame was a solid blue. Is this really going to help? He cocked a playful grin. I'll bet you a night playing horny schoolboy and inappropriate teacher that it does. No, she said right away, recoiling, then laughing in a way that broke free of the bone-deep exhaustion that hid in the wrinkles around her eyes. Besides, I don't have a plaid schoolgirl outfit. I bet I could borrow one from Moriganne. What's next? The elixir, not your gross flirting. It made you laugh. I guess it did, said Lena. She snapped her fingers at him. Next step. Come on. You want to save your family's company, right? You know, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I think it'd be better for all of us if it went down like the Titanic. I think I'd relish the role of the conductor leading the band as we sink to our watery doom. She raised an eyebrow at him. Then again, I like being filthy rich and having women throw themselves at me for no reason other than my last name. Lena adjusted the burner knob as she checked back to the temp gauge. I bet you do get a lot of women throwing themselves at you. You're a good-looking guy with a strange, she shook her head, very strange but charming personality. Ivan broke out laughing, thinking about the last rave, when he could barely get it up for an impromptu ménage à trois in the secret room beneath the pyramid. He couldn't remember the last time he'd gotten off. Had there even been a time this year? Lot of good being stupidly wealthy was if you were too messed up to enjoy it. Something like that, he said, glancing up and finding the laughter in her face had drained away. He was confused until he realized she was staring at the monitor that showed the death stone. He rushed to the screen and placed his fingers on the static monitor, forgetting he couldn't expand the image. Where is it? Did the camera get bumped? No idea. She wrinkled her nose. I don't think I'd checked it for a while. Ivan searched for his hard hat. We need to go down there. Lena checked back to the bubbling liquid. What about? He checked the clock on the wall. He hated risking a batch, considering they had so few of the alchemical agents left that went into making it, but the change in the Deathstone was worrying. Set the temperature as best you can while I go get my siblings. We should probably check on it together, he said. Good idea. Ivan hurried through the halls, wondering if trying to improve the production output was going to matter at all. Chapter 18. Moriganne stood shoulder to shoulder with Ares, Ivan and Lena, staring into the room where the Deathstone had been and now only fragments of rock remained. She kept wanting to check behind her, expecting something mean and ugly to come rushing up to attack them. Where's Kitty? She asked, hoping to break the tense mood. In town, said Ivan. Right, the explosion, said Moriganne with a sigh. I hope everything's all right. It doesn't look good, said Ivan. In fact, it looks like the kind of bad that makes Ares wet his bed. Shut up, Ivan. Where did it go? Asked Lena, crouching on her heels outside the room. No one had gone inside yet. Moriganne hated the idea of being first. She stepped into the room to examine the chunks scattered around the interior, which prompted the others to join her. It doesn't hurt my nose anymore, said Ivan, pushing a veiny rock with his steel-toed boot. There's not enough material, said Lena, prompting questioning glances from everyone. The stone. These fragments don't add up. Maybe Ares' egg theory was correct. No offense, brother, but I prefer it when you don't know what you're talking about, said Ivan. Ares picked up a rock and sniffed it before throwing it onto the ground. If it did hatch, where did whatever was inside go? There's no way out, no holes in the walls or the stone. If something was inside, it should still be in here. Ivan made a show of being creeped out and stepped outside the door. Moriganne chuckled but kept her head on a swivel, checking the corners for hidden gaps. It wasn't until she noticed Lena staring straight up that she understood. The vent. Where does that go? Asked Aries. Lena pulled a pen out of her pocket and poked around the interior of the tin-plated pipe. Outside. Nothing between here and the roof but a simple fan. We couldn't get lucky enough that whatever was inside got chewed up by the blades? Asked Ivan. It's small at least, said Aries. Or they're small. Still not helping, said Ivan with his hands on his hips. What could it be? Assuming that size, asked Moriganne. Too small for imps? Hard to say. The demonic realm is like any other, there are all sizes of creatures. Things like insects fly as bigger stuff. If we've been infested by demonic mosquitoes, I'm out. Throwing myself off the highest peak. They're like one step above zombie squirrels, said Ivan. Lena smirked and Ivan stuck his tongue out at her. The two had been spending a lot of time together in the alchemy labs. She didn't get it, even if it was nice that Ivan was making a friend who wouldn't blow him because of who he was. He was probably just looking for a mother figure, and didn't know how to act around her. We don't know anything got out, said Moriganne, sighing. But we should probably check the exit vent. Lena led them out of the phase infusion room. After taking off the crinkly paper suits, they climbed a set of metal stairs along the wall that went all the way up to and through the ceiling. The twin moons reflected silver and crimson lights across the tar gravel roof. Lena led them around HVAC units and air recirculators, until they reached a recently patched region of the ceiling. Not good, said Aries. The fan unit had been exploded from the inside. A mangled set of fan blades lay next to the greenish box along with the leg of something black and chitinous. The four of them crouched around the amputated limb. It stank like phase. Aries pulled a pen from his pocket and hooked it under the joint to lift it up for examination. Looks like a grasshopper leg, said Ivan. What is it, Captain Bosspants? Or were you fantasizing about sitting in Daddy's big chair when Professor Sinclair was teaching that part? Aries furrowed his brow but didn't rise to Ivan's bait. Whatever it is, it's not big enough to cause too much damage. He nodded towards the mountains. Probably scurried off to the snow where it'll hunt things its size until it dies. Especially with an amputated leg. What if there are more? Asked Lena, lips pinched. I can't have any of my workers getting hurt. Moriganne examined the nearby area for other parts, or signs of the creature. Could it have been only one? She asked. Ivan held his hands apart near the chitinous leg. Big as a hamster or gerbil. There was more room in the egg. Enough to fit 5 or 6 demonic gerbils. Probably about as many as would fit in Aries. Ivan, said Lena exasperatedly. Backpack, he suggested with a tilt of his shoulder. Lena stood up. We have to do something. We have a responsibility to everyone here. If something's loose in the plant, something dangerous, we have to take precautions, maybe even shut down production until we know they're safe. No way, said Aries. If we do that, we might as well pull the plug on the company. This is the only division making any money, and we paid a premium for Lifestone. Without Avita, we're toast. Spoken like a wannabe sociopath, said Ivan, rolling his eyes. Glad you left your conscience under your pillow for the morals fairy. Aries pushed up to Ivan, towering over him. Like you have room to talk, peddling your drugs to every underage girl in the city and enjoying a carousel of mouths pleasuring you. Guilty, said Ivan with a shrug as he slunk away from Aries with a twin shoulder shrug. But whatever our past sins, we've got this problem staring us in the face like the wrong end of a glory hole. You gotta decide, Aries. Suck it or walk away. I did decide, you overmedicated party troll, said Aries. We can't shut down. While her brothers argued, Moriganne was painfully aware of Lena staring. The older woman had her arms crossed and the corners of her lips tugged downward. The decision rests with you, said Lena. Moriganne inhaled deeply. I know. She strode to the edge, cupping a hand across her mouth as she stared across the pipes and environmental equipment on the roof. The twin moons reflected silver and crimson shadows. There were over 150 employees in the building, every one of them her charge now, and a town of a few thousand over the rise of the pass. They didn't work for her, but if the catastrophe was large enough, it could affect everyone. If she were the old Moriganne, she was sure the answer would be to run the Avita production line for as long as necessary, extract every ounce of value they could from the division before they had to shut it down. Victor would approve. Which made her want to not go that route. But whatever disaster awaited would be laid upon her head. She would take the hit and lose whatever influence she'd gained over the summer. Maybe the best thing would be to let the whole enterprise crash and burn, take out Victor at the knees. If he didn't have a company to run, then how bad could he be? But as she looked back to the chitinous leg, she was reminded that ignoring a problem wouldn't make it go away. Victor's resourcefulness and cutthroat survival instincts would mean he'd find a way out of this mess. Mori, asked Ivan. How long until our portal window, she asked. Lena shifted her mouth to the side. Just under 2 weeks. What about the seismic projections? Do they tell us anything about how much time we have left? Asked Moriganne. I gather the original window is as good as we're going to get as far as a projection, which would be any time from now until 6 months from here, said Lena. 6 months is a lot of Avita, said Ares. No way we're making it 6 months, said Ivan. You don't know that, said Ares. Ivan cracked his neck with a practiced head tilt. Neither do you. Moriganne, said Lena. What are we doing about this? We have potentially dangerous demonic creatures on the loose. We can't just ignore this, and we have to decide something soon. Right, said Moriganne, wishing she'd had more preparation for decisions like these. It was much easier when it was just her life on the line. How much production can you run if you keep everyone guarded? Pull security into the building, and don't let anyone be alone. Maybe 70% at best, said Lena. But that will leave the gate unguarded, and could put us at risk from the protesters. How much if you only pull a few and don't jeopardize the gate? Less than 50%, said Lena. That's too much, said Ares. We can't do that. We can't let demons run around without protecting the workers, said Moriganne, wondering privately when it was time to cut their losses. You're the expert, Ares. What can we do to protect them without requiring all our security? Any rituals we can do to send them back? He opened his mouth right away, then after glancing to Lena, shut it. She didn't miss the glance to her arm where the bridge tattoo was located. I was going to ask you that, he said finally. Ares, he said, what can we do? He blinked and cupped his chin in his hand. I can design some traps. I don't know what we're dealing with, but I can make some assumptions. Good, said Moriganne. Start working on that right away. Production, asked Lena. And what will we tell the team? Get Dresden. Tell him what we know and to protect the team members, even if it means a loss of production. Just don't jeopardize gate security, said Moriganne. Ivan cleared his throat. I was working on some additions that should improve yields. It might make up for some of the losses. Really? Lena nodded. I was skeptical myself, but the initial tests show promise. Great, said Moriganne. Do what you can. What about Kitty? Asked Ivan. What about her? You know, said Ivan, nodding his head towards the security building. Can you take care of Dresden? She asked Lena. Lena frowned. I should be the one asking you to do that with Kitty. I'll talk to her, said Moriganne. But we can't have the two of them at each other's throats. Agreed. Lena wrinkled her nose and glanced at her brothers in a way that Moriganne understood. You two want to get started, she asked them. I'll go with Lena to talk to Dresden. Maybe we can find Kitty along the way. The two of them disappeared down the metal stairs, leaving her alone with the head of production. Lena glanced after them before speaking. When do we call it? Call it? Shut down. Yeah, said Lena. This isn't like production in our realm. We can't call in the cavalry to haul our asses to safety. For all we know, the next portal window is the only one we're gonna get. I'm not sure I'm comfortable staying here until the one after that, which is almost 2 months from now. Is that your professional opinion? Asked Moriganne. That we should leave at the next window. Lena looked away. One of the tenets of production is that you never shut down. You find a way to keep things going, find a solution that works. Not running is death to a company. It's like stopping the blood flow to the brain. But this scares the stones out of me, and I've been in some pretty tough situations. I'm afraid if we don't go at the next opportunity, we're never leaving. Chapter 19. Kitty watched the sunrise from her snowy ledge before she crossed the fence line back into the facility. Deep purples and crimsons had soaked the clouds like the bloody bruises covering Miguel's broken body that she could see from her ledge once it was morning. She passed a few team members on the way to the front, not bothering to conceal herself. She received hunched foreheads and wide berths for her trouble. Can they see Miguel's murder in my eyes? No, she decided. It was the reputation of her hall. But she felt different. A little thinner. There was a moment she kept reliving, when she'd used his weight to pull herself back onto the ledge. She could have kept him from falling. With her strength and speed, the difficulty was negligible, but his betrayal had removed any thought of allowing him to live, and she'd watched him plummet from the edge, the wet thunk of his body hitting the rocks below still haunting her memories. Maybe I'm just like Vic. The thought chilled her. He was her father, but his methods disturbed her. Solstice had warned her not to be like him, to keep a moral clarity, not be seduced by his easy methods, but here she was a murderer, because she hadn't wanted to deal with a dangerous captive. The family had fallen apart after her sister's death. Solstice had been the one solid bit of ground that they could count on, a balance to their father, a voice of reason when things got confusing. Kitty checked the tattoo of the sun surrounded on either side by quarter moons that graced her forearm, the gift of her 4th-year imbuement. She ran her fingers over the lines, wishing she could still feel the raised ink from when it was fresh, feel the pain of the tattooing needle piercing her flesh. It gave her peace of mind at home around Mr. Thule, but she hoped she never had to use it. Shouting reached her ears before she saw the source: Moriganne, Lena, Aries and Dresden. They stood outside the security building, animated with raised voices, drowning out the chants from the protesters at the gate. She didn't know how to read her sister these days. On the surface, Moriganne was the same as she always was, ambitious and shrewd. No one else in their family would dare tangle with Victor, and no one else would come away ahead of the game. But there was a softness in her sister's eyes, the hallmarks of doubt, rather than the steely resolve that had carried her through their teenage years. Sometimes Kitty thought she was an entirely different person, but knew that was impossible, not with Mr. Thule in the house. He would have detected any imposters or doppelgangers. But that didn't make her any less suspicious, especially when she caught the meaningful looks between her and Aries. Something had happened between them. Had Moriganne blackmailed their father to get back into his graces, and Aries knew what she had done? These thoughts passed like shooting stars through her mind until she reached the group. Kitty caught the twitch of Dresden's hand towards his holstered pistol, and let her lips crease into a frown to show her disapproval. "Kitty, finally," said Moriganne. "Where have you been? Things have taken a turn for the worse." Aries jumped in with a quick explanation about the shattered Deathstone and the chitinous leg they'd found. None of it surprised Kitty. Lena followed up with their current discussion: about how much security to pull away from the gate to protect the team members. "What do you think?" asked Moriganne. "Dresden doesn't want to give any, saying that we're in imminent danger of an attack. We might need a lot less if you'd authorize lethal force. A few dead protesters would go a long way to deterring future aggressions," he snarled. Kitty glanced to the east where she'd pushed Miguel off the ledge. He was deterred permanently. "He's right about the danger," said Kitty. "I was in town last night. Montanhas from the deeper settlements are coming here to rally the town to attack us." "Broken hells, why?" asked Ares. "A few earthquakes aren't enough reason. One of them triggered an avalanche that killed some people last week," said Kitty. "But that's not what they're really worried about. They're afraid of Gigantus." When they stared back blankly, she gave them a brief description of the enormous skull, and what the Montanhas had explained about past events. "It was probably a fake," said Ares. "If they'd been attacked by a bunch of demons, there'd be no Montanhas here. They'd all be dead, and we wouldn't be having this conversation." "You can't know that," said Moriganne, squaring off with him. "We have to take it seriously." She sighed and looked away. "Maybe we have to evacuate at the next portal." "We can't," said Ares. "Evacuate or not, that's your call," said Dresden with a glint in his cold blue eyes. "But it's clear to me that the danger here is supremely imminent. I'm declaring a state of emergency, which places me in charge of all operations until we leave Montanhas." The head of security stared at her with grim amusement. He'd been waiting for this moment. "State of emergency? What kind of crap is that?" asked Ares. Lena's brow was furrowed. "It's part of the charter for opening up business in other realms. Due to the difficulty of extraction, it leaves the contingency of the head of security being placed in charge if danger is extreme and imminent. Which it sounds like it is." "No way are we letting this Neanderthal take over," said Ares. "It's legal and binding," said Lena. "Trust me, I read through everything before coming here. Dresden is within his rights, which supersede even yours as owners." Kitty stared across the circle at Dresden, who hadn't taken his eyes off her. 3 quick steps and she could have a knife deep in his throat, listening to the last gurgles of life before he sunk to his knees for the last time. His eyes rounded in recognition. He knew she was faster. "The gate takes precedent," said Dresden, shifting to the side to put Moriganne between them. As if that would matter. "There will be no security in the building." "What about the Death Stone? The creatures it released?" asked Ares as he threw his hands up in frustration. Dresden smirked. "I'll leave that up to your capable hands. You're the expert after all. Or was all that book learning in vain? Maybe while you were sniffing glue in your little halls, I was making hard decisions in the real world." Ares puffed out his chest and took a step forward. Dresden's glance over his shoulder told her that this antagonizing was purposeful, to place her brother in the way, give him a shield should he decide to shoot, and Ares was blind enough to what was really going on to take the bait. "We have to prepare to evacuate," said Moriganne, doubt bunching on her forehead. "It'll be the death of us," said Ares, nostrils flaring. "Vic won't be happy." "We'll extract as much Avita as we can in the remaining time," said Moriganne, "but we don't have much choice. Vic will just have to understand. We bought a dead cow." "You're a fool if you think he'll understand," said Ares. "But hey, it's your call." "I'll make it clear to him I disagreed." Kitty expected Moriganne to bite back with her cutting tongue, but she looked to Dresden and Lena. "Fine. We're under a state of emergency," said Moriganne, "and we'll do our part for plant security, but you have to give us some help. You don't need all your team at the gate all the time. There's 2 kilometers between here and the pass. That's enough time to adjust if they bring numbers." Dresden squinted. "Fair point. I'll rotate 1/5 of my force in the plant for additional security sweeps." "Thank you," said Moriganne as she turned to Lena to speak, but Dresden interrupted. "There's one more thing," he said, staring straight at Kitty. We must have order and discipline if we're going to survive the next 2 weeks. No freelancing. That's fine, said Moriganne, nodding. Kitty, can you play along? Oh, it won't be an issue, said Dresden, the corners of his lips curling upward. I'm taking Kitty into custody before she jeopardizes the safety of the plant. He reached for his pistol. Kitty reached for her knife. Even with her siblings in the way, she knew she could reach him, but Miguel's death weighed heavy in her mind. Killing Dresden would complicate events even further, and she didn't know if she could end a second person's life within the hours of the same day. Kitty threw her knife, the weapon spinning between Ares and Moriganne. The handle hit Dresden's wrist as he pulled the pistol free, knocking the gun out of his grip. Before he could dive to the ground and retrieve it, she'd burst away, disappearing between the buildings, running as fast and as far as her legs could take her. Chapter 20. The milky molting had been found near the chemical storage tanks. The creature had rubbed off its skin on a pair of adjustment knobs, sending the workers into a state of frenzy about their safety, even with the increased patrols and regular sweeps by him and his siblings, minus Kitty, who hadn't been seen since Dresden tried to arrest her. Ares took a jar of silvery liquid from his backpack. The mercury-infused mistletoe would serve as a lure. He placed the small cap upside down and filled it with the liquid from his jar. Then he spent the next 10 minutes drawing warding runes around the cap in dark purple, which would make it less likely the demonic creature would see them until it was up close. A trio of workers wearing hard hats and carrying makeshift clubs passed nearby, glancing nervously at his work. He gave them his best "I know what I'm doing" smile and returned to his runes. The all-plant meeting they'd had that afternoon had been a disaster. So much shouting over each other, threats and refusal to work. To his sister's credit, Moriganne had done an admirable job of talking them down from the collective edge and convincing them to work hard for the remaining 11 days. Promises of a hardship bonus diminished their concerns, especially when they'd been told that the plant would be evacuated at the next portal window. At least they'd listened to the request to travel in groups and carry a weapon. Even if the critters that had escaped were growing, a good axe handle or boot stomp should take care of them. He hoped anyway. Ares finished the trap, collected his gear into the backpack, and headed to the next location. He'd set up 4 traps already, and had enough material for another 10. He was concentrating the traps near the main production lines to help the team members feel safer, and because of the skin shed they'd found. He was ducking beneath a series of pipes to reach the mixing machines on the opposite side, when he heard a yell from the aisle across from him. Ares sprinted in that direction, his hard hat tipping off his head and clattering to the ground. He left it, searching for the source of the alarm. The trio of workers that had just passed him had their clubs held high, ready to swing. One of them was on his right knee, the calf of his jumpsuit torn open and bloody. Where did it go? They gestured towards the maze of pipes and vats. Ares hurried after it, working his way through the tight passages between the industrial equipment, being careful not to knock himself out on the pipes. He paused at a machine that smelled like grease and talcum powder, pulled a handful of iron shavings from a jar, and whispered an incantation over them before tossing them high into the air. They fell to the ground, spinning wildly before the majority pointed to his left. There was no obvious path for him, but a smaller critter could have slipped through the gaps in the machines. After a false start, Ares found the trail, repeating the iron filings trick to confirm he was headed in the right direction. He heard the faint lapping of a tongue drinking before he saw the creature. It had 8 sets of legs, an anteater-like head, and a bony tail with a sharp spike at the end like a scorpion. The brief excitement at encountering an actual creature from the demonic realm, one that he didn't recognize from any literature, and that he would likely get to name, was tempered by the fact that it was as big as a small dog. The creature had found the first trap he'd set up, and was ingesting the mercury greedily. The runes would allow it to approach, but make it harder to escape. He wanted to capture the creature alive to better understand it, but that would be riskier. His heart rate was already making his hands shake and his breath come in shorter waves. Aries spied a plastic bucket nearby and decided on his plan. A wind stun would temporarily immobilize the Scorpic, which was the name he assigned the creature. Then he could slam the bucket over it, capturing it until he could transport it safely to the laboratory. The Scorpic hadn't noticed him yet as it lapped at the silvery liquid, tapping its claws on the stone. Aries' side shifted until he was next to the upturned bucket, which had probably been a secret break spot for one of the workers. A good thing they hadn't been using it recently. The spell was a modified 5 elements for air, amped up and focused to be a quick hammer strike. Aries counted to 3 in his head and made the gestures, 2 finger movements and hand sculpting. The Scorpic's head lifted at the completion of the spell. It leapt to the right, surprisingly quick given the slow wards, and his wind stun missed a clean hit, spinning the creature to the side, splattering the mercury mistletoe mixture across the steel girder. The creature quickly oriented itself to him and leapt, stinger high in the air for a strike. Aries threw himself to the side, cracking his head against a metal adjustment knob. Bright lights flashed through his vision from the impact as the Scorpic tail sliced through his shirt, bringing hot pain across his shoulder. Aries kicked it with his steel-toed boots when it landed, sending it sideways into a series of pipes. He followed up with another air stun, hitting it cleanly in the undercarapace. As it twitched on the concrete, Aries grabbed the bucket and slammed it over top. Within seconds the Scorpic thrashed inside, the plastic bucket bulging outward from the stinger strikes. Aries placed his whole weight on the container, but he felt like he was trying to hold a bucking horse with a piece of string. The stinger broke through the side, and keeping one knee on the bucket, Aries brought his boot down on the protruding appendage, snapping it clean off. A frenzied scream followed. The creature slammed into the side, knocking him slightly off kilter, enough for the Scorpic to fit multiple legs under the bottom of the bucket and leverage him off. Aries feared the Scorpic would turn on him as he lay on his side, but tailless it bounded through the pipes like a bony squirrel, leaving behind a trail of grey ochre. Aries scrambled to his feet. The moment of prone defenselessness left him shaken. Had the Scorpic turned on him, he was certain it could have killed him with its forward claws. He followed the demonic blood splatters until they climbed up a series of pipes and over a large vat, where he couldn't follow. Heart still pounding in his chest like a runaway locomotive, Aries returned to the destroyed bucket, finding the tail still twitching next to it. He flipped the bucket back over and sat on it, heaving with breath and trying to contain his shaking hands before anyone found him. If they saw him, the demonology expert, weak and unsure, would send waves of concern through the plant. Aries only allowed himself a short break before flipping the bucket back over and nudging the tail into it with his boot. A group of team members had collected in the aisleway. The worker who had sustained a calf slice was being bandaged up. "Did you kill it?" a burly guy with a mustache asked. Everyone was glancing at the bucket he was carrying. "It'll die soon. I took its tail off," he said. "But it's not dead," said the burly guy, concerned. Aries saw the sea of eyes watching him. A lie would only set them to mistrust. "No. It's not dead." They erupted into muttering and comments. He heard some of them talking about no longer working on the line, that it was too dangerous. "Everyone please," he said, holding up his arms, grimacing as he remembered the slice across his shoulder. His upper arm was wet with blood. "You're still safe in groups. I'll have the Scorpics tracked down and killed in the next few days. It's only a matter of time." "Scorpics? Like a scorpion?" Someone else chimed in. "It was so fast. It hit Clarence before we knew it. Would have killed him if he'd been alone." "Demonic scorpions. I can't do this," said a guy in back. "No amount of hazard pay is worth this." "Please," said Aries, regretting the chosen name. "We'll handle it. In 10 days the portal opens and you'll be back with your families. But until then, we need everyone to work together. Back to work, please." Their chatter died, but their gazes said otherwise. The gathering broke up, leaving him alone with the bucket and a bloody arm. Aries sighed, wishing he had Kitty's help, but Dresden's attempt to arrest her had backfired and she'd fled. No one knew if she was in the plant or in town, but the head of security had given them authorization to defend themselves from her if necessary. If Ares had thought they had a shot at killing his sister, he might have been madder, but he knew that she was smarter than that. But if someone got lucky, then all bets were off and it'd be civil war. Until then he had a Scorpic tale to analyze. The earlier excitement about naming the creature had evaporated the moment it had tried to kill him. Still, Professor Sinclair would be elated by an actual sample. It would have been better had he been able to kill or capture it, but after the encounter, Ares felt lucky enough to have its entire tail. The thing that worried him most was how quick and dangerous the Scorpics were becoming. The workers had been lucky to chase it off. If they got any bigger, not even a group of 5 or 6 would be able to fend off a determined Scorpic. Chapter 21. Thank you for coming with me, Lena told her as they traveled the painted pedestrian walkway that was parallel to the fork truck traffic. After seeing what one Scorpic did to your brother, I'd rather not be alone on my rounds. The head of the plant looked more tired than when they'd arrived weeks ago. Her hard hat sat off kilter on her head. It's the least I can do. Lena waved to a group of team members unloading a pallet of chemicals on the opposite side. You're not what I expected. I get that a lot, said Moriganne. Given your family's reputation and the condition of your company, I was surprised you were willing to evacuate, said Lena. No amount of money is worth the lives of the people that work here, said Moriganne, or the ones that live in town. Lena smirked, shaking her head incredulously. That? I wouldn't have expected such poise from someone so young. I'm a bundle of nerves inside, if that makes you feel any better. Wanting to switch the topic away from her, Moriganne asked, My brother's not bothering you, is he? What happened to him? She asked. Our family has a lot of demons, said Moriganne, then hearing herself, added, Not those kind obviously. I guess we each deal with them in our own way. He should be in therapy, said Lena. I don't think there's a therapist that could handle him, said Moriganne. I think what he needs is a strong partner to keep him focused on his alchemy and not the parties. I'm not sleeping with your brother. He's half my age, said Lena, stopping and turning to face her. I wasn't suggesting that, said Moriganne, holding up her hands. They continued walking in silence until they turned into the next building. He's quite brilliant, said Lena. Why isn't your father leveraging his son's talents? Ivan's better than any of the R&D folks I know, and he's not even old enough to drink. Vic's impatient. Said it would take too much time and capital to launch our own lines, which is why we bought Lifestone. He makes decisions like he's going to die soon, said Moriganne. Is he? Said Lena. Sorry, I know it's your father, but I've read things that he's not well. I have decisions to make about my future with the company. Rumors, said Moriganne, chuckling, half of which I probably started last year when we went after him for control of the company. No, he exists on spite alone. I wouldn't count him out for a few more decades. Lena wasn't paying attention. She was craning her neck at something in the distance, and before Moriganne could ask about it, she'd cut across the aisle to investigate. One of Ares' Scorpic traps had been disturbed, the mercury and mistletoe mixture spilled onto the polished concrete, sharp prints of the creature dotting the floor and leading into the equipment. These tracks look bigger than the one your brother injured, said Lena, crouched on her heels near the runes, pointing to the marks. As Moriganne knelt beside Lena, reaching out to examine what looked like a tail swipe across the runes, she felt a shock travel up her arm and condense around the bridge tattoo. Lena furrowed her forehead. What was that? Moriganne resisted the urge to massage the feeling back into her arm. At least the tattoo was safely hidden beneath her long-sleeve work shirt. A twitch, I guess, lied Moriganne. Like hitting your funny bone. Okay. We should follow these tracks, said Moriganne. They look recent. Lena nodded and let Moriganne go in front, but they only managed to follow the trail for 20 feet before the mercury marks disappeared. Moriganne was about to suggest they call Ares and continue the search when the rumble of a distant explosion had both their chins lifting as if they expected to see the smoke from inside the building. The radio on Lena's hip crackled to life, followed by Dresden's call, "Everyone to the gate. Now." The mad rush to the front in steel-toed boots had Moriganne's feet in agony, but she kept up with Lena. Outside the main building, they ran up the road towards the gate. Black smoke rolled into the blue sky. 2 gunshots in quick succession rang out, followed by screams and the general sounds of chaos. Breathing heavily, Moriganne reached the gate. The security team had taken positions around the entrance, using the concrete pillars for cover, while Dresden stood alone before a crumpled chain-link fence, partially burning, pistol in his hand, facing off the 30 or 40 protesters on the opposite side. A man lay on the ground with others bunched around him, tending his wounds. At a glance, it looked like he'd been shot in the leg. "You're lucky I didn't shoot for the head," yelled Dresden at the protesters. "Assaults on this facility will be met with lethal force. You have been warned." A bottle thrown from the back of the crowd came sailing over the fence. Dresden ducked to the side, avoiding being hit with the minimal possible movement. Moriganne stopped at the concrete barriers with Lena. "He's taunting them, daring them to attack," said Moriganne. Lena screwed up her face before cupping her hands around her mouth. Dresden, pull back. Get away from there. The only acknowledgement he gave was a brief turn of the head. He never took his eyes off the protesters. The greasy fire on the fence was running out of fuel, and the winds blew the black smoke in swirls across the road, directly into the protesters' faces. Dresden. A human protester broke away from the group, running with a burning bottle in his hand, drips of flame following his path. Moriganne could see what was going to happen long before it did. She ran forward even as Lena tried to grab her arm, shouting at Dresden. The protester made it about 20 feet from the damaged gate and was pulling his arm back to launch his improvised explosive when he stuttered to a stop, his chest caving and shoulders curling in. Moriganne heard the shot a moment later, as if her mind was catching up to the scene that was unfolding too quickly for understanding. Dresden had his pistol steadied in a 2-hand grip. The protesters erupted in newly fueled rage. A few started sprinting towards the gate, but Dresden fired his weapon 3 more times, hitting the concrete before them, driving them back. Moriganne reached him as he took a new clip out of his pocket and calmly reloaded his weapon, keeping his gaze on the protesters, silently daring them. "You killed one of them," said Moriganne. "He tried to throw a bomb at me," said Dresden. "I was in my rights to defend myself and this gate." On the surface, she knew he was right, but felt like he'd done nothing to de-escalate the situation. The guy on the ground hadn't needed to die. "Don't like getting your pretty little hands dirty, do you? Reality's a bitch when you're not protected by your daddy's empire back in the safety of Invictus," said Dresden, his voice dripping with derision. Rage rose up from deep inside. It choked her. The bridge burned beneath her long-sleeve shirt. Dresden took a second look at her, eyes creasing with concern, before turning back to the protesters. Moriganne didn't know what to say. This situation was getting away from her. She had no control of the head of security, and one protester was dead. Events were spiraling, and it was only going to get worse. She stared into the faces of the protesters, humans and Montanhas, across the gate, seeing their naked hatred and fear of what would happen if they didn't stop the plant from running. They had 10 days before the portal opened. They just had to reach that day. She took a step forward before she had second thoughts. Then another. And another, until she was striding before the broken gate. The body of the protester lay not far ahead, a pool of blood forming around him, arms and legs splayed in an unnatural manner. Projecting her voice with magic, Moriganne spoke to the protesters. "We're leaving through the portal in 10 days. You won't have to see us much longer." Their reaction wasn't what she'd expected. Instead of showing relief, their gazes were filled with hatred. A monter wearing cold weather gear stepped forward. The ridges above his eyebrows were more pronounced than the others she'd seen. "Shut down your operations," he said with a Portuguese accent. "Every day you mine the phase, you destroy the barrier between this world and the other. You bring doom to us all." "It only 10 days," she said. 10 more days. That's all." "Shut down now and we'll leave," said the monter. "But continue to operate and we will be forced to attack." She wanted to shout at the monter that that's what Dresden was hoping for. That he was only playing into Dresden's hands. There would be blood. As Moriganne stared into the crowd of protesters, trying to divine a peaceful way out of the situation, she caught the glimmer of a familiar face in their midst. It was Kitty. The image was brief, and then she faded back into whatever identity she'd co-opted. What she was doing on the other side, Moriganne had no idea, but it only made their task more complicated. Chapter 22. Ivan was in the laboratory alone, late at night, 9 days before the portal opening when he made the discovery. He had been experimenting with the tiny crystals of condensed phase, to determine what properties they exhibited in hopes of making a unique gift for Lena. The destructive tests he'd attempted at the back of the facility on the old helipad had proved that the phase crystals were stable. Or at least he lacked the energy required to change their state of matter. That phase could be condensed into a stable solid was a theory he'd read about in the Lifestone library and had heard mentioned in lectures at alchemists, but to have actual samples to test and experiment with was priceless. Ivan grabbed another energy stick, munching on the dirt-flavored solid, a surge of awakeness following. He hadn't slept but a few hours in the last 3 days. He chased it down with a glass of water and a shot of whiskey. Moriganne thought he was working on more improvements for the production line, but he couldn't care less since they were evacuating soon, and the elixir additions he'd added had already done their part by increasing output. It hadn't been enough to cover the loss of Avita because the workers had to travel in groups, but it meant they'd have a little more to take back. Given the state of Lifestone and Charmer Inc., any little bit might be the difference between survival and bankruptcy. Ivan stared at the little crystals sitting on the glass plate. He'd run them through every test he could imagine: magnetic, solubility, acidity, hardness, anything that the lab could do, and a few more that he'd rigged up. The phase crystals were harder than diamonds but didn't cut like them. When he used a stone to etch glass, the crystal left a thin smear rather than the deep cut that the diamond from his nose ring had produced. Magic was powered by phase. An individual's ability to channel it, coax it from the ether, or wherever it came from, governed their ability to use magic. The demonic realm was awash in the stuff. Lifestone considered the thin barrier between the two realms to be the reason that so much phase collected in the Undercity. But beyond that, so little was known about the raw stuff of magic. Ivan held up the tiny stone. It was no bigger than a piece of sea salt. If it were a diamond, it wouldn't even be 1/4 of a carat. He had no idea how much magic was contained within the stone. Phase was measured in units of Quay. The levels of phase in the infusion rooms at the bottom of the factory were at 0.3 Quay per cubic meter. This was a much smaller amount than in the Undercity, considerably so when comparing to the wells in its deepest sections. But how much was in the crystal? The gas-to-solid expansion ratio of typical elements like nitrogen or argon was about 800 to 1. Given that the phase in the room was only a fraction of the gases, that could mean that the expansion ratio of phase could be much larger. What if the crystals could be used to power magical artifacts? Magic could be captured in solid objects, but the efficiency of conversion was terrible and required the user to be able to use phase, which limited their benefits to those that already had them. The great artifacts of old were made by methods no one understood anymore and had probably come at great cost and lives. Using electrical wire he'd gathered from the maintenance shops, Ivan set up a simple circuit connected to a light bulb, but the phase crystal didn't power it on. He hadn't expected it to, but he wanted to test all possibilities. Next, he scavenged a rebuilt infusion motor from the shop. The equipment's purpose was to push the phase into the aviator to increase its potency. Pressurizing alone would only account for a fraction of the modification. The real benefit came from the semiconductors made of proprietary material that Ivan guessed had originated in another realm, like the Eternal City. After disassembling the infuser, Ivan created a simple circuit board with the phase crystal as the power source and the light bulb on the other end. But when he completed the circuit, nothing happened. Frustrated by his lack of progress, he let the board sit in his lap as he considered future possible trials, wishing he had the library at Well and Stone at his disposal. Ivan was thinking about the components of a simple light spell, imagining the way the phase slipped from his mind and exited out of his body, when he realized that the bulb glowed with faint illumination. As soon as he noticed, the light went out, but then he set the board on the table, pressed his fingers against the circuits, and imagined the spell again, but not summoning his own phase. Nothing happened. In his excitement, he couldn't remember where his hands had been located, so he experimented with various positions. It wasn't until he placed his finger on the phase crystal that he made the light bulb shine. The glow was faint, but it worked. The crystal had powered the light bulb without him accessing his phase. The implications were enormous, even if the supply of crystals was limited. Ivan next tried connecting the crystals on the board in series and parallel to increase the illumination, but he couldn't make the bulb glow any brighter. What he needed was a bigger crystal. He marched into the plant, forgetting his hard hat and smelling like body odor from long hours without a break. A few groups of workers passed him, their axe handles and long wrenches making them look like roving gangs. In his haste, he wanted to skip the clean room protocols, but knew that Lena would be furious, even if the operations wouldn't be running much longer. Wearing the paper suit, booties and hair covering, Ivan hurried down the metal stairs into the infusion area. He headed straight for the room that had once held the Deathstone but now sat unused. He almost burst inside, nearly forgetting that it had once held demonic critters that now roamed the plant. Ivan examined the interior from the outside, ready to slam the door shut, but seeing it empty, stepped inside. The busted stone lay scattered around the room. The crack where it had thrust up had been filled in with concrete. Recent tremors had split it, but otherwise the patch was intact. Ivan fell to his knees, digging through the rubble of the broken stone. They'd already scraped out the crystals that had been on the outer layer. He barely had enough of them to fill a thimble. He searched the room, finding no additional crystals. Ivan sat on his rear, knees bunched up, arms around them, and stared at the mess of rocks. If it was an egg, why did it need the crystals? Was it for protection? Did the Scorpics use them? Or was it an incidental existence in the demonic realm, much as we took basalt for granted as a part of the Earth's crust? Ivan imagined the original shape of the Deathstone. It had looked like a spike thrusting through the floor. Like a seed. Maybe the crystals were to help it travel through the barrier. But how did the Scorpics survive inside? As he stared at the jagged remains, he realized that the Deathstone had more structure beneath the broken concrete. He'd already dug into the center, but there was surface below the ground. He jumped up and hurried to the maintenance area, forgetting to take off his paper suit, and returned with a pickaxe and shovel. Over the next 2 hours, Ivan worked the stone, breaking it away in little chunks, exposing the section beneath the surface. He found the stone curved back to the center, just as he'd theorized. It was shaped like a seed. By morning, soaked through and shaking from hunger, Ivan dug away the concrete around the bottom of the Deathstone, revealing a hunk of crystallized phase as big as his thumbnail. It was at the base of the Deathstone, or seed as he thought of it, possibly powering its transition through the barrier between realms. He had no idea if it would help them with their current situation, but the discovery left him giddy with excitement. Ivan left the clean room and headed straight to Lena's apartment to show her, but she was already up, probably in the plant on rounds. It was probably for the best, he decided. Now that he knew how to use the crystals and had a larger one, he could make her a proper gift as he'd intended. Stinking of sweat, Ivan shoved the crystal in his pocket and headed back to the laboratory. He had work to do. Chapter 23. The tremor hit the moment Kitty was attaching the wire to the makeshift explosive device. She froze as bottles rattled and everyone's eyes widened. The quake lasted for a few heartbeats but felt like it was much longer. When it was finished, Kitty allowed herself to breathe again. "No problem," said Nan as he continued sharpening the point on his long spear. "You do good work, Benedetta. Like you've done it before." "I'm good with my hands," said Kitty. The truth was, she had experience from her classes with instructor O'Keefe. It had taken a lot of her self-control not to improve on the devices, only doing what they'd asked, but even their primitive designs would be destructive. The former warehouse had a dozen or so rebels working on the next phase of the resistance. There were others in the town, but this was the heart of the operation. They kept things split up so the locals wouldn't get too worried. Two Montanhas and a big guy named Silver, who seemed to be the local human in charge, are rolling plastic barrels into the building. Silver looked like a bodybuilder, but had help loading the barrels onto the back of an electric cart. "What's that one for?" she asked Nan, looking up from her wiring job. The Monta wagged his eyebrows and made an explosion noise by blowing up his cheeks. "Aren't you worried about reprisals?" "They have guns and magic," said Kitty. "That idiota at the gate looked ready to murder us all. He's a reactionary fool. It's easy to manipulate men like him." "How do you know?" she asked, truly curious. "I spent time in your realm when the portal first opened up. I wanted to understand your world and customs. I volunteered for your military, along with a few others of my kind. I learned much." Nan set down the spear and leaned back, regarding her carefully. "I thought you agreed with what we're doing." The organization of the resistance made sense to her now. He was using standard insurgency tactics. "I do. We must stop them, but what if it's too late?" Nan smirked. "It's never too late. We'll bury that plant in rock and keep the gigantus from ever bothering us." "How do you know?" "We Montas have long memories. Our elders kept records of our battles. Once we kill them all, we will destroy their operations, block the gate just like we have in the past," said Nan. Sensing she'd pushed the questions too far, Kitty returned to the wiring. Eventually Nan left the table across from her, heading into another room to speak with the other leaders of the resistance. Half the members had emptied the space, and the others were busy with their work. Kitty rose from her spot and went to the electric cart to examine the barrels. She shook them, finding one was liquid and the other contained a heavy solid. Fertilizer and gasoline, she guessed. Combined they'd make a potent bomb, enough to blast a hole in the gate 100 meters wide and kill everyone in the security building. If it would just get Dresden, she might help them carry it out, but many of the other security personnel were only doing their best. And she didn't want any chance of her family getting hurt. Vic had sent her along for security. He'd disown her if her siblings didn't come back with her. "They won't know it's coming," said a voice from behind. She found Silver approaching. He was twice as wide as she was and over 6 foot, bigger than Ares even. He placed his hand on her shoulder. "I'm glad you changed your mind," said Silver. "You picked the right side. We're going to make a difference. We're going to save our settlement for our children and our children's children." He glanced from her to the barrels. "Not having doubts, are you?" "Wondering how big an explosion this will cause," she said, grinning. He chuckled. "A big one. Then we'll rig up more explosives inside and finish the job, burying any chance of the gigantus attacking us." "Do you know that will work?" she asked. Silver nodded towards Nan in the back of the warehouse. "I trust him like a brother." He pulled up his sleeve, revealing a military badge she didn't recognize. "We fought together." Kitty had her doubts, but it was based on her knowledge of magic and fays. She would like to talk to her siblings about it, especially Aries, but getting back into the plant was problematic, as Dresden had set up extra alarms at the jump point she'd been using, and sometimes there was a sniper in the eastern tower. There were no other easy ways to get into the plant without being spotted. Not that she couldn't do it, but it wasn't worth the risk at this moment. She hoped showing herself to Moriganne the day before was enough to let them know where she was. And maybe it was for the best, because she could affect events from inside the protesters' camp. Silver patted her shoulder and headed out of the warehouse along with a few others. Since she'd been helping, this happened frequently as members went on errands. No one asked about what was happening, but she knew there were other locations in town just like this one, probably other caches of explosives too. She guessed the resistance was 2 or 3 times larger than she'd originally calculated, which would make defending the plant even harder than she thought. As she moved back to the improvised explosive she'd been working on, she realized that the number of people in the warehouse was down to a handful. Nern, 2 other Montanhas, and 2 humans, all 5 of them leaders of the resistance. The spear that Nern had been sharpening sat on the table. With her strength and speed, she could kill all 5 of them and drive the electric cart to a safe location and trigger it. It wouldn't end the resistance, but it would make them more wary and less effective. Kitty put her hand on the shaft of the spear. It would be a simple thing in practice. She was a trained killer. Their blood would be all over the floor before they realized they were dead. It's what Vic would do. Straight to the heart of the problem. Eliminate it before it got worse. But it was the very expediency that Solstice warned her about. The level of power wielded by her father and others like him required expunging doubt from every corner of their souls. In a fight to the death, one couldn't be concerned how much the blade would hurt going in. Or, as he liked to tell them when they were kids, after they witnessed him eviscerating an underling for a minor error, never take off the mask of the dragon. Moriganne had taken that lesson to heart more than any of them, until recently at least. No. Killing them might be the simplest solution, but she knew she couldn't do it. Miguel had taught her that much. One man's life weighed more than she could ever have imagined. To have 5 more souls on her balance would be too much. It would snap off a part of her irrevocably. A one-way journey. She wondered if she could even kill Dresden, for all his sociopathic flaws. Not if she could help it. But the exploding bomb cart wasn't going to go away. Nor any of the other explosives they'd been making. If she didn't do something, then a lot of people were going to die. What worried her most was that they'd bomb the plant, kill dozens, maybe more, and it would do nothing to stop the invasion of the Gigantus. The Montanhas, Nern even, wanted only to protect their people, but Kitty worried their methods were misguided and would only make things worse. Violence she'd learned in her hall was a tool best used sparingly, a scalpel rather than a hammer, because it quickly spiraled out of control. She could see the rotation starting already, the maelstrom of chaos approaching, and none of them would survive when the winds rose. Kitty finished her work, told the others she was headed home for a meal, and left the warehouse after throwing on her heavy winter coat. Killing their leaders or ignoring the problem wasn't the solution. She needed to know more, if she was going to convince them that the path they were on was leading them to a dead end. Nern had mentioned documents of the elders. She needed to see them in order to understand better. She pushed inside Benedita's humble home. It was barely a closet in comparison to her room at the family suite, but it had the character of someone living an interesting life. Kitty ran her fingers along the carvings of the critters, mostly lizard-like things and cold-weather insects that Benedita had made from local hardwoods. A creature with 8 sets of legs and a scorpion-like tail was the most detailed carving of all, showing the definition of the undercarriage ribs and the segmentation of the extremities. Each carving was noted with a description in both Portuguese and Monta. After throwing the pot of cold soup onto the stove and ripping off a piece of hard bread, Kitty went into the bedroom. The real Benedita's eyes rounded with concern when she entered. Double-knotted ropes kept her tied to a chair in the corner, a gag in her mouth. "I'm going to take this out, and I want you to be on your best behavior," Kitty told the woman. "Then I'm going to ask you some questions while we have a nice meal. Can you do that?" Benedetta nodded rapidly, as if she was afraid the message wouldn't be received quick enough. "Good." Kitty dragged Benedetta into the other room and set her in front of the table. When the soup was hot enough, she poured them both a bowl, split the bread in half, and after undoing the gag in the woman's right hand, sat down opposite her captive. "Are you ready to talk?" asked Kitty. Benedetta's lower lip quivered, and her spoon rattled against the ceramic bowl when she tried to use it. The woman was frightened, and until Kitty saw her own reflection in the spoon, she didn't understand. Kitty let the face-changing fall away, revealing her true self. "Is that better? It's just a little sorcery. Nothing to be worried about." She took a bite as Benedetta took deep breaths. "You're doing great. But now we need to talk. This is important for all our lives. I need to know how to get to the town where the Monta elders live." Chapter 24. Aries found them in Lena's office. The head of production was standing at the wall-sized whiteboard, working out the preparation for evacuation in 6 days, while the others, his siblings minus Kitty, Dresden and the other leaders in the plant, added their input. There were 4 categories written on the board: people, product, supplies and shutdown procedures. There'd been a lot of talk about what to do with the plant after they left. Dresden, of course, wanted to demolish the entire structure so the locals couldn't use it, but he was the only one. Moriganne at least had agreed with him that they should keep it intact for later, once they found a new site to produce Avita. Some of the proprietary equipment needed to be disassembled and taken with them, if they wanted a quick restart. "Mori," Aries said softly, not wanting to alarm anyone. "Can I borrow you for a bit?" Lena capped her marker. "We need to take a break for lunch. We'll resume in an hour." When they were outside the room, Moriganne asked, "What's up?" "I tracked a score pick to the chemical storage warehouse on the south side of the plant. Based on the prints, I think it's gotten pretty big," said Aries. "I'm glad you asked," he said with a smile. "Let's take this bastard down, big brother. Let me grab my gear on the way." She turned away to head down the hallway, leaving Aries to muse upon her response. Moriganne never called him big brother or treated him that way. Despite the order of ages, she'd always held herself as if she were the queen of the world. As if she were the eldest. Moriganne returned a minute later wearing her hard hat and a bulging fanny pack around her waist. "What's that?" "A trick of my hall," she said with a wink, even as her forehead creased. As they followed the painted pathways to the back of the plant, Aries asked, "Did you use them, in the Undercity?" "I did. Don't you remember?" "No." After some silence, she said, "I'm sorry about using you against Vic." "No, you're not," he said right away. "You did what you had to do." But it wasn't just that. He didn't trust Moriganne. Hadn't for years. Mr. Thule acted strange around her too, as if he had spotted a fake, but hadn't been able to prove it yet. Their father was blind when it came to Moriganne. She'd always been his favorite. The one Victor saw himself in. Not him. Not Solstice, may her soul be at rest. "Some workers saw it go in through that window up there," said Aries once they were outside. The warehouse was locked. Aries badged them through with his keycard. The interior was filled with secondary containment walls, short concrete and lined barriers that would hold in chemicals that spilled from their barrels or plastic boxes. "I put a trap at the back of the warehouse," said Aries, trying to keep his face neutral. "It's probably drinking the mercury and mistletoe solution." "The slow ward's getting any better?" she asked, craning her neck to see ahead. "Not really. I don't understand why they're not working. I know I'm doing them right. Professor Sinclair drilled them into my head, but there's something different that's keeping them from working," said Aries. His heart was beating fast. The potential encounter with a Scorpic was one reason, but the second was that this trap had been built for his sister as well. He'd hidden additional wards around the trap that would interact with Moriganne if she wasn't who she said she was, or if she had been corrupted by demonic forces. Since the final ritual in the Undercity, memories had been coming back to him. The one that burned the most was the moment before Eloise had been shot in the neck. "You did this, like at the Convergence. I can't let you live." The head of Snake and Tome had been infused with a demonic heritage, but even she distrusted Moriganne. Which made no sense on the surface. They'd enacted dozens of rituals during the year, but none of them had called a Hound of Shadow to the Undercity. That had only happened at that final ritual, and during the Convergence. Something strange had happened that night. The Shaitan Asra had said during his questioning that the event was tainted by one who hides in plain sight. There was a good chance that he was referencing Eloise, but what if it were Moriganne? He had to find out. Maybe Eloise wasn't the only one. "You okay?" asked his sister. Ares startled and hated himself for it. Weakness. Why couldn't he purge it? "You haven't fought a Scorpic yet. They're faster than you think." "Not that," said Moriganne, eyes rounding. "Everything that happened last year. That's a heavy load to carry, even if it wasn't your fault." Ares clenched his right hand into a fist before letting it relax in case she'd noticed. "Let's focus on the Scorpic," he said, pushing past her. "Be ready." "I'll be ready," she said, unzipping the fanny pack partially. "Trap ahead. Past that row of barrels." The concrete containment walls kept them in the center of the path. Ares had his hands up for a spell, but wished he had an axe handle, even though it would be less effective than his magic. There was something comforting about having a weapon in hand. It felt more like control. Magic could be so fickle, could be turned against him. Moriganne stuttered to a stop, holding him back with an outstretched arm as he was about to barrel around the corner. She squinted, then whispered, "I can hear it." Against the back wall near a structural steel girder, where he'd placed the trap, a Scorpic the size of a golden retriever lapped at the bowl of mercury and mistletoe. The segmented tail was as long as its body. Moriganne mouthed, "Air stun." He nodded. The two of them split up, taking perpendicular angles at the Scorpic. Every step he took, he expected the creature to spin around and leap before he could get a spell off. The anteater-like head slurped at the mercury mixture greedily, spilling the silvery liquid around the bowl and smearing the purple runes. Ares hoped that the Scorpic hadn't damaged the runes he'd made on the smooth concrete in grey chalk. When they were 20 feet away from the creature, Moriganne held up her fingers for a countdown. He hated that she'd taken control of the hunt, even though he was the demonologist. He hated himself more for not asserting control before she could. 1, 2, 3. Before either of them could get off the air stun, the Scorpic sensed their presence, jumping high and to the right, knocking the remnants of the mercury across the concrete. The twin blasts flipped the bowl into the air and spun the Scorpic sideways. It landed on its 8 sets of legs and bounded at Moriganne like a tiger on the attack. His sister opened her mouth and the most horrendous, ear-splitting shout erupted. A forward leg snapped off the leaping Scorpic, deflecting it, and Moriganne dove out of the way, landing hard on her side, colored balls spilling out of the fanny pack. The Scorpic landed and reoriented itself to leap on his fallen sister. There was a brief moment when he considered letting it have her, eliminating his rival and a potential problem with one small hesitation, but he couldn't do that to his sister. Not yet. He bathed it in a jet of flame, scorching the concrete in the process. The creature shrieked in pain and turned on him. The spell knocked it back, sliding on the concrete before it scrambled forward. The Scorpic had him dead to rights. He raised his hands, but he knew he was too late. The spell wouldn't get off in time. Then a trio of colored balls slammed into the side of the Scorpic, knocking it past his shoulder to crash into the low concrete wall of the secondary containment. The tail whipped into a barrel, slicing it open and spraying liquid into the aisleway. It boiled and a hazy cloud rose from it, burning his eyes and nose from a distance. The liquid that had splashed onto the scorpic bubbled its skin as it shrieked and spun around. Moriganne had regained her feet, a strange song emanating from her lips. The trio of colored balls careened after the scorpic, slamming into it, then after falling to the ground lifted back up and returned to their assault. Ares backed away as the cloud expanded. The scorpic tried to flee, but its hard-tipped feet scrambled on the slick concrete. Unsure if flame would ignite the spilled chemical and wanting to push the corrosive cloud away, he hit the creature with a wind buffet, tumbling it down the path, the white cloud shifting with it. A shout from his right brought his head around, and the colored balls ricocheted out of control, careening into the warehouse. Moriganne was holding her left arm where he'd seen the bridge tattoo. Ares wasn't sure if she was standing on the runes he'd made in grey chalk, but she was near enough. But he didn't have time to contemplate her reaction as the scorpic fled. "Is there another exit?" asked Moriganne. "Back this way." He led her past the spilled mercury, noting her wide berth when a straight line would have been faster. Once they were outside, they ran around the building in time to see the scorpic leaping from the high window and landing awkwardly on the asphalt, clearly affected by the spilled chemical. Outside the warehouse they both blasted the scorpic with jets of flame. The creature took a half-dozen steps before collapsing on its side. The many legs curled up beneath it in a death throe, black and charred from fire. "Broken hells," said Moriganne, "that was close. Thanks for saving my ass back there. I thought it had me when I got knocked down." She wiped her forehead with her long sleeve. "Any time, little sister." Moriganne tilted her head but said nothing. "Nice trick with that shout and all that," he made spinning motions with his fingers with those balls. She nodded. "A gift from patron Starwood." Moriganne squinted. "You okay?" Eyes are watering. "The spilled chemical." "Hydrochloric acid," she said. "Saw it on the label. Need to get you to an eyewash station. There's one right inside." "How do you know this?" he asked as she led him into the main plant building, trying not to rub his eyes along the way. "Lena." A lot of what they've been talking about went over my head, but I remembered the part when they were talking about precautions due to the chemicals, whether or not to leave them or take them. A yellow bowl with a spray head was inside a concrete shower stall. "Open your eyes and hold them over those sprayers," she said, after checking the operation card hanging off the side. He took his forefingers and thumbs, spread his eyes wide, and leaned over the nozzles. The sudden explosion of water smarted, and it took every effort not to look away, but the chemical cloud had made his eyes burn. After 30 seconds of washing, he was leaning against the bowl, wiping his face with a towel she'd given him. "Thanks," he said. "Of course. Family has to stick together." He didn't know how to take her comment, so he offered a relieved smile. "Do you need anything else?" She nodded towards the front of the plant. "I should get back to the meeting." "No, I'm fine." "Great." She patted him on the shoulder. "I'll tell everyone about your victory." Moriganne left him leaning against the eyewash station. When she turned the corner, he rushed ahead and spied on her from his spot. Halfway up the aisle she paused, pulled up her left sleeve, and briefly examined her elbow before continuing to the front. Ares retreated around the corner, unsure of how to interpret his sister. If it was his sister. The results inside the warehouse were contradictory. If she'd had it out for him, she could have let the scorpic kill him. On the other hand, he was sure that the trap had affected her somehow. She'd grabbed for her arm where she had the bridge tattoo. It wasn't like Moriganne to even have a tattoo to mar her perfect skin, but it was stranger to pick that as the design, and why would it be affected by his demon trap? Maybe it was his sister, but there was something different about her. For the family's sake, he needed to figure it out in case she was dangerous. Chapter 25. The closest Monta town was a 3-day journey on foot over high passes covered in heavy snow along the road of the spine. Kitty figured she could make it in a day if she pushed her imbuements. Faster if she would have had some of Ivan's elixirs, but the escape from the plant and Dresden's wrath hadn't allowed for collecting her things first. 2 days would be a long time for Benedetta to be tied up and without food or water, but it was the only way. The woman would slow her down and they didn't have much time left. Kitty was worried the resistance would decide to attack the plant while she was gone. Kitty let Benedetta use the bathroom before she left, promising to let her clean herself up when she returned. She didn't use her supernatural speed until she was away from the town. The road wasn't much. More of a cart path with 2 deep wagon grooves. As she climbed the pass, snow covered the route, requiring more energy. At the peak she had a good view of the town of Casa, spread out in the valley, lights twinkling in the shadows of dusk, as the sun had set behind the mountains. It was peaceful. A good place to live. She could understand why the townsfolk would want to protect it. But fear motivated people to do stupid things that only made things worse. That's why she wanted to see what the elders had written down. Everyone was making a lot of assumptions about what would happen with the explosives. She didn't want to be wrong. The road traveled along the ridge, staying above the tree line for a few miles. Kitty maintained her pace despite the harsh conditions. Enchantments and her imbuements protected her from the sub-zero weather and the grueling pace. Occasionally she stopped to collect snow and shoved it into her mouth for water, not wanting to waste the time melting it with magic. Sustenance came in the form of hard bread and jerky she'd taken from Benedetta's house, eaten as she ran. By morning, a nimbus turned the jagged mountain peaks aglow, and the road descended into a new valley, narrower, with a frozen lake at the center. The Monta town was clearly different from the human-constructed one she'd left. Buildings were round like a yurt with angled roofs to shed snow. They were tightly clustered and made from stacked stone packed with moss. The only nod to modern construction techniques was a sturdy concrete building near the lake. A gift from the early human builders. Shelter for visitors and locals when the storms grew bad enough. Kitty had been debating how to approach the Montanhas. Should she pose as Benedetta on an errand from Nern, make herself appear as a Monta, or be herself Kitty Charmer? Disguising herself as a Monta was easily the worst choice, as she didn't know their language or customs. If she was found out, which was likely, it would only make things worse. Benedetta was a safer choice, but the woman lacked the importance to get an audience with the Monta elders. They were as likely to dismiss her out of hand. The problem was she knew so little about the Montanhas. The literature she'd read was the surface internet crap that didn't really explain the cultural drivers of their primitive civilization. They were survivors and adaptive, having taken to the technology that had been brought to Montanhas. But few humans had traveled into the Monta-only towns along the ridge valleys. Kitty crept into town looking for clues on her approach. The yurts were clustered together, a sign that the Montas valued community to help survival. She'd neither heard nor read anything about tribalism. The Montas hadn't fractured into separate groups, yet they had a solid warrior caste. They knew how to fight. Kitty had seen as much watching Nern practice with his spear. Few of the yurts had windows. The severe cold made them a luxury, but the concrete community house had a few, which glowed with the warmth of electric light. She didn't understand until she saw the angled solar panels on the roof. There was the option of creeping around the buildings, looking for the documents Nern had referenced, but since she couldn't read their language, she wouldn't even know what to steal. She settled on her answer, even though it was the riskiest because it provided the best shot at answers. Kitty pushed through the front door. The reactions came a split second later. Warriors' reactions. Spears and knives, which had been hidden in heavy furs and modern overcoats, glimmered in the electric light. A hulking Monta woman with tattoos on her neck marched forward with a long knife in her fist. She spoke in a guttural language, shaking her weapon towards the door, an indication she needed to leave. At the back of the hall, the elders sat near the fireplace, covered in furs, holding mugs carved from bone, watching the scene carefully. There was something unusual about them that brought prickles to the back of her neck. Kitty held up her hands to show she was unarmed. "I'm here to talk." 4 more armed Montanhas surrounded her. The door was at her back, and she was sure she could get out before they could hurt her, but then she'd have come all this way for nothing. The big Montanhas woman approached with the arrogance of a bully, the blade held low at her hip. Too low, Kitty noted. If she tried to use it, the angle of attack would be obvious, requiring only a sidestep, then a wrist deflection to remove the weapon from her fist. The others would surge forward, but she could use the smaller Montanhas on her left as a convenient shield before throwing him into the others, and then escape in the chaos. But she wasn't here to fight. Only talk if she could help. "I know about the Gigantes. I come from Lifestone. I want to talk. I want to understand." "Do you understand?" she asked, hands held high. The mention of Gigantes brought noises of surprise, followed by hardening of brows from the admission that she was from Lifestone. The noose tightened around her. She needed to make something happen soon, or they'd be close enough that she'd have to hurt a few of them, possible kill them to escape. "I want to understand the Gigantes so we can stop them," she said. No one seemed to care. Which meant there was only one way she was going to get them to listen. Kitty lunged at the hulking woman to entice a knife thrust. She spun past the blow, using her heel to hit the back of her knee, and then nudged her into the path of the next Montanhas while leveraging the weapon out of her hand. 2 others, not fooled by the distraction, collapsed on her new position. The spear one of them wielded was long and could have been problematic, but the Montanhas was overly excited and extended too far. Kitty deflected the shaft, then wrapped her arm around it and used the momentum to swing the Montanhas in the others. Kitty released it at the apex and extended her motion into a sprint that took the second wave of warriors by surprise. She was past them in a heartbeat. If it had been an assassination, she could have killed the elders before the warriors stopped her. Kitty reached the one at the center, hoping it signaled their importance, and dropped to one knee, flipping the blade around so the hilt was away. Seconds later she was surrounded, spears and knives at her back. "Hold," came a strong voice from the collection of elders. An elder Montanhas sloughed off his furs. He was larger than even the hulking woman who was first to approach. They all were. This was something unexpected. Did Montanhas continue to grow during old age, as if they had unrestrained pituitary glands? The elder ambled forward, using a thick cane to lean upon. He had to be nearly 8 feet tall. 400 or 500 pounds. The elder's face was wide, and a fur headdress hung around it like borrowed hair. When he reached her, he spoke to the others in their language for a minute. Weapons relaxed, but their guards were still up. She'd been granted her moment, but sensed they might still try to kill her. "Lifestone?" he asked in thickly accented English. "Yeah," said Kitty. "My family bought the company." The elder squinted as if he understood. "You are?" "Kitty Charmer. 4th child of the Charmer family." The elder towered above her, forcing her to lean her head back to see him. "A guerrera family." The Portuguese word was close enough to guerrilla that she understood the question. Her family weren't warriors in the ancient sense of the word. "Guerrera," she said, nodding. "Warriors." The enormous elder made shooing motions towards the Montanhas, holding weapons to her back. "We talk. Come. Sit by fire." The hearth crackled with flame. Her enchantments protected her from the cold, but lacked the comfort that fire provided. She'd run across the mountains in lighter clothing for speed. Room was made for her near the spot that the elder had gotten up from. The others stared at her with keen, alert gazes, even if they looked too large to move. Compared to the first elder, the one closest to the fire looked like she was over 10 feet tall and probably 800 pounds. "Kitty Charmer," said the elder from his chair, leaning forward on the cane with both hands clasped over the handle. He touched his chest. "Aslam." Aslam, she repeated, nodding. I came to understand, Gigantus. We don't want to wake them. Then leave Montanhas. The elder chuckled, as if this logic was so easy to understand, that even a child should have seen it. We are, said Kitty, but the rebels are planning on attacking soon. Many will die for no reason. Miguel. And maybe Gigantus will still come. If Gigantus come, then your people die, said Aslam, smirking. And yours. Aslam lifted his chin, a glint in his eye. Maybe. She exhaled through her nose. We know the place the Gigantus come from. I am a mage from the city of sorcery. She wasn't sure if they understood the words, so she produced a ball of flame hovering over her palm, which brought exclamations and warding signs. My brother studies the place where Gigantus come from, which we call the demonic realm. She paused, trying to find the simplest way to explain due to the minimal shared language. In our world, things like the Gigantus, which we call demons, cannot just come through on their own. They must be summoned. Brought here through ritual and magic. This is not your world, said Aslam. Yes, I'm aware, said Kitty. But in our world, we can send them back with that same ritual and magic. Nern and the other rebels want to blow up the plant, but what if that doesn't stop them? Aslam let his lips spread into a grin. Everyone die. Including you. Mountains are deep and long. They go on forever like your realms. We disappear. The humans in the town would all die, she thought. In the past, when the Gigantus came, how did they appear? Was it at the plant? At Lifestone? No. Another place far away. He nodded into the distance. Montanhas mined the magic, and then the Gigantus come and the magic did not help them. Montanhas mined the magic. Did that mean they could use phase like humans? Or something else entirely? Do you have information about them? Anything I can take back to my brother? Maybe if he understands, then we can stop them before they come out of the ground. Aslam sat with her question. An elder to his right spoke in their language, to which he nodded sagely. He motioned to one of the smaller Montanhas, who hurried out of the building, then answered the elder. The brief conversation was like listening to mountains talk. The fire is nice, isn't it? Asked Aslam. Kitty's gut clenched, but she couldn't figure out why. It is. After a few minutes of sitting in silence, the Montanhas who'd left returned with a heavy leather-bound tome. It looked old. Centuries. The outer material was made from an animal's skin she didn't recognize, but the symbols printed on the front were familiar. It made the hair on her arms rise. Aslam accepted the tome and set it on his lap, turning it to face her. The Montanhas around her watched with great interest. She could feel the electricity in the air. Something was happening, but she didn't know what it was. The urge to forget what was in the book and flee the building before it was too late came on strong. The danger was keen, like climbing a mountain prone to frequent avalanches. The pages were made of a thick, unknown parchment. The markings on them appeared to be in ink. Aslam hurried through the tome in search of a particular passage. He grunted when he found it. Everyone leaned in, eyes alight, reflecting the fire in the hearth. On the left side of the tome a sketch had been made of a gigante, a huge hulking form with horns sticking from its skull. The form of a demon was unmistakable. Every kid who'd ever grown up in Invictus had been told late-night stories about demons climbing out of the Undercity to snatch them up and devour them whole. Ares used to try to scare them with stories of demons hiding as regular people, but it never bothered her as much as having Mr. Thule in the house. On the right side, markings in a language Kitty recognized as demonic from seeing her brother's tome stared back at her. You recognize? Asked Aslam, leaning in close, his face like an enormous moon. Yes, demonic writings, he said. If you let me have them, I could take them back and have my brother translate. He's an expert. Aslam leaned back and spoke to the assembled. The news traveled through them like wildfire, animating their once still forms. Kitty saw her chance to leave but stayed kneeling in hopes of learning more. The Gigantes are from a realm that connects to both our lands, asked Aslam. Yes, it appears so, said Kitty. Aslam reached out and placed his hand on her knee. His palm dwarfed her leg. Thank you. This will help us in the coming fight. Good, said Kitty hesitantly. We can work together. Stop the Gigantes before they arrive. This book. I saw other sections when you paged through. If my brother could see it, it would help block the passage to this realm. Aslam blinked and tilted his head. No, Kitty Charmer. You do not understand. We don't want to stop the Gigantes. He pulled back his hood, revealing nubs on his forehead. The recognition hit like a hammer blow. She tried to shift away but felt a sharp prick against her neck. A dart had pierced her flesh, followed by cold poison running through her veins. Her limbs betrayed her, going limp before she could flee. Kitty collapsed to the floor as the face of the warrior she'd disarmed at the entrance loomed over her. Chapter 26. The number of protesters had tripled in size, including new, larger tents not far from the fence line that had sprung up overnight. A palpable energy left Moriganne suspicious as she watched them march past the gate with their signs, chanting threats and slogans, occasionally throwing rocks that landed impotently before the concrete barriers on the road. She kept looking into their faces, hoping to see signs of Kitty. Where are the others? Asked Ares as he walked up from behind. Not like them to be late, well, except for Ivan. Moriganne checked over her shoulder and shrugged. Ares crackled his knuckles, squinting at her suspiciously. He'd been acting strange around her, but she couldn't figure out why. Maybe it was the stress, or just the familial rivalry, but it felt like he was sizing her up. What are you looking for? She raised an eyebrow. Kitty. The portal opens in 2 days. She'll be fine. Moriganne sighed. Not so sure. You know what Dresden wants. She shook her head. Preemptive assassination would be my guess. That guy worries me. He's got a stellar reputation. He's a sociopath. Ares shrugged. Better ours than on their side. Look at you two, said Ivan on approach, all civil and making nice. It's almost enough to make me gag. What are you talking about? Asked Ares. Ivan rolled his eyes and knocked the hair out of his face with a casual swipe. Who could have guessed the gorilla wasn't self-aware? Piss off, Ivan. That's your thing, Ares, not mine. Lena and Dresden came walking up from the security building. The latter was wearing black rund body armor. Moriganne was surprised that the head of production hadn't been with Ivan. They'd been spending a lot of time together in the alchemy labs. It was nice, even though she didn't understand it. You shouldn't be standing in plain view without body armor, said Dresden. We don't know if any of them have rifles or other projectile weapons. My plan is just not to stand near you, Dresden, since they hate you the most, said Ivan. Dickish body armor. If you're not going to take this seriously, growled Dresden. Ignore him, said Ares. We all do. Can we focus, please, said Lena. We have a lot to do in 2 days. What did you want, Dresden? We're all busy with preparations, said Moriganne. I want permission to push back the protesters to their camp at the least, and preferably to the pass, but that might be more difficult. They brought up more people and equipment last night, and they seem to be coordinating things, said Dresden. Why are you even bringing this to us? Asked Ivan. I thought you were Lord and Savior here. You know, since you ran off my sister and killed a protester. I did what had to be done, and your sister was interfering with security. He nodded towards the fence line. But if you'd like, I'll offer amnesty to her, if she wants to reveal herself. His jaw pulsed as he checked back to Lena. Clearly she'd pushed him to consult with them. At least it was good to know that she was on their side. What does pushing the protesters back mean? Asked Moriganne with her arms crossed. Standard riot control tactics. Suppressive chemicals. A forward line with shields and batons to push them back, then we'll bring in heavy equipment to drop concrete barriers at a new location further up the road. We'll do our very best to make sure no one is harmed, said Dresden. Thanks, Bull Connor, said Ivan, scratching the back of his neck and looking away. Dresden got in Ivan's face. He wasn't a big man, but he was larger than Ivan. What did you say? Let it go, said Lena, pulling him back. Come on, said Moriganne, we can't be fighting each other. Dresden yanked his arm away and took a step back, holding his hands up. I told you we shouldn't have involved them. Come on, man, said Ivan. Can't take a little schoolyard name-calling. Your plan sounds fine. Go ahead, crack some skulls, give 'em pepper spray enemas for all I care. We're leaving in 2 days, and then we'll never have to talk to each other again. Dresden pointed into Ivan's face. You can't fire me. You need me. Relax, brown shirt, I'm not saying we are. Merlin's balls, said Ivan, walking away and throwing his hands up. Dresden turned to her and Ares. Will you authorize my plan? Moriganne glanced across the fence line. The protesters had multiplied, but they were still protected by chain links and concrete barriers. Antagonizing them further when they were about to leave seemed counterintuitive, even if it would provide a larger cushion. I'm for it, said Ares. We're gonna have to move a lot of people and supplies through this area in a few days. Better they're too far back to cause trouble. But if we're leaving, why would they? Asked Moriganne. You already told them that, and what did that change? Asked Ares, facing off with her. He was right, even though she hated to admit it. She'd thought tensions would relax as it got closer to them leaving, but things had only gotten worse. She couldn't figure out what had changed or what was driving the intensity, except that the tremors had gotten worse. Fear was a powerful and irrational motivator. Fine, said Moriganne reluctantly. But do what you can to make sure no one is hurt. Dresden stared back with his cold blue eyes. That will depend on them. He stepped away and spoke into his radio. Security personnel came out of the building in full gear, and the big door on the maintenance shop opened, revealing 2 lift trucks that had been lightly armored with sheet metal. Moriganne hated that he'd assumed they would agree, or maybe he'd planned to do it regardless of their answer. He'd only asked to appease Lena. You might want to back up, said Dresden, shooing them away like children. Moriganne moved to the main building with her brothers. What if Kitty's over there? Asked Ivan. She's not a complete fuck-up like you, said Ares. She'll figure it out. You really have to commit when you decide to do something, said Ivan. I take my irresponsibility seriously, unlike your dedication to Victor. I thought you would have gotten a tattoo of his face on your chest by now. The security team lined up in 2 rows, with their riot shields and batons at the ready. The lift trucks moved into position behind the concrete barriers. The action wasn't limited to their side of the fence. The protesters moved with more organization than she liked, almost as if they'd anticipated Dresden's move, which didn't make sense to her. It made her want to retract her support of Dresden's plan, but she knew it was too late for that. He wouldn't stop now that the gears were in motion. Anyone else getting the feeling they were expecting this? Asked Ivan, squinting at the unfolding action. It's like when the offense lines up and the defense makes adjustments to anticipate, said Ares. Well, what a surprise, thick-necked linebacker-looking brother of mine uses a football analogy, said Ivan. I never played you doofus, said Ares. Ivan smirked. Because Vic wouldn't let you. He thought you were dumb enough as it was. No reason to scramble any more brain cells. You're an asshole, Ivan. I love you too, Ares. Dresden stood in back like the quarterback, waving his arms at the security team or the lift truck drivers, and speaking animatedly on his radio. Lena stood nearby chewing on her fingernails, the chatter squawking from the radio on her hip. 2 more days and we're out of this hellhole, said Ivan. Everything okay over there? Moriganne asked Lena. The wrinkles around her eyes were as deep as valleys. Should be. The firing of the tear gas canisters reminded Moriganne of t-shirt cannons at sporting events. She'd never been much of a fan, but occasionally people gifted her tickets and she took them in hopes of being recognized. Anything to help her career, but it had been a foolish hope. The riot control team donned their gas masks as the lift trucks moved into position. The cloud of white smoke had the protesters scattering, but didn't cause as much confusion as Moriganne would have expected. Some of them had their own gas masks, while others had goggles and handkerchiefs over their mouths. "I hate that I can't see anything," said Ares, tilting his head. Moriganne spoke idly as she watched. "Yeah." A pair of guards in Kevlar body armor ran forward to clip the chains on the gate as the lift trucks put their forks under the concrete barriers, preparing them to move. Dresden sent his riot team forward as gate was opened, meeting resistance right away in the form of protesters with makeshift shields. But the guards were more organized, heaping their gear together like a Viking shield wall. The protesters lost ground as the two lift trucks shifted forward slowly, adjusting to go through the open gate one at a time due to the narrow passage. "Ever wonder if we're the bad guys?" said Moriganne. "There are no good guys or bad guys," said Ivan. "You should know that. Only those with power and those without." "Thanks for that." The rest of the words never left her lips as a quake hit with enough force to clack her teeth together, biting her tongue and knock her to her knees. As coppery blood filled her mouth, a Molotov cocktail sailed out of the tear gas, landing directly in the middle of the riot team, scattering them as flames spilled across the ground. The lift trucks carrying the barriers had to veer to the side or drive over the pool of fire. Gunshots rang out, but Moriganne couldn't tell which side they came from, followed by screaming in the mist ahead. Feeling exposed, she ran towards the cover of the security building, as an electric cart packed with barrels was driven through the gap opened up by the Molotov. She halted her hurried rush to the building, seeing it as the target and not knowing if she'd be fast enough to get away from a potential explosion. Moriganne ran towards the main plant entrance, where Lena was waving her on with the door open. More gunshots rang out. Moriganne looked up to see the electric cart heading for the security building, driven by a burly bearded guy wearing poorly fitting body armor. Dresden stepped out of the way as the cart tried to run him over, calmly lifting his gun to fire at the driver. A secondary tremor knocked her around as Dresden fired. She saw the driver's head slump forward and he fell on the steering wheel, turning the cart away from the security building. She thought the shot fortuitous until she saw where the cart was headed, right towards the portal building. Moriganne rose to her feet and started running in the blind hope of stopping the cart before it reached its destination. She made it a dozen steps before a white-hot blast shoved her 30 feet across the yard. Chapter 27. Solstice stood on the icy ridge above the pit, snowflakes forming a crown on her raven black hair, looking down upon Kitty with disappointment. She looked like the Winter Queen. It had been so long since she'd seen her sister she'd forgotten how much she looked like Moriganne, except for the color of hair and the difference in their resting gazes. Solstice always seemed like she was analyzing her defects and figuring out how to help her improve, while Moriganne always seemed like she was looking for weaknesses to exploit. "Sol," said Kitty from the bottom of the midden pit, not remembering how she got there. She was surrounded by old bones, frozen excrement, mollusk shells, and other discarded junk. Her arm burned as if it were on fire, but she couldn't move a muscle. "You failed." "I know I shouldn't have let my guard down," said Kitty. "I should have seen they were related. Demons gigantus montus. It makes sense now." "No," said Solstice. "The investigation. You've given up. You'll never learn why I died." "I tried. Maybe if I'd been in the Assassin's Hall when it happened, but I was just a kid." "Not even in St. Jude's," said Kitty, the sting of disappointment making her flinch. "No one is just a kid in our family," said Solstice, glancing over her shoulder at the lights in the town. Kitty could see the faint glow on the ridge. "Was it Mr. Thule?" Solstice looked back down, a frown on her lips. "You tell me." I'm the one that's dead. Kitty managed to pull her arm to her chest, which ached as if she'd had a heart attack. She remembered the needle going into her neck, but little after that. Ares blamed Moriganne once, but I know it wasn't her. She adored you. Solstice checked down the hill as if something was coming up. You ever wonder why she didn't pass her Merlin trials on the first 2 tries? Bad luck? Come on. That's Moriganne we're talking about. Luck never had anything to do with her, said Solstice. What does this have to do with what's going on here? I'm dying in a pit, said Kitty. Come on, Catherine, you'd figure it out if you thought about it, said Solstice. It's Kitty, not Catherine. I'm a kitten, not a cougar. Solstice crossed her arms. That innocent act will only work for so long. Someday, you're gonna have to be a Catherine. She was a great woman. You are too. I'm dying. No, you're not. The burning in her arm where she'd received her 4th-year imbuement suddenly made sense to her. No, I'm not. Kitty blinked. I'm poisoned, but the imbuement's burning it out. Which means you're not really here. You're a hallucination from the poison. I'm here as long as you remember me, said Solstice, but these days I'm feeling pretty thin. The only thing left of me in the family is old pictures, secrets and regrets. Solstice checked over her shoulder. Someone's coming up. They're gonna figure out really quickly you're not a frozen corpse since you've been here over a day. You might want to do something about it. Over a day, said Kitty as a stab of migraine shot through her temples. A secondary effect of the imbuement, washing out the poisons. They'll have attacked the plant by now. I'm too late. She hoped her siblings were still alive. The gasoline and fertilizer bomb was big enough to knock down a small high-rise. The plant is the least of your worries. If they find you here, they'll send a team of warriors to finish what they thought they'd done in the Elder's Lodge, said Solstice. I can't. Miguel. You didn't deserve to die, said Kitty. Neither do you unless you're done with this existence, but I'd really like you to live beyond today. Justice for my untimely murder would be nice. It's not a lot to ask, or wait it is, but you'd better get over your conscience real soon. Your visitor is almost here. Her body felt encased in ice. She wasn't sure if it was the lingering paralytic effects of the poison, or from lying in the elements for an entire day. Even her bones had frost on them. Kitty lifted her neck. A spike of agony stabbed down her spine, making her eyes water. The tears froze to her cheeks. It almost made her laugh, except that would have hurt too. She tried to say, "Come on, Kitty," but her tongue was stuck to the roof of her mouth. The earlier conversation with Solstice had all been in her head. When she looked to the ridge, it was empty, but she could hear the crunch of snow as someone hauled trash to the midden pit. Move, damn it, she told herself. I don't want to die here. Her imbuement hadn't finished cleaning the poison out of her system. She was conscious, but it felt like a 500-pound boulder was sitting on her chest. The crunch of snow grew closer. She expected to see a shape crest the edge any moment. Kitty needed the poison out of her system. The imbuement was the only way. She focused her energy on the tattoo on her forearm, willing it to process the poison faster. The heat in her arm grew unbearable, as if she'd doused it in lighter fluid and set it aflame. Twin stabs of migraine hit both temples as the wildfire of cleansing raged through her broken body. After a few seconds, or was it an hour, the imbuement had eliminated enough of the poison that she could move. She managed to lift her arm, ice breaking from the elbow, and push her upper body to an angled position. Sitting up took a Herculean effort. She managed to lift her head in time to see a young Monta crest the midden ridge with a bucket of refuse in his fists. The male was covered in furs, barely 6 feet tall. Now she knew he would continue to grow, the blood of demons in his heritage. The young Monta dropped the buckets upon seeing her sitting up, exclaiming in his language. She held up her hands to show she was unarmed, hoping he might not react too strongly. He briefly reached towards a long knife on his hip before his features cracked with fear and he fled down the trail. "Broken hells," she said, knowing she had to catch him or she'd be hunted down like prey and slaughtered. Ripping herself from the midden pile was an act of getting her recently paralyzed muscles to move, and breaking free from the shroud of ice that had formed over the majority of her body. It felt like taking cold hands and plunging them into hot water. Needles of pain cascaded through her body, but she managed to regain her feet, uneasy as a wobbly foal. Old bones and broken mollusk shells cut her hands and knees as she climbed from the midden pit. She ignored the blood and scrambled to the ridge to find she was high above the village, but she saw no sign of the young Monta. Breaking into a run brought stabs of pain through her joints and muscles, which had tightened up during the night. "Is it too much to ask to stretch first?" she muttered to herself, laughing derangedly at the gallows humor. The first 100 feet was agonizing, but then her body warmed up and she could access her other imbuements without destroying her muscles. The trail was a series of switchbacks heading down the slope. Kitty cut the trail by leaping down the short cliffs to make up time. Halfway down she caught sight of the young Monta, fear driving him at a dangerous pace on the treacherous path. She flew over a 12-foot cliff, jamming her boots down upon impact to keep from tumbling over the next edge. Her knees rattled from the bruising pace, but if she didn't catch him soon, he'd reach the growing lights of the village. 2 more cut-offs and she raced along the path above him. He looked up and reached for his knife, and she threw herself off the edge, knocking him to the frozen ground. Under normal circumstances, the young Monta would be no match for her, but she was still recovering from the poison and being frozen for a day. They wrestled for the knife. She saw the naked fear in his eyes. The Montas might have demon blood in their heritage, but this was a young man who'd done nothing wrong but be in the wrong place at the wrong time. As she leveraged the knife from his hands, visions of Miguel flooded her mind. She'd always thought that killing would be a simple act of survival, the decision foregone and only the cleanup to worry about, but as she moved the tip of the knife over his breastbone, using her supernatural strength to overcome his resistance, his eyes were as wide as the moon's. He was silently pleading to spare him. She wanted to let him go, find a less brutal solution, but she was days away from the plant with no supplies and barely escaping death herself. If she showed mercy, he could betray her unexpected existence. The tip went in slowly. He fought the whole way, straining his muscles against her superior strength, but it didn't matter. The light faded from his eyes as the blade finished its journey with a wet squelch. Kitty rolled off the dead Monta, breathing heavily from the chase. The fight itself hadn't been difficult. He was a boy, though probably not much younger than herself, but she'd never felt youthful in the Charmer family. One grew up quickly surrounded by such wealth and power. She cleaned off the knife on his shirt, unbuckled the sheath and placed it around her waist. She considered taking his furs, but they'd only weigh her down on the journey back, and she had her magic to keep warm. The body she carried into the mountainside, where she found a pile of rocks to hide him behind. They'd wonder about his absence in a few hours and come looking for him at the midden pit, where they'd find her missing. She had that much of a head start. As she crept into the village, the nimbus of morning coated the mountains like watercolors. It was peaceful and serene, a complete antithesis to the battle for life she'd just experienced on the mountain path. Kitty had intended to head straight out of the village, returning to the plant by the fastest means possible, but she realized that she had one more task. The Elder's Book. Ares would be able to read it. The clues of their survival could be contained within. The concrete building was empty, the fires banked, which meant the elders had returned to their yurts. She crept to each one, placing her ear against the fur-lined doors before peeking inside. She found Aslam in the 4th yurt. The interior was warmer than expected. They used a bucket of coals to provide heat. The enormous Monta lay on a bed of furs, snoring lightly. Kitty thought about putting the knife to his throat, but decided one killing was enough. The ancient book lay on a dresser along the wall. She checked for the presence of fays in case the Montas had magic she wasn't aware of, but upon finding none, lifted the tome from the table. It would make her journey back more challenging, but was worth it, assuming her family was still alive. Needing a way to carry the tome without tying up her hands, Kitty tugged a smaller fur from the pile without waking Aslam. Standing above him, she stared at his peaceful, sleeping expression, the horns that had been hidden during their earlier meeting prominently displayed. Outside the yurt, Kitty used a piece of rope to make a sack with the fur, tying it against her back. The ropes crisscrossed around her front. The setup was awkward, and the tome would rub against her shoulder blades as she ran, but it was better than holding it in her hands. After confirming no one had seen her creeping through the town and reapplying the weather enchantments that would protect her from the cold, Kitty set off on the journey, hoping there would be something left when she returned. Chapter 28. The bodies of the protesters had been cleared from the gate, taken over the pass by a group of somber humans overseen by Dresden. Ares had watched from the side of the security building that was still intact, wondering if the bombing had been their last attempt or if there was more to come. Dresden seemed to think the latter, as he'd had concrete barriers moved up the road to the narrow pass. If they approached again, the remains of his security team would see them climbing the pass long before they reached them. Ares waved to Dresden when he noticed he was watching, but the head of security made no return motion. He wanted to tell Dresden that he was on his side, but given their difference in ages and experience, there was little returned respect. He found Moriganne and Ivan at the destroyed portal building. The only thing that had survived the explosion was the obsidian pillar, but it was cracked through the middle, the fickle enchantments that would allow their return shattered. "Any chance of repairing it?" he asked. Moriganne had been standing back, arms crossed, lips bunched with concern, while Ivan had been crouched before the obsidian portal, running his fingers along the surface and occasionally muttering incantations. "Maybe if the patrons shared their maintenance manual," said Ivan, "but given they guard this magic more jealously than they do their histories, I'm not sure." "Not sure?" Ivan looked up, forehead hunched. "I'm learning a ton. It's like examining one of your broken sex dolls to find out what kind of pervert you are." His brother gave him a shit-eating grin, expecting a response, but Ares didn't think it was the time given the circumstances. Anyway, breaking it in half didn't destroy the magic, but it made it all off-kilter. "I'm getting some ideas. Given a few months or years of study, maybe I can repair it." "Maybe." "We don't have a few months or years," said Moriganne, and for once he agreed with her. "We're stuck here." "Lena has an emergency way out through the Eternal City," said Ares. "We can't take 150-something people through there. Even if it was the 5 of us, I'm not sure I like my chances." "5 of us?" Ares looked across the destroyed fence line, the crumbled building. "Do you think she—" "No way," said Ivan, standing and wiping his hands on his pants, eyes rounding. "Kitty will come back. She always does. I'd know if she was dead." Ares didn't buy that twin sense bullshit, but he wasn't about to argue with Ivan for once. There were bigger things to worry about. If the explosion had done one thing, it had brought them closer together, even if he didn't truly trust Moriganne. "She wasn't one of the bodies," said his sister, crossing her arms. "Her face would have returned to its original form." "Then where is she then?" asked Ares. Ivan turned in the direction of Dresden, who was around the gate area directing repairs. "If that wannabe dictator hadn't run her off, she'd be here with us." A sudden burst of chatter had them turning towards the main building, where a stream of workers was headed their way. Lena was backing up as she tried to reason with them. When the angry crowd reached them, Ares was silently relieved he wasn't the one that had to talk to them. Moriganne stepped forward as the workers shouted at her, their overlapping concerns drowning out the message, not that it was hard to guess their complaints. They were all stuck in Montanhas. "We're gonna die here. This is all your fault. I miss my family. We're not working anymore. You can't make us." Moriganne, to her credit, kept a sympathetic expression, nodding along as they spewed their complaints. As the anger and energy died down, a few of the workers' spokespeople tried to calm down their side. "We're not asking you to work anymore," said Moriganne. "Production is finished." "Then what in the seven hells is that work list posted in the cafeteria?" shouted a broad-shouldered man in a hard hat and greasy maintenance clothes. "I tried to tell them," said Lena, who looked a little exasperated that the workers had come to Moriganne for answers rather than her, but Aries wasn't surprised. His sister sucked all the oxygen out of a room with her presence. Maybe this was the one time that she would take too much and ignite her own self-immolation, but just like their father, she always managed to make it work. "We have to shut down the production lines to make sure we don't have any fires or other issues, and block off the lower phase infusion room." That last quake shattered the cavern floor. "The whole area is unstable and dangerous." "Are there more of those Scorpic things?" asked the spokesman. "None that we've detected. We believe we killed the ones that had entered the plant previously, led heroically and with great danger to himself by my brother Aries," she said, gesturing towards him. He received a few nods of appreciation, but the majority of the crowd stayed focused on his sister. The chattering rose in crescendo again, and Moriganne waited out their confusing shouts. The four of them had decided not to tell the workers about the Gigantus and their concerns about the barrier to the demonic realm breaking down, but enough had happened that fear levels were high. "Are you going to leave us here?" "We know you have a secret way out," said an older woman with grey hair and crow's feet. "I have grandchildren to get back to." "That's not true," said Moriganne, glancing to Lena for support. "If there's a way out, we'll try to get everyone back home. We're in this together." "It doesn't seem like it," muttered another worker. Aries wasn't good at judging crowds, but this one seemed on the edge of violence. "Are we going to get attacked again?" asked another worker. Before Moriganne could answer, Dresden strolled up, his expression tight, blue eyes cold as a snake. "That's a good question. The answer is yes. They won't stop until the plant is destroyed." His admission relit the fires. Moriganne glared at the head of security, who seemed pleased with the result of his comment. When the fervor started to calm, he held up his hand. "The blast killed and injured some of my team. Now that we're not running production, I'd like volunteers to join the security group. I'll train you as much as possible, but I can't promise it won't be dangerous. Our enemies want us dead. If you can't deal with that kind of danger, then you should stay with Lena's team on shutting down the plant. But if that's something you're willing to risk, then head to the security building. It looks damaged, but we only lost the storage areas. We're fully up and running with all other security measures." After another burst of chatter, a group of around 20 men and women broke off, headed to the security building while Dresden looked on. "See," said Lena, holding up her hands, "we're doing everything we can. Ivan's working on returning the portal to working status, and Dresden's making sure we're going to be safe." "What about the Gigantus?" asked another worker. "We heard the protesters. They said we're going to bring the Gigantus back and that everyone will die. They sound worse than the Scorpics." "Fear and superstition," said Moriganne right away. "Would you be afraid if someone back home said we were going to be invaded by Yetis?" "The Scorpics were real," said another worker. "A local phenomenon," said Moriganne confidently. "Please. We have a lot of work to do. We'll have another meeting later in the cafeteria. Daily meetings. Whatever your concerns, we'll try to fix them." The murmuring dissipated and the crowd returned to the plant, leaving the leadership crew alone. Dresden wasted no time. "None of this would have happened if you'd let me push them back weeks ago. We'd be leading everyone through the portal now." "Maybe you shouldn't have run my sister off," said Ivan. "Your incompetence at the gate did this. She told you they were planning something big and you couldn't take being wrong." Dresden stared back without blinking. "My original assessment still stands. I hope you take that as a lesson to listen to the experts before it's too late. Playtime is over." I've authorized lethal force if anyone approaches the pass. He walked off, leaving them staring at the broken obsidian pillar. I'm just going to say it because I know everyone's thinking it, said Ares. At some point, we're going to have to try going through the Eternal City. It's the only way we're getting out of this. It'd be suicide, said Ivan. Even I know that. Maybe if we had Kitty. He caught himself. When she returns. Until then, said Moriganne, we have a lot on our plates. Real or not, we should prepare like the Gigantus might break through the barrier at any time. Ares, can you handle that with the maintenance crew? He nodded. I have some ideas on some protection runes. As screwed up as everything was, he couldn't help but be excited about a chance to further his knowledge of demonology. Even Professor Sinclair hadn't seen the things he'd seen. This was a chance to make a name for himself outside of his father's company. Assuming he survived. Chapter 29. Ivan found Lena standing on the metal scaffolding near the water treatment building on the west side of the plant. She had her arms crossed as she stared up to the pass, where Dresden's fortifications looked like unnatural rocks that had fallen onto the road. Sunlight reflections flashed as a lift truck maneuvered additional concrete blocks to create overlapping barriers. Never thought I'd be involved in a siege, said Ivan as he stepped onto the platform. Lena startled, spinning around and reaching for a pistol on her hip. Merlin's beard, Ivan, you scared the lights out of me. She shook her head and took calming breaths. He gestured down the metal stairs. I wasn't trying to be quiet. It's not like I'm Kitty. The name brought a rounding of eyes. I'm sorry, Ivan. I'm sure you're worried sick about your sister. I'm more worried about us, said Ivan. Kitty can take care of herself. She always has. Lena's nose wrinkled. I don't really have a sense for your twin. She's an arrow pointed at the world's heart. I have no idea what that means, said Lena, leaning on the rail as he approached. He wanted to stand near, close enough to smell her floral perfume. Jasmine and lily, said Ivan suddenly. What? Your perfume. It's been driving me nuts trying to figure it out, said Ivan. It's nice. Ivan. He lifted his chin towards the blue sky but gave her the side eye. Kitty's like Vic in her ability to go after something with single-minded efficiency. If she's decided she's going to do something, stay out of her way. Lena tilted her head at him. What about you? Are you like your father? I hope not, said Ivan right away. But the old man's a force of nature. I keep expecting him to disown me because you know. Why are you here then? Ivan smirked. Family. Money. To keep Ares from getting his head stuck in his rectum. No one should have a sphincter as a necktie. You could start your own company, said Lena. I thought your sister was just talking hype when she said you're a genius, but I've seen you in the lab. You are. You could build a bigger company than your father's influence game. Bigger than Lifestone. Ivan stared at his steel-toed boots. How do you wear these things all the time? I have blisters on my blisters. You get used to it. I wouldn't trust myself, he said. I'm not disciplined. I get ideas that I want to do. Flashes of insight, and then I'm on it like a dog after his lipstick until I've figured it out. But running a company would require I don't know, giving a shit about business. Not blowing the profits on parties and hookers. You need a partner. He perked up. If you're offering, yeah. Would remove that whole inappropriate sexual stuff. You wouldn't have to keep me at arm's length. The half-smile made his stomach do backflips. I was talking about your sister. No offense but gross. She's stupid hot, but even I'm not that depraved. Lena chuckled. No, Ivan. Business partner. What I've seen of her, what I know about her past and how she conducts herself. She's the real deal. Just like you with alchemy and chemistry, she's got those other qualities to run a good business in spades. She's not exactly doing a great job here. It's a real shit show. Not of her making, said Lena, hanging her head and pinching the bridge of her nose. This is all my fault. I should have seen all this coming and pushed back on the execs. Made them pull out earlier, well before we started causing this kind of damage. And now look at things. People have died, more will in the coming days or weeks, and I don't know how we're getting out. I fear it will only get worse. Yet another checkmark in the getting laid before you die column, said Ivan. You're persistent. A dog and his lipstick. Lena closed her eyes and shook her head. You know you just compared me to a dog's dick. You never said why you were up here, said Ivan, leaning on the railing and looking towards the pass. Nice deflection, she said, joining him. He could smell the jasmine and lily. It smelled like safety. I've been counting how many of the workers have abandoned us. Abandoned? Like headed to Casa. A group of them confronted me this morning. Said if I didn't have a plan for getting them out, they were going to join the settlers in Casa. Mostly it was the ones without families, or not much to go back to. There were about 30 of them, and then 2 smaller groups of 5 went a short while ago. Less people to sneak through the Eternal City, said Ivan. It's still 100 people. I just don't see it, she said. I don't even know if the path is still there. That's the problem with the Matri realm. It's always moving and changing. They update the directions every couple of years, but I haven't had one in 4. Safer to stay here. Ivan turned towards Lena, but she kept staring ahead. I want you. Ivan, I've already. As a business partner. Come on. You know how all this crap works. I love my sister, but working with Moriganne is like trying to put a dress on a porcupine. No matter how careful I am, I'm gonna get stabbed. Lena smirked. I don't know, Ivan. Maybe I just want to take a year-long vacation when I get back. I've been doing these gigs for far too long. Not sure I'm ready to sign up for more work. Think about it. I have to finish the halls anyway. A year would be perfect. Then we could go into business together, he said. What about your father? Fuck Vic. Lena raised an eyebrow, gave him a double take, then looked back to the pass. You're serious? About this, yes. I'll think about it. Good. He leaned on the railing next to her, placing his shoulder against hers. She didn't move away like he thought she would, so he clamped his lips shut and stared at whatever she was staring at. It was the happiest he'd been in a long time. Chapter 30. Walking through the plant now that it had been abandoned, had Moriganne checking over her shoulder constantly. There'd been no signs of the Scorpic since Ares had killed the last one with a mixed trap using wards and a steel blade on a spring that he'd had the maintenance crew fabricate. If there were others, they'd escaped into the mountains. The lights were kept on, and without the equipment running, she could hear them humming in the ceiling. A measure of relief hit when she finally reached the infusion room, even though she was technically closer to the danger. Ares frowned and then tightened her shoulders as a sign of their strained relationship. The reinforced steel barrier was covered in ancient runes. There seemed to be 2 distinct styles, an angry sharp-looking set that went around the outside rim, and another softer, more modern-looking version with curls and dots that filled in the center like flowers blooming. Wow, this looks amazing, even though I don't have the first clue of what they mean, said Moriganne. You've really been working hard down here. Ares looked up from his kneeling position. What do you want, Mori? You didn't come down here to fill me full of nitros. The mistrust stung. I'm serious, Ares. This is great. You haven't slept since you came down here and I can see why. This is gonna save lives. If we survive, it's going to be because of you. I'll tell Vic that. As if that would matter. Vic only cares about results and we've screwed the pooch. This Avita nonsense will be the death of Charmer Inc. We never should have come. He stood up and capped his paint marker, reviewing the progress of his latest set of runes. He usually doesn't make mistakes like this. I don't understand it. Moriganne had never heard this kind of doubt from Ares, but maybe he was exhausted and letting his guard down. She certainly didn't want to discourage it. How was it a mistake? Without turning around, Ares said, the two companies don't match. We're like the wrong pieces of a jigsaw puzzle being mangled so we could be jammed together. Avita was the only profitable section of the company, and the warning signs about this, he gestured randomly towards the general plant, were in the details if you looked close enough. Wait, you knew the Avita line had problems? Ares turned. Of course. Vic did too. But he didn't care. I was working with him all summer. The truth was in the financials. They'd been moving money around to hide the shortfalls and the borrowing they were doing, in preparation of moving Avita. That's why they didn't get rid of the underperforming divisions. They needed cover until they could figure out how to move Avita. He bunched up his lips. I see that look. We didn't know about this crap. We thought the problems were financial, not demonic invasion. But it was still a risky play, either way you looked at it. Whatever Vic's real plan was, I don't think we'll ever get to find out. We're getting out of here, said Moriganne. I don't know how, but we'll figure it out. I'm not giving up, Mori, but you know things are bleak. Ares paused and leaned his ear against the steel wall for a few seconds before pulling away with a shrug. If there was one thing she knew, it was disappointment. Years of unusual setbacks for her band, which she attributed to Ian's hidden hand, required a lot of encouragement to keep them going. Focusing on the details, on the music, could usually get them out of their doldrums. Tell me about the wards, she said, nodding towards the steel wall. Ares backed away until he was next to her, exhaling deeply. I settled on 2 styles of runes because my traps weren't working as expected. In the outer rim, I used an older style that comes from ancient texts. We don't have a good idea of where they came from, but Professor Sinclair had a few pet theories. I honestly don't know if they'll do a damn bit of good, but I didn't like how easily the Scorpics escaped the other wards without being affected. He paused with a frown, as if he'd remembered something. The inner runes are the common styles. The ones we use for summoning and sending. You would have seen them at the convergence, and you know. Yeah. Ares closed his eyes for a moment before turning towards her. I've been a complete shit about what happened last year. Your friend Tamako died, and you and Andromeda and your friend Audrey were almost killed. I almost lost 2 sisters that day, and the only thing I've been worried about was how I lost favor with Vic. It's okay, Ares, most of your memories were blanked out by the blue Tiatin. I can understand why it wouldn't be your focus, she said. No, it's not okay. The memories have been coming back slowly, but that's not why. He gestured towards the wall. All this. Being away from Vic. The chance we're all gonna die here. It just reminds me of how much he warps us, how he keeps playing us against each other, making us dance like the puppets we are. He frowned, looked down at her. Except you. I think that's why he's so mad at you, because you're not playing his game. We're all playing it, whether we want to or not. Even Andromeda plays it in her own way. Yeah, I noticed she stopped hanging out with you after the takeover attempt. The power he wields, the money, it's like a black hole that we can't escape, said Moriganne. Sometimes I think about leaving. Heading out on my own, but then I realize that the things I want to do, that I want to accomplish. They probably won't happen without his help, said Ares. He hung his head, and for an instant, he looked like a little boy waiting to be picked for the kickball team. He was only 24, barely an adult, and he was being asked to carry the weight of the company on his shoulders while dealing with his own insecurities. At least she had a lifetime's worth of pain and regrets to know what truly mattered. Hard-won wisdom that usually got buried beneath 6 feet of loose dirt. Why did you come down here? He asked. To see if you needed help, and to talk about the emergency path. Away from the others. I wanted your real opinion. About a third of the workers have joined the resistance, which leaves us about 100 people to care for. Will more leave? She lifted a shoulder. A few more, but the remaining workers have strong ties to our world. They're not going to abandon their families. Not yet, anyway. You want to know if you think we can shepherd 100 people through the Eternal City? I don't know. I'm not the matri expert. That's Kitty. He sighed, shaking his head. Even if it was just the 4 of us. 5. You know Ivan wouldn't go without Lena, and she is a mage, said Moriganne. Yeah, said Ares, furrowing his forehead. What's up with that? He's been following her around like a puppy dog, and she hasn't stabbed him through the heart for all the inappropriate comments. Are they sleeping together or something? Which is gross just thinking about. I don't think they are, and it's not gross, said Moriganne. Older people have needs too. Not the hot take I was expecting from you, said Ares, raising an eyebrow. The Eternal City, said Moriganne, nudging him back on topic. Do we stand a chance? Except for Mr. Thule, I know nothing about it. Without Kitty, I won't even consider it. With her. If we get desperate enough. But it won't be pretty. The faint echo of a fist on metal snapped both their heads around. You heard that too? He asked. Her stomach tightened. Yeah. They approached the steel wall tepidly. Suddenly it didn't seem as strong and protective as when she'd first entered the room. They placed their ears against the surface, as if they expected a hand to reach through and grab them. Moriganne closed her eyes to focus on her hearing. At first she thought she was imagining things, but then she could make out a strange guttural language. When she looked to Ares, she could tell he could hear them too. Gigantus, he whispered. She nodded. They both stepped away from the rund barrier. Do the cameras in there still work? No, he said. I wanted to make sure there were no conduits for escape, no gaps in the magical barrier. He gestured to the left and right. I've put warning runes along the rock walls and reinforced them. Unless these creatures aren't what I think they are, this barrier should hold them. When the radio on the floor crackled to life, they both jumped, laughing nervously at the startle. Ares. Mori. It was Ivan's voice. Ares rushed over and toggled the button. Both here. What's up? Kitty's back. Chapter 31. The first thing Ares noticed was the old blood on Kitty's clothes. Not a small amount either. She'd clearly been in a battle for her life, and he imagined it had been a tough foe, which didn't bode well for their chances. If there were others who could give his sister a fight, then maybe they needed to leave sooner rather than later. Kitty stood in the middle of Lena's office, stuffing a sandwich in her mouth as she leaned against the table as if she hadn't slept in days. A piece of lettuce was stuck to her cheek. The second thing Ares noticed was the fur-covered wrapping on the table. You okay? Asked Moriganne, making Ares mad that he hadn't said it first. Kitty's mouth was full, but she nodded. It wasn't an enthusiastic yes. Something bad had happened, and it wasn't just the blood that told him that. She looked like she'd seen a ghost. Ares felt himself drawn towards the fur-covered package, but before he could ask, Lena burst through the door, followed by Dresden. The latter put his hand on his pistol. If you pull that out, said Ares, anger rising in his throat, you'd better be prepared to kill the 4 of us, or you're not walking out of here alive. The head of security's hand lingered on the butt of the weapon before he squinted and relaxed, holding out his arms as if he'd never intended to pull it. We're all a team here, said Dresden in the coldest voice possible. The looks of admiration from his siblings, even Moriganne, warmed Ares' heart, making him feel like they might have a chance if they could stick together. Not to be a bother about this happy reunion, said Dresden, but how did you get past the barriers? I need to know if we have gaps in our defenses. Kitty stared back with the ambivalence of a brick wall. No one can follow the path I took. A few more details would be. No one can follow the path I took. Can you at least tell us what you've been doing? Asked Dresden. Or is that a secret too? Kitty turned away from the head of security. The Montanhas aren't who we think they are. She gestured towards the pile of furs to indicate it should be opened, looking straight at Aries. The intensity of her gaze worried him. He pulled away the ropes and furs with trepidation. As the interior was revealed, his heart skipped a beat. He knew the runes by heart since he'd just been drawing them on the steel barrier through the night. Where did you get this? The Montanhas elders. They tried to kill me. Part of him was elated beyond measure to have found another source of demonic writings, but the rational part knew the implications were dire, especially if they'd tried to murder his sister. Get to the point, not all of us know what you're talking about, said Dresden as he approached the circle around the tome. The elder admitted to me that it was their intention to open the barrier, to release the gigantus into this world. It explains why they kept trying to attack the plant, despite Moriganne telling them that we're leaving. I think they want to reunite with their ancestors. If that's the case, growled Dresden, we should throw all the explosives onto the back end of the plant and bury it in steel and rubble. That, said Aries shaking his head, won't work, and besides we need that equipment to rebuild Avita in another location. I think you underestimate the value of a well-placed explosive, but if you think you can still thread the needle, fine, let's all go down in a blaze of glory together, said Dresden, crossing his arms. Why not let us leave and open the barrier afterwards? Asked Ivan. Everyone looked to him. Sacrifices. We're the offerings and the plant is the altar. The town too. Maybe. Is that why they destroyed the portal? Asked Lena. That was an accident. An unlucky shot, said Moriganne, nodding towards Dresden. I don't think they meant to do that. They probably wanted to keep it open, maybe as a way back to our world. We have to leave, said Kitty tightly. Aries had never seen his younger sister so emotional. Normally her expression was blank and unreadable, but her nostrils were flaring and she kept glancing towards the doorway as if she expected to have to escape. I don't think you noticed, but the portal is cracked, said Dresden. Ivan can fix it, said Lena. Everyone's heads came up. Aries looked to his brother, who had a deer in the headlights expression. Can you? It's just a theory, said Ivan. Lena and I were talking through possibilities. I think we have everything we need in the plant. Lena spoke excitedly. Ivan found a larger phase crystal beneath the Deathstone. He thinks it could supply enough power to the portal to overcome the damage. That's not all, he said, his forehead wrinkling. I'd have to construct a matrix around the obsidian to fool it into thinking it's whole, and I haven't even begun the calculations on that. Ivan, said Aries, we can't get out of here. If it might work, we should try it, and based on Kitty's information soon. What do you need? I have most of what I need except for the wires. The crystals don't interact with regular electronic copper wiring. I need the ones in the phase infusion machines. Based on what Lena says, there should be enough. Aries shared a glance with Moriganne. Lena and Ivan said what at the same time. We think the gigantus have arrived, said Aries. Moriganne and I were down there. We heard noises on the other side, including familiar mumblings. I think they're trying to get out. Then let's go in there, kill 'em and get the wiring, said Dresden, who seemed like he was ready to march off at that moment. I thought you wanted to blow it up, muttered Ivan under his breath. A single scorpick was a challenge. We don't know how bad the gigantus are, nor do we know how many of them are beyond the wall, said Moriganne. Once we take down the barrier, it'll be hard to keep them from overrunning us, said Aries. What about the tome? Asked Ivan. Can it help? I'll get on it right away, but that kind of translation takes time. I know enough to make the wards, but understanding the meaning is different. Also, the last time the Gigantus were here was generations ago, said Ares, holding up his hands. There's always the Eternal City, said Moriganne. Do you think we could get through there, Kitty? Their sister scowled. I've only been there once, and it was with Priyanka and the rest of my class. She looked away. You remember a few years ago when that strange building showed up in the second ward? Before we knew why or what, a bunch of students went into the Matri realm. Not everyone came back, and most don't like talking about it. That place doesn't follow the same rules as our world. Even when I was there, I felt like everything wanted to kill me at all times. She paused, lips pinched with thought. But if it's our only choice, I like it better than staying here. Eternal City or the Gigantus, said Moriganne, those are our choices. Ares, what do you think? The Matri exist in our world. Not always friendly, but they're not all trying to murder us at every chance. Not so with the demonic realm. I might change my mind after reading the tome Kitty brought, but my gut choice is the Eternal City. I agree with Ares, said Moriganne, nodding. Whoa, said Ivan, holding up his hands. I can only deal with so much crazy stuff. You two agreeing is a step too far. Shut up and tell us which way you think we should go, said Ares. I'd rather deal with a gangster matri than a demon out to eat my heart like a bit of foie gras, responded Ivan. Before Ares could even look to Kitty, she said, Gigantus. They're here, but we can make a plan and do our best to carry it out. If we go through the Eternal City, we don't know what we might encounter. His sister scowled. How do we even get there? Do we know where it goes or how to get back to our world? When everyone looked to Lena, she explained, the portal will take almost a day to set up. As far as the path, the information I have is nearly 4 years old. I don't know if it's viable anymore. There might not be a way out. I'd rather deal with the problem we understand, on our home turf. I guess no one's going to ask the one person with the most fucking experience here, said Dresden, holding his fist against the surface of the table. I may not have your magic, but I've been in some tough situations and have come out golden. If we work together, make a plan of assault, we can take whatever's below and get that wire so Boy Wonder can fix the portal. Allegedly, said Ivan quietly. The vote is tied, said Lena. How do we break it? Or should it be yours to decide, Moriganne? No, she said right away. It should go to the person who has the most knowledge about our current situation. Ares is the only one who knows what we might be up against with the Gigantus, while we all at least have working knowledge of the Matri. Seems reasonable, said Lena. Fine. Whatever, said Dresden with a snarl. Moriganne looked to Ivan, who made a face. I'm still trying to figure out which one of you is the doppelganger. Ares breaking the tie is fine with me. His sister turned towards him, consternation as her mask. Do the honors. Ares wasn't sure what he was more confused about, Moriganne deferring the decision to him, or the decision itself. Had their moment downstairs removed some of the tension between them, or was this another one of her 11-dimensional chess moves? He knew he didn't want to be the one to make the final decision. But their father's axiom, never take the mask of the dragon off, was more appropriate than ever. If he deferred the choice, he would be diminished forever. Maybe that was the point his sister was trying to prove, that having the weight of choice on your shoulders was not a pleasurable endeavor. Between the two paths he was less sure after hearing their thoughts. Dresden had a point about being able to control the circumstances of the fight inside the plant. There were 5 mages on their side, plus an entire security team with weapons and body armor. A fight with the Gigantus at least seemed straightforward, unlike the strange creatures that existed in the Eternal City, and there was no guarantee that a path remained for their escape. No removing the mask of the dragon, but what if the dragon didn't know which path was better? Vic always said there were no sure things, only calculated risks. Better to make the one with the most upside, but which one was that? I don't think we should do either right now. We don't know about the Gigantus, and we don't know if we have a path through the Eternal City. Taking 100+ people through that dangerous place seems like suicide. I think we should send a scouting mission to find the path, then if it's open we go that way. That'll give us time to prepare a plan for the Gigantus, should we need to go that route. The rounded eyes and slow nods told him that he'd suggested the right course. No objections, asked Moriganne. Good. It's a plan. Lena, can you set up the portal? She nodded. Ivan, you keep working your calculations in case we need them. Ares, you're on the book. Kitty and Dresden can work the scouting plan. Try not to kill each other. What about you? Ares asked her. A shadow crossed her eyes before she nodded towards Lena. I'll help with the portal. Ares had never been able to read his sister, but this was one instance where he knew she was lying. Chapter 32. The portal, Moriganne learned, was in a huge trunk that looked like the kind of luggage people put on trains for long transcontinental trips. Lena placed her hand against the lock, which was magically keyed to her touch. The lid, which was as large as a small cot, whooshed open, letting out stale air. I never thought I'd use this, said Lena, kneeling in front of the open trunk. Moriganne leaned over to see a collection of rund boxes and loose parts, including a small obsidian block covered in gold lines like a circuit board, tucked into the space. Was this made by IKEA? Lena snorted softly. Probably. Corporate said it cost them a fortune to acquire. Where do we set it up? Anywhere really, said Lena as she grabbed a thin pamphlet out of the interior. But should be solid since the quakes have only gotten worse. She shifted her mouth to the side. The empty storage building on the west side. It's built on bedrock and has a reinforced concrete wall to attach it to. We'd planned on putting in a climbing wall but never got around to it. Should I get some of Ivan's special elixirs so we can lift this trunk? Asked Moriganne. No, said Lena, laughing, let me grab a manual lift cart and a few helpers. Not everything needs to be solved with magic. Moriganne joined her in laughter. It wasn't too long ago that she couldn't even use magic, and now she was applying it to everything, like a hammer looking for a nail. Do you need me for that? I have a few loose ends I want to clean up before we get deep into this portal building business, she said. Lena nodded. Yeah, no problem. Meet me at the storage building in an hour. It's the one with the mural of Invictus on the side. You can't miss it. Great. See you in an hour. Moriganne went straight to her room to grab the Venota stones and her hard hat. She wasn't sure why she was wearing the latter since production wasn't running, but she hated to disappoint Lena or cause more problems with the team members. Heading into the depths of the factory alone brought fewer worries than the last time. Maybe it was because she knew that the Gigantus were behind the wall, and if they got out, little else would matter. A fatalistic version of safety. She was pretty sure that Ares was back in the main office studying the Elder's Tome, but in case he'd come down to check his runes, she made the last leg of the journey by creeping through the beige-colored machines near the barrier. Finding the barrier room empty was both a relief and a worry. She faced the wall with her arms crossed, conscious of the tattoo on her left arm. Is this really a good idea? She asked herself. Ever since the convergence ceremony, she'd wondered what having the bridge tattoo on her arm meant. When she's first acquired it in the vault beneath her father's suite, it had been the difference between life and death. Then the ginger man had taken it, and it was gone from her thoughts. When the Major, the shadow hound, was called to their realm by it, she knew it would eventually be a problem, especially when the speaker called it the prince's sigil. Then the tattoo had come in full over the summer. At first, she'd thought it was good news that the ginger man was unlikely to ever bother her again, but how did it mark her? Would it change her like Eloise, or something different entirely? During the strategy meeting, she wondered if it could help them against the Gigantus. She wasn't about to admit its existence to the group until she knew if it would work. Especially when her relationship with Aries was shifting back to steadier ground. He already distrusted her. But standing before the rund barrier, she wondered if the idea was ill-conceived. She didn't know enough about demonology and what the tattoo meant to safely test it. What if it provided a conduit through the wall? Or destroyed it in some way? Moriganne pulled back her long-sleeved shirt and examined the bridge with her fingers. The symbolism was lost to her. Maybe if she knew more about the origins of the ginger man. "I don't even know how to use it," she said. "Or if I should." In the Undercity, she'd been able to call and send back the Meja using it. She wasn't about to test that here. They had problems enough, but what if she could affect the Gigantus? Send them back so they could safely acquire the wire Ivan needed. If it worked, she could tell them that the Gigantus must have gotten frustrated and returned to their realm. Moriganne placed her hand on the fanny pack around her waist containing the Venota balls. They wouldn't do a lot of good if she accidentally tore down the barrier, but having them with her provided a sense of security, even if she knew it was a lie. "If I have this weapon, I should use it, right?" She squeezed her eyes shut. Merlin's tits. Why didn't it come with an instruction manual like the portal? If I'm not gonna do anything, I should head back before Lena wanders after me. It was hard to walk away. She took a step back, paused, then shifted forward. What if it's the wrong choice? What if it's the right choice? She would never have all the information she needed. Times were dire. She should at least try, she decided, but retreat at the first sign of trouble. Moriganne extended her arm towards the barrier, staying a half-dozen steps away as not to trigger the wards. In the Undercity, she could sense the Meja long before the others. Would the bridge allow her to see the Gigantus? Count their numbers or understand the danger more clearly? Using it felt like the time she'd tried to surf when she was younger. The board beneath her feet was never comfortable, and she fell way more than she managed to ride it. Pushing against the tattoo made her queasy, but she persisted. After a few minutes, she felt the presences beyond the wall, as if they were heat signatures against her chest. It was both a thrill and terrifying. Their alien minds were all wrong, sending waves of vertigo through her until she collapsed to her knees. But she didn't want to pull away until she was sure there was nothing more she could learn. She sensed a number of Gigantus, at least 5 or 10, but no more than 20. They were trapped here. The barrier between realms was thin, but currently not open. That was good. She'd been worried if they tried to go after the wire, that the tunnel between realms would mean a mass invasion. But could she affect them? Moriganne reached out as if she were testing a cast iron pan to see if it was still hot from the stove. When her mind brushed against a Gigant's, she was hit with rage and surprise. The creature wanted to murder her. That much was clear. But something about the bridge scared it. She felt it pull away even as she desired to retract her own presence, but she needed to know more. Moriganne pushed, thrusting the Gigante back in hopes of sending it to its home realm. The shock from the ward slammed into her, knocking her onto her side. Her mind fled back to her side of the barrier as sweat beaded up across her body. Moriganne caught her breath, slowly coming back to awareness. As she climbed back to her feet, a foot scuff brought her around. The passage back to the main plant was empty. No one was there, but she was certain she'd heard it. Moriganne pulled the sleeve of her shirt back over the tattoo, as her heart thundered in her chest. She scanned the area in hopes of seeing her intruder, even though she had a good idea of who it was, since Ivan was busy making calculations and Kitty would never make noise. The only one with a reason to come down to the barrier was Aries. Shit. Chapter 33. The 6 of them stood in the warehouse staring at the obsidian block covered in gold lines. A rund archway had been constructed and placed against the concrete wall. Kitty looked to her siblings, each wearing what they thought was appropriate battle gear. Ares had an axe handle strapped to his back, Moriganne wore an ugly fanny pack around her waist, and her twin looked strangely sober, which was the last thing she would have suggested since he didn't know how to think without elixirs coursing through his veins. Instructor Allgood would have clapped them on the ears and sent them back to their rooms. None of them were properly prepared. "Let's start applying wards," said Moriganne. "Kitty, can you go over the dangers again?" "I'm not going," said Dresden, hand resting on his weapon. He'd arrived in his Kevlar armor. "I'll be little help to you, and someone needs to stay and watch the pass." "A fine time to tell us," said Ares, scowling. "It was only after consulting Lena," said Dresden, inclining his head. Lena reacted with surprise. "That was the conversation this morning." Dresden grunted. "My apologies for not being clearer about the reasons for my questions." He looked to Kitty and tapped on his weapon. "Am I wrong? Will this be much help in the Eternal City?" The back of her neck prickled with worry. If they weren't in the same boat, she'd expect betrayal, but that would only make his situation worse. Unless there was another angle she wasn't seeing. "Miss Charmer. Or am I not allowed to ask you questions?" said Dresden. "No. You're no use." Dresden smirked. "What a disappointment." "I didn't know I could opt out," said Ivan. "I'd really like to stay back and work on the calculations." "If we find a path we won't need the calculations," said Moriganne. "But if you don't?" "If you really don't want to come, Ivan," said Moriganne, "I'm not going to make you." "I'm out then," he said, holding his hands up until he caught the stern glance from Lena. "I mean, unless you think I should be there. Then I'll go." "Yes," said Lena forcefully. "If we don't come back, then you can't get the wires from the phase room." "Good point," said Ivan as he fidgeted with his hands and rubbed the back of his neck. "Sorry." "Dangers?" asked Moriganne with a raised eyebrow. Dresden winked. "You kids have fun. I'll be at the pass watching the town. There's been some movement I want to keep an eye on." After he left, Moriganne said, "He seems entirely too cavalier under the circumstances. Anyone else feel like he's plotting something?" Ivan nodded, but Ares made no motion, as if he hadn't heard. Kitty realized he'd been staring at their sister as if he was sizing her up. "1," said Kitty, getting their attention, "the Matri are the most dangerous. Our best bet is to avoid them. 2, the Dolgans are their worker class. Strong and quick to anger. Avoid. 3, the Phaler, which are small insect-like creatures made of steel or glass. These we can handle, but only if we do so quietly. 4, the Smoke Eaters. If we see one, we're probably dead." "Let's see," said Ivan, ticking them off with his fingers. "Avoid, avoid, kill quietly, and you're already dead." "Great. Is there any good news?" "The route shouldn't be far from the portal, maybe 5 blocks, said Lena, assuming not too much has changed. "I've given Kitty the information, since she's our guide." "What if we get split up?" asked Ares. "Back to the portal," said Kitty, "but don't try to retrace your steps. That's not how the Eternal City works. Place the destination clearly in your mind, and let your feet take you where they must." "That makes no sense," said Ares. "I told you it's not a normal realm." "Any last advice?" asked Moriganne. She thought for a moment before responding. "Be ready to run." "Ah yes," said Ivan, "plan near and dear to my heart." They finished applying their wards and enchantments. It wasn't enough, but it was the best they could do under the circumstances. Kitty gave the nod to Lena to trigger the portal. As soon as the power source hummed on, her teeth felt like they were being drilled for a new filling. The resonance was off. She could see it in the squinting expressions of the others, but that was likely the portable nature of the travel stone. She held out her hand, and the 5 of them walked towards the portal like kindergartners at a museum. Kitty's skin tingled as she stepped through the archway, the gut-clenching vertigo ripping her across the realms until she landed on a gloomy city street. The sky was the color of industry, a perpetual skyline that seemed to go on forever. Pockmarked streets glistened with recent rain, the oily sheen of grease wavering like clouds across the puddles. Mute apartment buildings seemed to loom over the street judgmentally at their appearance. Kitty scanned the area, finding it blessedly empty. "Whoa, check this out," said Ivan as he looked back through the open portal into the warehouse. Kitty struck him on the shoulder and held a finger over her mouth. The others fanned out, necks craning in all directions. They looked like tourists on vacation in a foreign land, not warriors on a dangerous scouting mission. She snapped her fingers to get their attention, pointing at her eyes and then the local surroundings. She knew the allure. The first time she'd come to the Eternal City, she'd wanted to sit on a high place and watch the skyline move. The skyscrapers migrated around the inner part of the city, while the outer boroughs shifted and stretched like a blanket, changing distances without rearranging the landmarks. The way to the other portal led them down the crooked street. Kitty felt like she was walking at an angle. The buildings seemed to press against them. She kept worrying that the street was narrowing, but each time she checked back to the glimmering portal behind them, the width looked the same. Kitty led them around a corner, and before losing sight of their way back, she set the image of their destination in mind. Lena had said they were looking for an old bar called the Rhomboid. Green, glittering reflections from the upper half of a brick wall caught her attention, which was odd because there was no sunlight, only perpetual grey. A mural of a face in shades of green looked down upon them. "Is that the Maitrey version of a porn ad? She looks like either a dominatrix or a serial killer," said Ivan, head leaned back. "That's Lady Kakala, the head of the Jade Court," said Kitty as she tried to figure out why the mural seemed to be moving. The surface reminded her of fish flakes on takoyaki. "There's a carriage coming," said Lena. Dark shapes moved towards them from up the street. Kitty hurried to the alleyway on the opposite side, expecting them to follow her. As soon as they entered, she weaved a look-away shield over the gap, and hoped it would be enough. The clip-clop of hooves approached. She grabbed her twin's arm to shut him up before he could make a comment. With a half-open mouth, he knocked the hair out of his face and gave her a shoulder shrug apology. As the carriage thundered down the street, the mural on the opposite wall kept shifting, until she realized pieces of it were breaking away like butterflies lifting from a flowery field. The mural disintegrated, turning into a cloud of flying creatures made of glass and stone. Kitty was going to check down the street for the location of the carriage, when she saw Moriganne's expression as she stared at the failure. The recognition was unmistakable. How could she have seen them before? The carriage's frenzied approach suddenly dissipated. It had turned down a side street, but the failure moved like a cloud towards them. "What are those?" asked Ivan in a forced whisper. "Failure," she said at the same time as Moriganne. "Come on," said Kitty, hurrying onto the street ahead of the flying creatures. "Keep moving." The cloud of failure floated after them, but not fast enough to cause trouble. They reached a cross street, and Kitty waited for intention to lead her in a new direction, but the urge never came. "It's supposed to be near here," said Lena. "I recognize the landmarks in the description." She gestured to an old bell tower thrust above the buildings. The belfry hung empty. Stone gargoyles guarded the four corners. "And that?" Lena extended her arm toward a neon sign of a tiger getting chopped in half on the side of the tallest building in the area. "We need to search these streets," said Aries. "Hey," said Ivan, looking back the way they'd come, "should we be worried about that cloud following us?" "Ignore it," said Kitty. "Easy for you to say," as he stared back transfixed. Kitty led them down the side streets, looking for the rhomboid and keeping the image drawn onto the papers as her guide, but her feet never felt the urge to change direction. The implication left her unsure. "It was supposed to be right here," said Lena in a distressed whisper. "The mage-light rhomboid should be easy to see." "I found it," said Aries. He was facing the opposite side of the street. The unlit and off-kilter outlines of the sign above a boarded-up door told them the tale. "Maybe the portal's still active," Aries said. Kitty kicked the door open, startling the others, and strode through the shattered boards, producing light to examine the interior. The decor was high society, with a huge mirror behind the bar and copious amounts of polished wood and stainless steel. The bar looked like it hadn't been used in decades. "There are bones over here," said Lena, peeking into a booth. Kitty went straight into the back where the portal was supposed to be. She passed through a kitchen that would have looked at home in their world at a five-star restaurant, before finding the back room. The black brick wall had the faint outlines of where a portal had once been attached. "Oh no," said Lena, joining her. The others eventually filtered into the room, staring at the empty wall with their lips pinched. "What do we do now?" asked Aries. "Go back, obviously," said Ivan. "There's another portal," said Kitty suddenly. She hadn't intended to tell them about it, but she'd thought this portal would still exist. "It's not near. Quite far, actually. Into the more populated part of the city where the courts live. It's how I came here with Priyanka. It was going to be hard enough to get 100 people this far. There's no way we can take them across the city," said Lena. "I'm not suggesting that," said Kitty. "We have to face the fact that going back will be much worse. The 5 of us have a shot of getting out of Montanhas. If we go back, we're probably all going to die. That's my professional opinion." "Thanks for the vote of confidence," said Ivan, rolling his eyes. "I agree with you, obviously. We're not fighters, but we can spreadsheet a financial plan like nobody's business. That's not going to help against murderous smoke monsters." "We can't abandon them," said Moriganne, screwing up her face. "They came to Montanhas because of us, expecting to be kept safe." We didn't bring them," said Aries. "We own the company, so we own their past decisions," said Moriganne. "As far as I'm concerned, we're on the hook. We can't leave." In the dim light of the back room, the resemblance between Moriganne and Solstice was as strong as it had ever been. Their hair color and wildly different personalities had never made it difficult to tell them apart, but seeing Moriganne speak the lines she would have expected from the eldest sibling was jarring, especially after her poison-induced hallucinations a few days prior. "I agree with Moriganne completely," said Lena, nodding intently. "I'm not abandoning them." Ivan seemed pained by the decision. "Fine. We'll be decent, reputable and very dead people." "Come on," said Aries, pleading with his hands, "we have to listen to Kitty. She's the expert. If she says we have to abandon Montanhas, then we should do it. Maybe we can help them from back home." "You know as well as I do that once Vic finds out what happened," said Moriganne, "he'll find a way to cut his losses and make sure that place never sees a connection to our world. The fact that it might be populated by the descendants of demons would be enough to cut it off forever." Aries turned to her. "Kitty, say something." The room squeezed down around her until she hurried back into the main bar to catch her breath. Not even a week ago she'd pushed Miguel off the cliff to his death, and then had to murder a young Monta whose only crime had been to find her alive in the frozen midden pit. The fact that Moriganne was the voice of reason was a stark warning to who she was becoming. "I'm a kitten, not a cougar," she muttered to herself. The need for fast results made for terrible moral clarity. She could have saved Miguel, she could have found a solution for the young Monta's untimely discovery, but instead, spilling their blood had been her answer. "Maybe I'm neither a cougar or a kitten." "Kitty," said Moriganne, coming up from behind, "we can't stay here. We need to go back. What happened in the Merlin trials? Why didn't you pass?" Moriganne startled. The others were still in the back room. "What does that have to do with this? Answer me." Her older sister opened her mouth, glanced askew. "I got unlucky. The group round is chance heavy." It wasn't untruth, but it wasn't what had happened. It was as if she was making things up. "I miss Solstice," said Kitty, as if that would explain things. "Me too." The sounds of the others entering the bar reminded her that they had to make a decision. Aries opened his palms. "Well, we go back," she said, looking to Moriganne. "Solstice would want us to." The spines of her siblings stiffened as Lena looked on in confusion. Moriganne smiled wistfully and nodded. A bright green piece of glass fluttered into the bar, bending in half with the semblance of winged flight. The appearance was followed by dozens of others flooding into the small space. The Phaler had found them. "Ouch," said Ivan, slapping at his arm where a red spot had formed. "Bastard bit me." "We have to get out of here," said Kitty, wanting to reach for her weapon but knowing it wouldn't help. "To the back." As she stepped in that direction, she realized Moriganne had started singing. Wind answered her voice. The heavy dust swirled to life as the Phaler attacked her sister, slashing bright lines across her face and arms. "Protect Mori," said Kitty, leaping to her sister's side, using her hands to knock away the living glass. They stood around her in the eye of the storm, swatting away the Phaler with their hands, taking cuts and slices across their forearms. As the winds rose, the flying creatures were caught in the swirling energy and smashed against the stone walls. Phaler that tried to hide in the eye were swatted into the winds. When there were no more creatures in the air, Moriganne let her voice drop and with it the winds. The floor was covered in green dust. "Nice save," said Aries, sucking the blood off his hands. "We need to get out of here," said Lena, heading out the entrance. "No one's got a wet nappy?" asked Ivan as he wiped the blood on his pants. "I look like I lost a fight with a tiny ninja." Kitty grabbed Moriganne's shoulder before she could leave. "How did you know to do that?" Moriganne studied her face before breaking into a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "It's not just your hall that has secrets." They followed the others onto the street as they headed back to the portal, jogging at a good clip while keeping their heads on a swivel. Kitty didn't think that was the whole story. Moriganne had recognized the Phaler when they first saw them on the wall, and she knew that stone singers had no connections to the Eternal City. The only way that Moriganne would have known about the Phaler was through Mr. Thule. It made no sense because the two of them sparred constantly, their naked animosity spilling over into every family gathering. Unless it was an act. They reached the portal without incident, throwing themselves through the shimmering vision and landing back in the warehouse in Montanhas. As Ivan promised to mix up a draft that would encourage healing and protect against infection from the Phaler, Kitty couldn't get out of her own head. She was torn between the two sides of Moriganne she was seeing. The first was like Solstice, putting others before herself, but the second was awash in intrigue and secrets. Why had she failed the trials twice? How did she know about the Phaler, if she'd never been in the Eternal City? What had come between Moriganne and Victor years ago? Nothing made sense anymore. Not even family. Chapter 34. Aries dropped the Elder's Tome on the table, startling Moriganne as she mixed an elixir in a beaker using a glass stirring stick. Ivan and Lena glanced over from a whiteboard full of calculations with furrowed brows at the sudden noise. "Hey, I'm already bad enough at this as it is, I don't need help screwing this potion up," said Moriganne, scowling at him. "They're not demons." "What? That can't be." The guarded response wasn't what he'd been hoping for with his ambush. The image of her getting shocked by the warded barrier the day before was still fresh in his mind. What could she have been doing in there? He would have confronted her, but he knew she would play it off with a plausible excuse. The commotion brought the other two. "How can they not be demons?" asked Ivan. "They're close. The Gigantes. Maybe a branch on the evolutionary tree, but that's why my wards didn't work." Aries tapped on the book excitedly. "This tome is going to blow Professor Sinclair's mind. Or never reach him because we're all gonna die here," said Ivan with a fake cheery expression. "I think what your brother is trying to say," said Lena, "is how does this help us retrieve the equipment past the barrier? For one, it'll help us prepare. The Scorpic traps didn't slow them because they were designed for the kinds of demons that we're used to in Invictus. Wards protection circles. These work because demons are being so infused with phase that it makes them more magical than anything else. It also makes them mad as a hatter, having that much raw power flowing through every cell in their bodies. Spells are instructions for how magic should work, and if demons are made of the raw stuff of magic, then wards and magic writings are instructions for their bodies. So they're demons, said Lena plainly. Not entirely, said Ares. The difference in their physiology detailed in the tome makes them closer to. Do they want to kill us? Asked Lena. Of course. Then I think we should focus, said Lena, leaning against the table, dark circles around her eyes. I'm all for nerding out over minor details of scholarship, but we need to focus on what's going to keep us alive and get us out of Montanhas. Can you get us safely past the barrier so we can scavenge the infusion machines or not? This book gives me some ideas, said Ares. More than ideas. It'll take time to work through them. My translations are slow going. It could take weeks if we want to be sure. We don't have weeks, said Moriganne. Days at best. Dresden came through a short time ago to inform us that townsfolk and Montanhas are gathering at the base of the pass. 300, maybe more. He says we have the advantage and should win, but what about the next attack? Or the one after that? They'll wear us down eventually. He looked away from their collective gazes. I thought Ivan wasn't ready with his calculations. Ivan twirled the marker on the palm of his hand like a drummer with their drumstick. Nah man. I'm crossing the I's and dotting the T's as we speak. I'm 48.3% sure that it'll work, even though it's not at the peak window for travel. It's all a matter of the energy cycles between. Only 48. Ivan shrugged. 20% chance it doesn't do anything, and the rest we get sent somewhere else entirely, or get turned into tiny bits of matter and distributed through the multiverse. Maybe even a tiny chance we get turned into something else. Did you figure out why they want to release the Gigantus? Asked Moriganne. Does it say? Ares blinked in thought, trying to figure out why she cared based on what he'd seen her attempt at the barrier. Family reunion. The history of this world involves regular invasions every 200 years or so. Maybe they're like us, wanting to open up the portal so they can return to their homelands. But they clearly have some humanoid heritage, said Moriganne. It's like the Vikings and England, said Ares, as an idea formed that would help with the Gigantus and help him learn what was going on with Moriganne. Ivan started chuckling to himself. Who would have thought that demons could be like people? Ares looked up when he realized Moriganne was staring at him. Got an idea? A bad one, but yeah. Care to tell us? Asked Ivan, drumming his fingers on the stainless steel counter. Or are you going to sit there looking like you have to take a crap? Meet me at the barrier tonight. Tell Dresden to have his extraction team ready. I'm going to find Kitty and then make a trip to the maintenance shop, said Ares as he slid the tome off the table. Ivan stared blankly ahead before exclaiming, fuck me. I'll start making the elixirs. As Ares left the room with the tome under his arm, Moriganne caught up to him, touching his arm to make him stop. He flinched from her touch, regretting it instantly when she furrowed her brow. What's up? Have you seen anything weird going on with Dresden? Know what he's planning? She asked. Why would I know? Moriganne squeezed her lips together. He seems to like you best, and I'm asking everyone. Kitty thinks he was up to something during our visit to the Eternal City. He'd sent some of his security team onto the roof of the main building on a search, or something. He couldn't have done that much, we weren't gone that long, said Ares. Yeah, that's what I said, but Kitty seemed concerned. She went onto the roof but couldn't find anything out of place. It was all the same beige HVAC or environmental equipment that's everywhere. Maybe he was looking for Scorpix. Or just doing a security sweep, Ares said. Kitty didn't think so, and I trust her judgment. Yeah, I do too, said Ares. I'll keep an eye out for anything weird. Moriganne squeezed his arm. We're gonna get out of this. I know we are. We just need to stick together. Yeah, stick together, he said, smiling. Chapter 35. Ivan sat in a chair inside the old foreman's office near the infusion rooms, trying his best not to move, but the soft caress of the paint marker was ticklish. Stop moving, Ivan, said Lena, looking up from drawing on his chest. I'm out of practice with this kind of work, and you're not making it any easier. This wasn't exactly how I've been envisioning my fantasies, said Ivan, grimacing. Lena raised an eyebrow and continued to copy the runes that Ares had instructed them to draw on each other. In my fantasies, I'm sitting beneath an umbrella on an endless beach sipping something sweet with entirely too much alcohol, said Lena. He inhaled the sweet scent of jasmine and lily, letting it soothe his anxiety. I could be your cabana boy. Lena narrowed her gaze, nodding with thought. I think I could agree to that. Scion of a major family-owned firm in tight shorts, serving me drinks while I watch the dolphins frolic in the waves. I have a friend in Animalians who could make the dolphin thing happen, and I don't have to be wearing shorts. I could be wearing nothing or anything you want, said Ivan, wagging his eyebrows suggestively. Lena pulled away the paint marker and let a sly grin rise to her lips. She leaned close and spoke in a husky voice. His whole body went on alert, tingling in anticipation. What if I asked you to wear a mascot uniform? She pulled back slightly, grinning. I was thinking the Invictus Magus. Or maybe that weird one from Philadelphia. Tease, said Ivan. When is it my turn to draw on you? Your older sister's going to do mine, said Lena. I only decided to do this in case we all die. I figured I'd give you one last good memory. If we're making last requests. We're not. Lena stroked the marker against his skin as she said, You look sober. If it's a problem, I can rectify it, he said hopefully. She cocked a grin. It's nice. I'm terrified. Lena nodded. I am too. Sensing that she was nearly finished applying the runes, and while no one else was in the small office, Ivan said, I know we're completely different ages, but I was thinking since we're both majors and we can live a long time if we don't do anything too stupid, in 30 or 40 years, the difference won't be that unusual if, we were a thing. Lena tilted her head. He knew when a woman wanted him for sex. He'd had years of practice at St. Jude's and in the halls, but most of them had been enticed by his family name or his reputation. They were there for a good time, or because they wanted to be the future misses. There was a hungry nature to their expression, like a lioness after the kill. But he had no idea what it looked like when someone was interested for things other than, but hopefully including, sex. Ivan Charmer, are you asking me out? He swallowed. I am. You don't think I'm too weird or anything? Lena placed her hand on his bare shoulder, which sent chills of pleasure down his spine. He knew the touch wasn't accidental, but not the purpose behind it. Was it another tease or an indication that she was interested? You are weird, but in a way that is pleasing, said Lena, appraising him with a smirk. Besides, you're too damn attractive to be that weird. You'd be surprised. Lena's tongue touched the bottom of her teeth suggestively. He didn't know if he'd worn her down or if the impending deaths of everyone had spurred a disregard for norms, but he could tell she was considering his offer. Maybe even considering leaning down to kiss him. The moment there was a hint of what was about to happen, the door swung open. His sister entered, runes covering her hands and neck and forehead, looking like the victim of a tattooing session gone wrong. Ready for yours, Lena? Asked Moriganne. As Lena's touch disappeared from his shoulder, air rushing in behind, Ivan sighed with disappointment. His sister caught the sound but only raised her eyebrows briefly. Oh, you're already done, Mori. I guess that'll make this faster. You're good, Ivan, said Lena as she capped the paint marker. Go help your brother while I get runned up. Great, said Ivan, not meaning it one bit. He walked past Lena, enjoying her floral perfume one last time before he left the office. He'd been sure she was going to kiss him. It would have at least made this disaster slightly bearable. He paused at the door, aware that Lena was sliding her shirt off. Ivan smiled to himself as he pushed out of the office without turning to look. Chapter 36. Moriganne felt ridiculous, standing before the barrier with runes painted over her body, waiting for final preparations to enter and battle the gigantus. It didn't seem like a real thing that was going to happen, even after her experiences in the Undercity. Dresden and his team were standing around with automatic weapons and pistols, chatting as if they were at a fundraiser, not about to defend the barrier against creatures from another realm that wanted to kill them. Ivan and Lena were speaking quietly to each other in a way that had her suspicious. She knew she'd walked in on something when she entered the office earlier. She couldn't imagine Lena sleeping with Ivan, but stranger things had happened. She was proof of that. "Where are they?" asked Ivan. "I want to get this over with." A rattling rumble had everyone turning to find Ares pushing an overloaded cart of curved boards into the chamber, with Kitty right behind him. Ivan grabbed what appeared to be a rune-covered shield from the cart. "Are we LARPing? How is this supposed to protect me?" said Ivan as he flipped the shield over. "This thing is as flimsy as Ares' chance of taking over for Vic." "It's not meant to deflect arrows or anything," said Ares. "I made it light for us to carry into the chamber. The runes should keep the gigantus back while you strip the infusion machines." Moriganne grabbed a shield and held it against her shoulder, testing the way it felt, while Dresden and his team looked on with amusement. She didn't like the way his cold eyes regarded them, and found Kitty off to the side, adjusting the weapon straps on her hip. "You ever figure out what Dresden was up to?" she whispered. Kitty's lips squeezed white. She gave a terse shake of the head. "There was a lot of sheet metal and paint missing, but I couldn't figure out what they were building. Might be for the defenses on the pass." "Let's hope so." "I don't like that his team is staying outside the barrier while we go in," said Moriganne. "He can't leave here if we're not successful." "He needs us alive," said Kitty. "He needs Ivan alive, not that he'd help Dresden if he let us die." "If something needs to be done, I'll take care of Dresden," said Kitty. The icy comment sent shivers down Moriganne's spine. Kitty was an enigma, but now there was an edge to her that frightened Moriganne. "Everyone to me," said Ares, waving them over. "I'll go over this once and then you can ask questions. I'm going to open the barrier for the extraction team. Kitty, Mori, Ivan and Lena will go in. Dresden's team will be on standby for support and to defend the barrier. I'll maintain the runes in case they get past you. Head down the stairs to the infusion machines. Lena, you have the drill." She held up a yellow and black power drill. "Unbolt the infusers. We need 3 if you can manage it. 2 if things get hairy and you need to cut out early." He paused. "Any questions?" "I think I'm gonna be sick." Ivan ran into the machinery and the sound of retching followed. Moments later he reappeared, wiping his mouth with the back of his sleeve. "I'm probably not getting any good luck kisses now." One of the security guards with an automatic weapon over his shoulder threw Ivan a stick of gum, which he shoved into his mouth. As they gathered near the barrier, Ivan pulled out a container filled with a half-dozen vials. "This should help with, well, everything. The come-down's a bitch. Be warned. If I get the opportunity to have a come-down, I think I'll be okay," said Moriganne as she put her hand on his shoulder. "You say that now. Are we a big happy family now, or can we get this done?" said Dresden. "If you don't remember, we have a potential invasion at the pass too." Kitty turned to everyone. "He's right. We need to get moving or this whole thing is going to go from bad to worse." The agreement surprised everyone, even Dresden, who looked like he trusted Kitty's comments as much as a game of Russian roulette. The 4 of them approached the barrier and Moriganne's heart rate went through the roof. The only thing keeping her feet moving forward was the elixir Ivan had given them. It didn't make the anxiety go away, but it created distance between her and the feeling. The drug had also dialed up her senses so she could see the individual hairs on the back of Kitty's head, and increased her strength and speed. She put her hand on the fanny pack around her waist, playing with the little zipper and hoping she wouldn't need the Venota stones. During the night, the maintenance team had added hinges to the barrier so they could enter without having to tear down the entire structure. Ares had supervised the construction to ensure they didn't ruin the protections. He looked tired, but Moriganne could see that the challenges presented had brought out a good side of him. She put her hand on his forearm to get his attention. "If we survive this, it'll be because of you." His expression was unreadable as he furrowed his brow and glanced down for a moment. "Let's survive first before we start congratulating ourselves." He was about to turn away when he touched the back of her hand. "You sure you got these runes right?" She covered the back of her hand and pulled away. "Yeah. Good as gold." The look in his eyes said he didn't believe her, but he turned towards the wall. She'd had to modify the runes slightly because placing them on her skin had caused a painful shock. The newer ones that he'd found in the tome had little effect on her, but the older ones had been the problem, which was another confirmation of the nature of the bridge tattoo. The next few minutes, Ares chanted and made signs near the barrier. The dull runes flared with energy, like embers glowing from fresh air. As the words tickled her ear, the bridge on her arm itched like a bad sunburn. His voice rose to a crescendo, until a pulse of energy burst from the wall, mostly on the interior side, but Moriganne caught some of the blowback, letting out a brief exclamation that was mostly missed because of the roars of agony from inside. "I think you just kicked them in the collective balls," said Ivan. Ares motioned to Dresden. A pair of guards grabbed the big handles and pulled them back, while her older brother stepped into the gap with his hands up, muttering invocations. Enormous shapes moved in the darkness, backing up and growling in their guttural language. A gigante briefly surged forward, attempting to rush Ares. He swept his hand forward, switching his incantation, and the figure hit a shimmering wall, roaring in frustration before retreating. Moriganne had caught a brief glance of the gigante, a huge hulking form with an enormous head and stunted horns. "Go," said Ares, motioning them forward. Moriganne lifted her shield, pressing it against the others to form a mini-wall. She stood in the middle as the four of them advanced, pushing the gigante back. Her elbow burned, not all from the runes. Without the barrier blocking her, she could feel the presence of the gigantus in the room. There were 11 of the creatures, and something else, which she didn't want to think too much about, because it left her shaking from the brief interaction. To her left and right, Ivan and Kitty were chanting. Moriganne was supposed to join them, but she feared complications with the bridge. Instead, she focused through the tattoo, pushing the gigantus back. Together they marched forward, forcing the creatures to retreat down the metal stairs and into the wider cavern. She was pleased they didn't head into the machines, which would have been more complicated. Kitty extended her arm, and a globe of light drifted across the empty space, illuminating the scene. The bunched group of gigantus raised their arms in reaction, roaring and stomping their feet. "I wish you wouldn't have done that," said Ivan from ahead of her. The gigantus had dark blue skin and long low skulls like Neanderthals. Their horns were varied, long and short, twisted and straight, not a pair matching. They wore what appeared to be leather, and carried no weapons. "Keep moving," said Moriganne when Ivan stopped at the bottom of the stairs. The cavern went further to the right. A deep expanse extended far beyond Kitty's meager light, and Moriganne sensed something ancient and dangerous there, but for now it had chosen to stay out of sight. The building where they'd sequestered the Deathstone had been trampled and broken into pieces. The equipment on the left had been damaged but was generally intact. They backed up to the production line, keeping the shields between them and the gigantus. Moriganne was painfully aware that if the creatures rushed them, they'd quickly overcome their defenses and it'd be a bloodbath. But either the runes, the chanting or the bridge was keeping them at bay. For now. The short bursts of the accelerating power drill as Lena unbolted the infuses, which were about the size of a footstool, echoed into the cavern. Moriganne stood shoulder to shoulder with her siblings, staring over the metal railing at the group of gigantes watching them work. The creatures roared and shouted at them in their guttural language. They seemed less murdery and demonic in the dim light. The resemblance to the Montanhas was mostly in the face and angled shoulders, but it was enough she didn't question it. There was more to these other realms than she understood. A smallish gigante, only 7 or 8 feet tall, made a rush up the stairs to the platform, but Kitty threw a force projection to knock it back. The creature snarled and slapped his hand on the railing, checking back with his fellows as if he was goading them into joining his attack. "I don't like the looks of this," said Ivan. "Are you done yet, Lena?" "Not even the first one is off," she yelled over the drill. "Another 10 minutes. Moriganne checked over her shoulder to see Lena had 2 bolts off the infuser, and was working on the third. When she looked back, an object was flying through the air. It slammed into the shields, knocking her back a step. A hunk of broken stone the size of a volleyball sat between their feet. "Crap, they're gathering more," said Ivan. The gigantes had scattered, picking up stones. They started throwing them one at a time, then faster, and before long a steady stream of stones was hitting their shields, which they had to hide behind. Moriganne's shield cracked after the 4th or 5th hit. "It's destroying the wards," said Ivan. "We are so fucked. Lena, can you hurry?" "One down," she said as she moved further back into the machines to unbolt the next infuser. The first gigante lifted his arms and screamed in rage before leaping up the stairs. He made it halfway up, rattling the metal scaffolding. Then Kitty was there. She moved in a blur, the strikes coming faster than anyone could see, and then the gigante stumbled back down, chest and arms streaked with blood. But before Kitty could get back behind the warded shields, a volley of rocks slammed into her. A big one cracked her across the skull, and she jackknifed onto the floor at their feet. Moriganne and Ivan shoved the shields forward to protect her. "She's out cold," said Ivan, distressed by his twin's unconsciousness. "What do we do?" "Protect her," said Moriganne as more rocks, some as big as grapefruits, slammed into their shields. Her shoulder ached from the constant assault. A pair of gigantes made a run for them. Moriganne looked up in time and pushed back through the bridge. Halfway up the stairs they struggled to a stop, as if they'd hit an invisible barrier, before slowly backing down. "What in the broken hells made them go back?" asked Ivan, incredulous. "Who cares as long as they're not charging us," she said. The gigantes grouped at the bottom, conversing in their guttural language. She couldn't understand them, but she could see them gesturing towards her. They'd sensed the bridge. "How's the second unit coming?" Ivan shouted over his shoulder. "Not good, moving to a different one." "The bolts were stripped," responded Lena from somewhere in the machines. Moriganne elbowed her brother. "Check Kitty. See if you can get her up. I'll keep watch." Ivan crouched down behind the shield, placing his fingers on her neck and then over her forehead. "Come on, Kitty." His twin groaned, eyes fluttering but not opening. Moriganne tried to see if she was awake, but didn't want to take her eyes off the gigantes too long. She sensed they were planning something. 2 of them disappeared into the gloom of the cavern, towards the other presence, she assumed. The seconds felt like hours. Ivan managed to get Kitty sitting behind them, but she could barely keep her eyes open. When Moriganne checked back over her shoulder, a volley of rocks and other materials from the cavern came flying towards the shield. The collective impact nearly knocked her off her feet and tore a hunk off the corner of the shield. It was nearly in pieces. Another good impact and she'd have nothing in her hands. She grabbed the shield that Kitty had dropped, and before they could launch another round, she unzipped her fanny pack and let the Venota stones drop onto the metal scaffolding at her feet. "What are those?" asked Ivan. She didn't bother responding, letting her voice instruct him to their purpose. The 7 colored stones lifted into the air, forming moons as she brought the winds into existence. The giantess hesitated, throwing a few exploratory rocks at her, before deciding it was nothing to worry about. Before they could get more ideas, she focused on the G-note. The blue Venota stone shot out at the gigante in front, cracking against his enormous skull below the left horn. A rivulet of black blood issued forth as the creature cried out in pain. Before the giantess could adjust, she sent the stone back in, which turned their knot of resistance into chaos. For a few seconds the giantess were more focused on catching or blocking the blue Venota stone rather than her, which had been the point of her attack. But then a cavern-rattling roar from the back brought the giantess heads around. Moriganne sensed that whatever was coming wouldn't be dissuaded by the power of the bridge. "Lena, you'd better hurry, we don't have much time." Halfway to getting the second one, Moriganne eyed the darkness, which seemed to pulse, as if it was water being disturbed by tiny quakes. As the ground shook from the approach of the creature, a pit formed in her stomach. The bridge ached, either in anticipation or fear. She let the blue Venota stone smack into a few more gigantes, before deciding that she needed to be ready to grab Kitty and the infuses and run. There were no eyes in the darkness. No reflected lights. Not even the glint of teeth. Yet the creature was as unmistakable as sensing the pressure change ahead of a tornado spawning supercell. The gigantes were the immediate danger, lobbing stones and chunks of concrete at her flimsy shield, but she couldn't help but stare towards the back of the cavern. It looked like the shadows were condensing, coming alive with dangerous purpose. "Lena, I've almost got the last bolt," she called back. "It's a doozy." The gigantes parted as the creature approached the upper portion of the cavern, looking as afraid of it as they'd been of her. A noise that reminded her of a roaring fire emanated from the knot of darkness. Moriganne pushed with the bridge. The impact was like two rhinos crashing their horns into each other. A cry slipped her lips. Pain ratcheted up her arm. Ivan appeared at her side with his shield, holding a barely conscious Kitty under his arm. She groaned and fought to open her eyes. "What's that?" "I don't know. But we need to leave. The second unit's not loose. We need it to have enough wire," said Ivan as he held up the shield to block another volley of rocks. The shadows absorbed the midlight, the bubble of illumination winking out of existence. Moriganne looked over her shoulder to encourage Lena to move faster, when three gigantes thundered up the metal stairs under the cover of a rock volley. The first one crashed into the shield, shattering it into pieces, pushing her into Ivan. They tangled feet and landed on Kitty. The gigante lifted a hunk of concrete the size of a moped above its head. There was nothing she could do to stop it, and the others behind it would finish the job. Nafi Exilium Sharnat. A blast of white light cascaded out like a supernova along a flat plane, knocking the gigantes down the stairs into a pile. The hunk of concrete fell onto the railing, snapping in half. Moriganne didn't understand what had happened until Ares was pulling her up. A rock hit him in the back. He grimaced and motioned for Ivan to take Kitty out. "How much longer?" Ares pulled a handful of white powder from a bag and sprinkled it in front of the stairs before the gigantes could regain their feet. A muttered incantation gave the air a faint shimmer. "I can't get it," said Lena from the machines. "I need to move to another." The only illumination in the cavern came from the lights they'd brought. Shadows had consumed everything else. It was a tidal wave of darkness briefly suspended over their heads, about to crash upon the shores and devour them all. "No," said Moriganne, "we have to leave now." "But the infuses." "It'll have to be enough." She wasn't sure how she knew, but the burning in her arm had her in tears. Only the training with Professor Zeng kept her standing. "Go get out now." Lena came waddling out of the machines with the infuser in her arms. It had to weigh nearly 200 pounds, but Ivan's elixirs had given her temporary strength that she would pay for later. As Ivan carried Kitty behind Lena, Ares and Moriganne held up the final intact shield and protected their escape. As they backed up the stairs, Moriganne caught a glimmer of the creature in the cavern. It was as big as a building, parts of it brushing against the ceiling. The urge to lie down and let it devour her nearly overcame her senses, until Ares grabbed her arm and dragged her backwards. The gigantus hounded them the entire way out, but they could do little to stop them due to the runes and her bridge. The creature in the cave had not yet reached the stairs. As they threw themselves past the barrier, hopeful relief crept in. Moriganne turned to check on Kitty as Ares made gestures and muttered in their guttural language. Our gigante lobbed a huge rock through the gap. It slammed into Ares and knocked him into Moriganne. She fell against the steel barrier, and the shock of the wards hit like an out-of-control defibrillator, knocking her off her feet. The gigantus barreled through, escaping into the outer room as gunfire bursts deafened. Chapter 37. Flashes of gunfire and screams erupted as Ares threw himself towards the gap to repair the wards. Our gigante had gotten through, but he had to make sure no more did before someone accidentally shot him in the chaos. He threw a force wave through the space between the steel barrier and the cave wall, giving himself enough time to lay a line of salt down and conjure a shimmering wall into existence. The warding was simple and wouldn't hold for long, but he needed a few seconds longer for the larger fix. Ares slammed the barrier against the hinges, throwing the lock into place as a bullet sparked off the steel near his head, causing him to duck. The gigante was rampaging through the room, catching bullet fire and crumpling the security team with fists. Somewhere behind him, Dresden was shouting into his radio. The words "blow the roof" hit the periphery of his mind but didn't register until it was too late. Ares completed the circuit that would re-energize the wards. Something hit the other side of the barrier, then screamed. "No, you can't," said Ares as he rushed towards Dresden, who was screaming into his radio. "It'll only make things." Somewhere above them, bone-rattling explosions went off in a chain. The first knocked him nearly into the gigante, the second pushed him forward as if a big hand had shoved him, and then the remaining blasts, too close together to feel the difference, threw him across the chamber to land against the cart that had held the shield. It flipped over on him as the lights went out. Bright flashes of gunfire sparked across the surfaces. A strobe light revealed the gigante had somehow kept its feet. Dust rolled out from the ceiling as the explosions continued, the result of the roof above the cavern falling in upon itself. A mage light bloomed into existence. Dresden was on his feet, holding the pistol between two hands, firing dead center at the big demon. The creature took 2 steps and hit the head of security, throwing him down the concrete path. No one was standing, except for a few security guards who'd abandoned their weapons and scrambled back to their feet to flee the scene. Ares threw the cart off his back as he watched the gigante turn to find Moriganne behind him. Blood streamed from her forehead. She was covered in dust. The gigante reached its arm back as if it were going to hit her in the face. A direct blow at that range would kill her. The horned humanoid swung its arm around but pulled the punch at the last moment. Ares thought it was going to drop to a knee before her, but then a shape sprung from the ground. Kitty stuck a rund knife in the creature's side. It roared in pain and sprung away, disappearing into the plant as dust continued to cascade upon them. The metal barrier bent at the middle as something large hit it from the inside. The wards had been ruined by the explosion, their continuity destroyed by the cracked stone wall. The gigantus that had made it up the stairs had probably avoided the destruction of the infusion room. Ares used the remainder of his salt to place a secondary barrier. "Will that hold?" asked Lena. "Not long," said Ares as an impact bent the metal barrier a few more inches. "We have to go." A scream of rage brought them around. Ares expected to see the gigante had returned, but instead it was a bloody and dust-covered Kitty, grabbing Dresden by the collar and throwing him against a machine. "You fucking idiot! You broke the barrier!" He tried to fight her off but he stood no chance. "I had to do it. A demon had gotten out. We could have dealt with it. Now the others will too, and there's nothing we can do to stop them." Kitty threw Dresden onto the ground and produced her knife, standing over him. His weapon was nowhere near. There was nothing he could do to stop her. "Kitty," yelled Moriganne. "We need everyone if we're gonna survive." Kitty made a quick lunge before letting out a long fist-squeezing scream. She shoved the blade back into its sheath, returning to help Ivan with the infuser as if she'd never nearly killed Dresden. Ares couldn't recall seeing his younger sister show emotion, not since Solstice's death. "We need to get this back to the lab," said Ivan. "It's not going to be enough." "It'll have to be." "You'll figure it out," said Lena as they maneuvered the infuser onto the uprighted cart. Everyone looked strained, but no one had stopped moving. The back end of the plant was falling in upon itself. Dust came down in streamers as secondary collapses continued behind them. Dresden climbed to his feet, eyeing Kitty, who had her back to him, then his pistol in the corner. Ares didn't bother warning Kitty, as he knew she had presented herself as defenseless to entice an attempt. Ares hurried over to the head of security as he reached his weapon. "Help me with these two over here." "They're still alive," said Ares. Dresden squinted, thoughts running across his cold blue eyes, before he nodded and moved to the fallen guards. Ares helped the first while Dresden grabbed the second. They were injured, but not mortally. Ivan and Lena pushed the cart with the infuser down the path between the machines, while he helped the guard stumble out. He checked over his shoulder to see Moriganne shaking her head above the bodies of two other guards. As they reached the opposite end of the plant from the infuser rooms, a steel crash announced the escape of the other gigantus behind the ruined barrier. At the stairs, Ivan and Lena carried the infuser up to the lab for disassembly. "Dresden," said Ares, "where do we take them?" The head of security seemed distracted, scowling, his hands resting on his pistol. He stared back defiantly before answering. "To the security building. We have a medical station there." "Ivan." His brother looked down with the infuser balanced between him and Lena at the midpoint of the stairs. "Go on. We'll barricade the door." "How long do you need?" "I have to strip the wire out, weave the cage, and figure out how to make one infuser work when we really needed 2 or 3. "Earn that genius label, brother," said Ares. The look his brother gave him as he entered the lab didn't inspire confidence. As they carried the wounded towards the front, the smashing of equipment echoed through the building. "Anyone know where the one that fled went?" asked Ares, looking directly at Moriganne. She furrowed her brow and shook her head. He still didn't know how to interpret her reaction to the wards, or the gigantus' reaction to her, but so far they were alive, and that's all that mattered. They helped the injured into the security building, finding the medical room, and started opening bandages. The guy that Ares had been carrying had been shot in the shoulder from friendly fire during the chaotic battle. "What do we do now?" asked Moriganne as she wrapped a bandage around a bloody leg. "Think we can take down those gigantus?" Dresden was examining his gun. "We unloaded a dozen rounds into that thing and it's still standing." "You also blew the roof and let 3 more out, you beady-eyed fascist," said Moriganne. "It could have been worse if the others had gotten loose, or whatever was making noise in there that sounded like a living hurricane," said Dresden. "I made the hard decisions while you were screwing around." "Hard decisions? Sounds like an excuse to play with your guns," said Moriganne. "Fuck the gigantus," said Kitty suddenly, bringing their heads around. "They're out. We can't put the genie back in the bottle. We need to focus on getting the portal up and running." She stood up and ripped the long sleeve of her black shirt off since it had been torn to shreds. "I'm going to protect Ivan. No one else matters." "Finally some fucking sense in here," said Dresden. "We should all." His radio crackled to life, fear and concern coming through the speaker. "They're coming up the road. The town is attacking. The whole town." Chapter 38. The decision between the gigantus in the plant and the town's assault weighed on Kitty's shoulders equally. If they couldn't get the portal up and running, then no one was leaving, but the town's numbers could easily overwhelm the meager defenses at the pass, dooming their escape. Dresden grabbed a second holster from the wall and a box of ammo, shoving it into his pockets. Ort come scuto ort in scuto. Ares wrinkled his nose. Die on your shield. It means no retreat, said Kitty. Die with your shield or be carried back on it. You may not like me, said Dresden, but I'll make sure we get out of here alive. For once, Kitty agreed with him. I'll go with you. The pass must hold. She nodded to her siblings. Can you protect Ivan? Moriganne nodded. I'm going to swing by the workers, make sure they're safe, and get them ready to move to the portal when it's open. Then we'll fall back to him. I'll go with you, said Ares. Her older brother seemed conflicted, but Kitty didn't have time to pass the meaning of his hunched shoulders and pointed lips. There'd always been discord between her older siblings. She chalked it up as the usual fender rubbing. Dresden headed for the door. Kitty caught up to him, matching his stride. He raised an eyebrow in her direction. If you're planning on killing me, do me a favor and let's do this now. I'd prefer not to get stabbed in the back. Killing you now would be stupid as much as I would enjoy it, said Kitty, watching for his reaction. Facite res difficiles. Dresden smirked. I'm sure you would. My father has a similar saying. Not quite equivalent, but I think you'll understand. Never take off the mask of the dragon. Your father's a great man. He's a tyrant, said Kitty. Progress sometimes requires hard decisions, said Dresden. The West wasn't one because the lawmen of the time followed all the rules. Those lawmen were criminals with a badge, said Kitty. I know my history. He broke into a jog. Why did you come with me? I meant what I said. We need to stop the town from attacking so we can concentrate on the portal, she said, easily keeping up with him. Which will require killing some of them to show them the price, said Dresden. Facite res difficiles. Only if necessary, said Kitty. We didn't come here to slaughter the locals. Before he could respond, she increased her pace. He grunted and matched her strides, though the strain was apparent. He was in his early 50s and in excellent shape, but he didn't have the imbuements she could tap into. Kitty reached into a hidden pocket and offered him a small vial. Take this. Poison. It'll help with what's to come. For speed and strength. One of Ivan's brews. I can take a drink first if you want. He squinted. Please. Fine. She unstoppered the vial, placed it against her lips, and made sure he could see her drinking the top fifth of the light blue liquid. Tastes like a mint julep. Without taking his eyes off her, he grabbed the vial and threw it down as if it were a shot of whiskey. Not bad. Let's go. We have a pass to defend. They made good time to the ridge. The pass was narrow, with a rocky slope on the left that climbed to the peak, and a 50-foot gap on the right covered in thick brush and loose boulders, leading to a sheer cliff. The upper part of the cliff was the path she'd taken to the backside of the plant when she'd wanted to avoid being seen. Concrete barriers covered the road and the bush-covered gap, but they would only keep vehicles from getting through. There were 20 defenders at the pass, carrying a mix of automatic and single-shot weapons. They looked relieved at Dresden's arrival. One of his lieutenants gestured into the valley. A mass of people was heading their way. Her imbuement-aided vision showed her the group of familiar Montanhas at the head, along with the local leaders of the resistance. Everyone carried makeshift weapons. She was certain there were guns, but not as many as their side had. I called as soon as I saw them, said the security guard, shaking his head. We're not going to try and fight that, are we? Dresden peered down the road. They'd arrive in 10 minutes, sooner if they sped up their pace. He grunted but said nothing. Battle of Thermopylae, said Kitty. I didn't know the Assassin's Hall studied war, he said. They don't, but my father gave us homework when we were younger. We read all the generals of history, Caesar, Napoleon, Qin Shi Huang, Attila, Khalid ibn al-Walid, etc. Preferably in their own tongue. He would quiz us afterwards and then ask how we might apply what we learned to business. What would you do then? Kitty stepped forward, studying the approach of the town and then the surrounding landscape. How best could she deter their approach without killing more people? The slope to her left was covered in huge boulders that could be easily dislodged. Do you have any more of those explosives? Dresden followed the line of her sight. Some. I used most of it on the plant. Certainly enough to dislodge those and make it harder for them to come over the pass, but there's not enough time to set them. That's a brutal climb. Not for me. You can't get up there and back in time, said Dresden, squinting. We'll have to blow the charge long before then. He was right, as much as she hated to admit it. But it was a chance to slow the attack. The collapse of the ridge would turn the 50-foot gap into a 10-foot passage, easily defended by a few automatic rifles. They'd eventually get around, but it would give Ivan a chance to repair the portal for their escape. Facite res difficiles, she said. Dresden stared back with his cold blue eyes. He was pleased by her decision. It would give him a chance to solve two problems at once. Let's grab those charges. With the explosives in her backpack, Kitty approached the slope. The first section was a simple scramble, but a quarter of the way up it turned sheer. The crowd from the town was getting near enough she could hear their chanting. She burst into a sprint, bounding up the rocks like a mountain goat until she reached the cliff. The stone was cold, but her hands found purchase easily. A crack in the wall allowed her to summit with speed. She resisted the urge to check over her shoulder to see how close the mob was to the pass. Every second mattered. There was a decent chance that Dresden might trigger the explosives while she was on the cliff. She tried not to think about that. There was nothing she could do about it now. She reached the top of the wall, pulling herself onto the ledge where a collection of enormous boulders was holding back an old rock slide. Kitty removed the charges from her backpack, shoving them into the narrow gaps beneath the boulders. Only after they were set did she check back to the pass beneath her to find the townsfolk were within 100 feet of the barriers, and the security team had retreated down the road, which meant only one thing. The radio on her hip crackled to life. Out of time. I'm triggering the charges in 10 seconds. Bastard. There was no time to climb down. She was trapped on a mountainside with a set of explosives about to blow. She could feel Dresden smirking up at her, knowing that it had been her choice, not his. Chapter 39. The workers are in the cafeteria, said Moriganne, hurrying ahead of him down the hallway with the inspirational signs on the wall with trite phrases like, hang in there, and there is no I in team. There is no I in team, but if you get caught up in the crowd you might turn into meat, said Ares mostly to himself. It was something he'd heard Victor say once when they were touring one of Celeste's production facilities a few years ago. The comment hadn't meant as much at the time, but now that he was facing down two dangerous threats trapped in a secluded realm, he was wondering if there was room for practical selfishness. Did you say something? Asked his sister as she slowed to let him catch up. The events near the infusion room weighed on his mind. He hadn't planned on saying anything, but events were chaotic enough. He had to know who was truly on his side before they got everyone else killed. What happened down there? Dresden blew the roof, said Moriganne, tilting her head. She had a cut on her forehead and her blonde hair was sprinkled with dust. Not that. That demon was about to put a hole in your face with its fist and then it pulled back. That's not the only thing. You got hit by my wards, which shouldn't have happened, and your runes are all wrong, he said, touching her shoulder where her denim shirt had ripped, exposing the flesh beneath. You purposely drew them wrong. What's going on, Moriganne? Are you really my sister, or is this something like Eloise? Ares, she said, taking a step towards the cafeteria, we don't have time for this. We're in a war zone. And I need to know if I'm in a foxhole with the enemy, he said. If I hadn't been there, she said, eyes creased with anger, then no one would have gotten out of the infuser room. If I was on their side, why would I do that? I don't know, he said. I haven't pieced it all together, but there was the weirdness at the convergence ceremony, and the Meja in the Undercity. What's with that tattoo on your arm? Is that what's causing this? You always said you hated tattoos, and now you have one on your elbow. Her fingers brushed the left arm where he knew the bridge tattoo was located. It's just a tattoo. And Ivan just has a drug problem, he responded. She lifted her chin. The corners of her lips curled downward. I have to get to the cafeteria. Stop. Moriganne glanced over her shoulder, but made no signs of slowing. He knew a way to test her, but if it truly was his sister, it would only cause a rift. Damn it. Before she could move too far away, he spoke a phrase in the ancient language of demons. Moriganne cried out, falling to her knees, hand going to the location of the tattoo. Before she could move away, he threw down a warding sign and then, using the salt in his pocket, blocked her against the wall. It was hastily constructed and could easily be broken, but it confirmed for him what he'd suspected. Aries, he said, don't. Who are you? What have you done with my sister? He asked. It's me, Moriganne, you asshat. Her anger was real, but her gaze darted up and down the hall. Then what's with the tattoo? She pulled the left sleeve up, revealing the bridge. The ink seemed to be made with shadows. He'd never seen its like before. His gut twisted in response to seeing it. What is it? Mine to worry about, said Moriganne, pulling the sleeve back over it. If you don't let me go, I'm going to break out of this stupid circle. What's going on? Who are you? Aries. I don't have time to explain this, she said, nor do I think I want to, but judge me not on the tattoo but on my actions. Can't you see that? Remember what happened in the Undercity. If I was a demon, would I have saved you? Why would I be trying to protect everyone from the Gigantus? We have bigger problems. How do I know this isn't a long game to get in tight with Victor? Or something else entirely? Aries, she pleaded, we have to talk to the workers and then get back to Ivan and Lena. The portal is the most important thing. I know you and I haven't always been close. Victor pitting us against each other doesn't allow for that, but know that I am your sister, and I am trying to do what's best for the family. Then tell me how you got the bridge tattoo and what it means. She set her lips. It's a long and complicated story that I don't have time to explain, and honestly there are parts of it I don't understand, but it's my secret and my burden. Like I said, judge me on my actions, not what you think this is. Aries looked down the hallway in the direction of the cafeteria. He knew the workers would be losing their minds with worry after the explosion, and hearing about the attack on the pass from the town. But Moriganne was a wild card. She was right about her actions. Despite the odd moments, she'd done everything she could to protect them. Yet he didn't trust her. Maybe it was a lifetime of conflict between them, but it was hard for him not to see the cracks in her carefully constructed facade. If she was his sister, she wasn't the person he used to know. He kicked the salt barrier and released his wards. Her relief was visible in her shoulders. You won't regret it. Moriganne ran off towards the cafeteria, leaving Aries in the hallway by himself with the inspirational posters as his companions. I already do. Chapter 40. The metal box containing the special wire he needed to repair the portal was doing its best to repel his efforts to extract it. Ivan banged his fist against the box, wishing he had one of his cinnamon sticks as a pick-me-up. The legs from the stainless steel table screamed as Lena pushed it across the floor, and Ivan grimaced at the wretched sound. Is that the dinner bell for the Gigantus to let them know where we are? An angry glance made him regret his comment. She didn't react the same way his siblings did to his barbs. Why aren't you getting the wire out? She asked with a grunt as she shoved the table against the door. It won't open. I popped the latch but the outer thingy isn't coming free, he said. Lena pulsed her jaw. Pile those cabinets on the table. I'll get the box open. Happy to follow her directions, Ivan grabbed the indicated cabinets and waddled them over to the table. By the time he'd stacked 2, she called out, "It's open." "Awesome, now I get to magically make 2 little wire work," he said. Lena grabbed his arm as they passed. "Ivan, I know this is a stressful time, but you have to put aside this self-pity bullshit. Focus on the problem. Find your joy in that." She didn't wait for him to answer, returning to the makeshift barrier and using an orange extension cord to tie the table into place. "I find joy in a blowjob and a good rave," he muttered to himself as he returned to the infuser. The inner guts of the machine were as incomprehensible as Sanskrit, but he didn't need to understand it, only harvest the wire for his portal. The wire was a silvery metal. He grabbed a section with a pair of pinch grips and the steel didn't even dent the surface. Lena wasn't even sure where the wire had originated from, but it didn't matter. The inner coil was wrapped like an AC/DC motor. As far as he could tell, the infuser treated phase like electric current, which was a good sign for what he wanted to accomplish with the repair. He jammed a screwdriver into the gap near the assembly, leveraging it away from the housing until it popped out. He sighed, wishing he could examine the infuser rather than destroy it, but there wasn't time for scholarship. Only survival. After unscrewing 2 set screws, the outer casing fell away, revealing the wound wire. He couldn't find an end. The wire was continuous. He tried snapping it with cutters, but he only made his hand hurt squeezing. "Do you know how I'm supposed to cut this?" he asked Lena, who was staring through a window on the side that looked out over the packaging part of the facility. She turned, eyes wide and lips squeezed white. "There are 2 of them coming down the walkway. One of them's dragging what looks like a leg. Are they coming up here? They can see the light." His heart pounded in his chest. He didn't relish facing even one, let alone a pair of gigantus. Fighting was better left to his siblings. "There's always time for the last hurrah before the end," he said. "The wire. You said something about the wire." He sighed. "I can't cut it." Lena toggled her radio. "Marcus. Come in, Marcus." A voice came back. "This is Alan. We haven't seen Marcus since an hour ago. He went to check on the power." Lena put the radio against her forehead as she closed her eyes. Ivan wondered if that leg belonged to Marcus. She placed the radio against her lips. "I need to know how to cut the infuser wire. I know you've repaired them in the past." The radio crackled to life. "The wire softens when it's energized with phase. We'd hook it to a working unit to modify the wire." "Thanks, Alan." Lena out. She set the radio on the table. "I'll add the phase you cut." "Worth a try." Lena placed her fingertips against the wire coil. Her eyes fluttered with internal intensity. He tried clipping the wire, but it repelled his efforts. After pulling away the clippers, he saw the outer casing was slightly marked. "Guess it needs more time," he said. "Probably." He glanced towards the door. "Ever been in as bad a situation?" "Some pretty hairy, but not like this." "Didn't think so." He squeezed again. This time he could feel the wire start to give. "A little bit more and I can get it." Lena nodded, closing her eyes to concentrate. He leaned forward to inhale her perfume. Jasmine and lily. It made him smile. When she opened her eyes, he straightened. "The wire." Ivan squeezed with both hands and the wire snapped. He had the urge to lean forward and kiss her, but she'd already moved towards the window. The wire unraveled from the motor easily. He'd calculated that he needed a minimum of 15 feet to make the cage work. As it unspooled, he grew hopeful that the single motor would provide the wire he needed, but then it came short. He pulled out the measuring tape to confirm, but he knew the answer even before he saw the numbers. 12 feet 8 inches. Too short. They're coming up the stairs, said Lena, jumping towards the stainless steel table stacked with cabinets. We're trapped. Did you hear me? We don't have enough, he said. I guess it doesn't matter that we're trapped. I can't fix the portal. You can and will, said Lena, looking over her shoulder. If you do. Before she finished her sentence, the barricaded door rattled with the impact of something large on the other side hitting it. Help me. No, said Ivan, looking around the laboratory. We need to get out. Can we go through the ceiling? Possibly, she said, furrowing her forehead. Never thought about it. Vic always told us that his enemies might want to kidnap us to get after him. Whenever I was in class at St. Jude's, I imagined how I might get out, or hide in case those people showed up. Lena shook her head as the Gigante dented in the metal door with a fist. You had a fucked up childhood. Good thing I'm so normal. Ivan climbed onto the central table, kicking off the beakers and titration devices that were no longer necessary. He pushed up the drop ceiling, seeing a gap between it and the concrete. The gap went over the walls heading into the main areas. Ivan moved to a table against the wall. He sent a mage light floating through the gap, revealing a path to another room. When he knew he had a way out, he leaned down and grabbed his backpack, which held the wire for the portal and a few other items he thought he might need. The Gigantus hit the door harder, snapping the extension cord and shoving the table away from the wall. Come on, Lena, he said, holding his hand out. She scrambled onto the table as the arm of a Gigantus slipped through the gap. He helped her climb into the ceiling, then once she was safely up, pulled himself into the space as the two Gigantus pushed their way into the room. Crawling along the rough concrete hurt his knees, but it wasn't as bad as being dismembered by an enormous demon. He focused on making as little noise as possible as they moved from one room into the next. Lena lifted a ceiling tile, then mouthed bathroom. She dropped into the room as the two Gigantus smashed equipment in the laboratory behind them. She peeked out the door before yanking herself back in and shaking her head. Another Gigante was in the hallway. Trapped again. Lena reached for her hip where the radio had been, but she'd left it on the table in their haste to get away. What do we do? He mouthed. She lifted her shoulders and gestured to the room, indicating they should wait until the demon had moved on. He nodded. They were safe for now. But what about his siblings? The last thing they knew, he was in the lab disassembling the infusion motor. Lena risked a peek out a crack in the door. She grabbed his arm, pulling him out of the women's bathroom and dragging him towards the double doors that went into the darkened plant. He heard crashing behind but didn't want to look. They hit the floor and sprinted into the machines, ducking under a row of piping that reeked of old grease. The Gigante that had been in the hallway stumbled into the plant, searching for them. Ivan pulled Lena away from the pipes in case the demon could see in the dark. From their location, he could hear sniffing and the clack of its feet against the concrete. It was searching for them, and he feared that it would easily find them. He had an idea, but as soon as it appeared, he wanted to yank it out of his head and stomp it on the ground. Ivan closed his eyes. The smell of jasmine and lily soothed his fear, and he knew he had to do it, or it would find and kill them. The demon entered the machines about 20 feet from their location, craning its neck and grunting as if it knew they were near. Ivan pulled a plastic bottle of hydrogen peroxide from his backpack, unscrewed the top, shoved it between his legs, and then took an eyedropper of sodium iodide and squeezed it into the bottle. The reaction would happen fast, so he screwed the cap quickly, added a boost of phase to give the exothermic combustion a kick, and lobbed the bottle over the gigant's head to land against the far machines. The explosion sounded like a firecracker in a plastic tub. The demon roared in its guttural language, heading deeper into the machines. Ivan grabbed Lena's hand, and together they ran headlong down the pathway. The main entrance to the plant was 100 meters away. It felt like 1,000 miles running in a mostly dark plant except for the emergency lights. When they burst out the doors, the cold Montanhas air felt like freedom. "Nice trick back there," said Lena, breathing heavily. "Thanks. Let's get to the portal and see if I can make something work," he said. He didn't let go of her hand. Lena squeezed and wrapped their fingers tighter, giving him a brief smile as they jogged towards the destroyed building that held the cracked obsidian portal. As they crossed the yard, a concussive blast echoed from the pass. A flash of light was followed by the rumblings of sound bouncing around the valley. "Hopefully that was our side detonating that," said Lena. "Yeah," said Ivan, thinking about his twin with Dresden. Chapter 41. The moment in the midden pit came back to Kitty as the countdown to the explosion began in her head. It had been a choice. Kill the young Monta, or be hunted by the entire village on her way back to the plant. There was a simple solution to her problem, but not one without major consequences. Kitty ducked under the boulder, grabbed the 2 explosive charges and tossed the first one over the edge towards the massed townsfolk. She pulled the remote trigger from the squishy beige material of the second one as she ran around the boulder. The explosive went off about 50 feet above the road. Screams and gunfire followed. Kitty moved back into view to see Dresden leading his team against the townsfolk. The mass of people and Montanhas had been surprised by the explosion. Dresden had used it as a chance to turn the tide. The townsfolk ran back the way they'd come, leaving their wounded and dead lying on the road. Based on the way the bodies lay, she was certain the thrown explosive had killed a few, but Dresden's firing squad had finished the majority. Kitty shoved the remaining explosive in her backpack and made the climb down, aware the entire time that her back was facing Dresden. If he wanted to pick her off the cliffside, there'd be nothing she could do to stop him. He was waiting when she reached the road. Quick thinking. "When I saw you throw it, for a moment, I thought it was headed our direction. You started firing fast. Couldn't have been that worried." He snorted softly, removing a clip from his pocket and shoving it into his pistol. "If it was coming our way, there was nothing I could do to stop it. But if it was going towards them, then I was being gifted a wonderful opportunity. Glad it worked out." She looked down the road to the fleeing backs. "Think they'll come back?" "Eventually," he said, glancing into the sky. The sun had dipped below the mountain peaks. "It'll be dark soon." "I'm headed back to check on Ivan." "I told you needed me," said Dresden with a wry grin, clearly expecting a response. Kitty turned and jogged down the road. "Fucker." Chapter 42. Calming the workers in the cafeteria had been like trying to get a class full of kindergartners to perform a group dance. Moriganne's temples ached from the shouting and table pounding. The only thing that had gotten them to shut up was when Ares had reminded them that the noise could draw the gigantus. "I feel like we lied to them," she told her brother as they headed back into the plant. "Now I know how the captain of the Titanic felt when he told the band to keep playing as the ship sunk. Their panic isn't going to help." "You told them what's happening," said Ares. "It wasn't pretty, but you did the best you could." Moriganne didn't know how to take his compliment after he'd trapped her in the hallway using salt and protection wards. She could have easily escaped, but she'd known the moment she did, their conflict would escalate. The ground rumbled, forcing them to grab the walls to stay standing. The screeches of steel bending deeper in the plant echoed through the space like dying screams. "That was weird," he said. "More than weird. Didn't feel like an aftershock," she said, looking across the dark plant. "Whatever it was, it's another reason Ivan needs to fix the portal so we can get the hell out of here," said Ares. They heard the gigantus long before they saw them. The laboratory was on the second level with windows that looked out over the packing area. The door had been ripped off the hinges and the makeshift barrier had been tossed down the stairs. The sounds of the 2 creatures rummaging around the lab, smashing glass, fell upon their ears. "Oh no," said Moriganne, putting a hand to her mouth. "We're too late." She didn't know Ivan well, except that he reminded her of the troubled souls she knew from the music industry. But he seemed to be pulling himself together with Lena's help. He can't be," said Aries. Halfway up the stairs, Moriganne spotted a bloody leg. The urge to curl in a ball was countered by their dangerous circumstances. "We have to go through the Eternal City," said Aries. "It's the only way out." "We can't get everyone through there," she said. "Fuck them. Just us. We'll find Kitty and the three of us can make it out." "I don't want to leave them. We just promised all those people we'd get them out," said Moriganne, voice cracking as she threw up her hands. "Fine," said Aries, "you wrangle them, but I'm not staying with you. It's suicide. Sometimes you have to recognize when things have gone to hell and the only thing left is survival." "You sound like Victor." "He's not wrong." Before the gigantus spotted them, they left the plant, jogging down the main aisleway until they burst into the night. Only a faint nimbus of daylight coated the mountains in a pale glow. The twin moons had begun their ascent. The staccato burst of automatic fire echoed from the pass. If she focused, Moriganne thought she could hear the sounds of screaming. She was so intent on listening that she jumped when Aries grabbed her arm. "There's a light at the portal," said Aries breathlessly. "Maybe he got out. Come on, let's move." The kernels of hope bloomed in her chest, but she didn't know if she should allow it. There was so much more that could go wrong. She felt like they were racing against an unseen clock. When Aries slowed, she did the same. He was squinting towards the security building. "Did you see that?" "See what?" His lips wrinkled. "I don't know. Maybe it was nothing. Keep your guard up." He looked to her. "Can you use that thing on your arm to sense them?" Before she could answer, a bone-chilling scream from somewhere ahead cut through the air. Chapter 43. The cracked obsidian portal glimmered in the light of the portable lantern, surrounded by the destroyed building that had been peeled back in the explosion a week before. The place still smelled like the chemicals from the extinguishers. The cage of silvery wires surrounding the stone looked like bad modern art, but if he'd done his calculations correctly, Ivan thought it would work. He blinked hard, adjusting the enchantment he'd placed on his eyes to help him see the fine detail of the wires. The placement had to be exact. Even a few millimeters off could send them to places unknown. "Can you hand me that?" Before he could speak, the ground rumbled in the distance. He heard parts of the plant that Dresden had blown up collapsing. It was too dark to see the dust plumes, but he imagined them rising from the mangled steel girders. "I don't like that," said Lena, peering in that direction. She turned back to him, forehead furrowed. "What did you need?" "That crimper," he said. "I think if I add some bends in these areas, it'll compensate for the lack of wire." "Whatever you say, Ivan. Just get us out of here," she said, handing over the tool while keeping watch. "I wish we could turn off this light. I feel exposed." "Me too, but I can't have both the dark vision and the fine vision enchantment." He hunched over his work, bending the wires at 5 points around the base with the precision of a robot. "Once we get out of here," said Ivan, looking up from his work, "would you like to go on a vacation with me?" Lena had pulled her hair back into a stubby ponytail. The sleeves of her denim shirt were filthy from crawling through the ceiling to escape the laboratory, and the bags under her eyes could double as luggage. "Ivan. I'm serious. Anywhere you want to go. Separate rooms. You don't have to hang out with me, but I'd like to take you to dinner at least once." "I don't understand this fascination with me," she said, keeping her head turning. "I'm over twice your age." "We're both majors. Age wouldn't matter in 50 years, he said. "First you asked me to go on a vacation with you, now you're planning our lives together." He squeezed the crimper and twisted it slightly to get the angle in the wire he wanted. "Not planning, just pointing out the obvious." Her chin lifted as if she'd heard something, then she looked back to him. "Why are you doing this?" Ivan didn't know what to say at first. He wasn't used to having to explain his feelings. Usually women threw themselves at him, and that was that. No self-analysis or confirmation necessary. "I'm a better person when I'm around you," he said. "I haven't touched my drug stash in nearly a week. Not counting the ones for staying awake and focusing on work, but you know." Lena shifted her mouth to the side. It wasn't quite a smirk. A burst of gunfire from the road brought both their heads around. "That sounded closer than the pass," said Lena. Ivan cleared his throat. It was hard enough getting his feelings out. These distractions were annoying him. "I could imagine myself starting a company with you," he said. "I'd give up my role in my father's company, use my stocks to fund the startup, assuming they're worth anything after this," he chuckled, "and we could work on the business together. You were the first person to believe in me." "Your sister does," said Lena, "but I get it. It's different when it comes from someone who's not family." "So you want to?" Lena frowned. "This isn't the best time for decisions like this. Can't we get out of here first?" "I don't know if I can say I'm in love with you because honestly I'm so messed up, I'm not sure I know what love is," said Ivan, wanting to get it out before the thoughts faded from his mind. "But would you agree to go on vacation with me? We can work it out from there. No expectations. No promises. Just a nice time away from, reality." Lena smiled. Ivan knew that she liked him. She'd been finding reasons to spend time with him these last few weeks, touching his arm, laughing at his dumb jokes. Age and circumstances complicated things, but he knew they could overcome them. He was excited about the idea of trying to be an adult with her, even if it was only platonic. It wasn't what he wanted in his dreams, but if that was all he got, he'd be happy. "Ivan," she said, tongue resting on her bottom teeth, "I think I'd like to go on vacation with you. Maybe we'd only need one." Her look of surprise left Ivan confused. For a moment, he thought it was a sudden reversal. The realization that he was far too young and far too immature for her. Then he saw a pole poke out of her chest. Lena looked down at the bloody piece of metal exiting her sternum. Her lips worked to say something, but it was lost beneath the fear as a gigante stepped into the light, lifted Lena high into the air, and flung her body into the darkness. Chapter 44. Gunfire bursts from behind Kitty told her that either the town had sent a secondary force through a separate path, or the gigantus were loose outside. A light from the western side where the broken portal was located gave her hope that Ivan had fixed it, but it was also a dangerous beacon. When she saw a large shape moving towards the light, Kitty broke into a flat-out run. Her mind immediately calculated that she'd be too late. The blades she had hidden on her person were in her fists before she'd even thought about it. No. The large figure moved around the shattered building. Ivan and Lena were talking and not paying attention to their surroundings. She wanted to hazard a shout, but that could bring even more upon them, and she wasn't sure she could take even one gigante. The creature was still in the back. Maybe she had time to reach it. The gigante was suddenly in the circle of light around the portal. Kitty thought it had its fists around Lena's neck until she saw her lifted up on a long pole and flung into the darkness. Her twin soul-crushed screams were like broken glass to her ears. Before the gigante could reach her brother, Kitty leapt upon its back. Both blades went into the demon's shoulders, piercing the thick skin. The creature grabbed her arm and threw her away from its back as easily as if she were a child. Kitty landed and rolled onto her feet, blades ready. Two figures appeared in the light. Ares made signs in the air, freezing the gigante in place. Moriganne shouted at the demon, and a line of blood appeared on its chest as if her voice were a whip. Kitty used the distraction to hit the gigante in the gut with her twin blades as Ivan, wielding the pole that had killed Lena, impaled the demon through the middle. The creature sunk to its knees and fell over. Before it hit the ground, Ivan ran over to Lena's body at the edge of the light. Her middle was a mess of blood. Her eyes were vacant, staring into the starry sky surrounded by a ring of mountains. Ivan threw himself across her body, sobbing and heaving. Ares put his hand to Ivan's shoulder. "Hey, I'm sorry, but we have to get the portal running or we're all going to die here." "Let him grieve," said Moriganne, lips bunched and eyes rounded. "We have to go," said Kitty, hating herself for having to push her twin into action. "Ares is right. We can grieve later." The grinding of steel on steel sounded as the collapsed part of the plant erupted. Even in the dim light, the bending upward of the old ceiling could be seen. Something dark and massive rose from the rubble and lifted into the air, blotting out the twin moons high in the mountain sky. Chapter 45. The blot of darkness, the living shadows. Moriganne knew at a glance that it would be death for them all. Not even the bridge could stop it. Her arm burned at the creature's presence, even at the large distance. What the fuck is that? Moriganne almost didn't register that Dresden had joined them with a small contingent of his security team. A few of them looked like they'd sustained injuries. "Our death if we don't get the fuck out of here," said Ares, pulling on Ivan's shoulders, trying to get him back on his feet. "Come on, Ivan. We need you to finish the portal." The shadows weren't moving towards them yet, but Moriganne could feel it searching for them. For her. She would draw it down upon them. She would be their deaths if they couldn't escape back to their realm. "The workers," she said, moving towards the plant. "We have to get them." Kitty grabbed her arm. "No. There's no time. We have to leave. Now." "I promised we'd get them to safety," she said, remembering their scared faces in the cafeteria as they shouted and demanded a way back. "We can't leave them." Ares had gotten Ivan up and moving towards the portal. He was sobbing and wiping his eyes, but he grabbed a tool and was bending the wires around the base. "Mori," said Kitty, "it's over. Either we leave or die." "If we don't get them then we're just like Victor," she said. Kitty didn't answer. She only looked to the dark blot in the sky. Before Moriganne could open her mouth, a bright, searing pain shot through her arm, bending her to her knees. Her arm was on fire. "It knows we're here," she spat out through sobs of pain. No one questioned how she knew and she didn't care. Dresden stepped to the edge of the light and fired his handgun at the darkness. "You idiot, that's not going to do a damn thing," said Ares. "Anything can be killed," replied the head of security. "It's done," said Ivan, wiping away his tears. "Gather round." Kitty said wait. She pulled out a block of explosives, reattached a timer, and set it for a few minutes. "We don't want anything following us." Moriganne let herself be pulled towards the portal by Kitty. They were holding hands, fingers entwined. Moriganne looked back to the plant, at the dim lights in the cafeteria, where the workers were waiting to be rescued. This place would be their grave and she'd helped dig it. The 4 charmers and the half-dozen security guards gathered around the portal. Moriganne looked up to see the shadows growing larger. The pain in her elbow was bringing spots to her eyes, but it wasn't as bad as the ache in her chest at abandoning the workers and townsfolk to their doom. "I'm sorry." The world was ripped away as she was transported. It felt like her soul had been torn in two. She landed in the daylight, surrounded by hedges and near the tinkling of a fountain. An idyllic scene compared to the carnage they'd witnessed in Montanhas. Her stomach announced its displeasure and she crawled into the grass, letting her muscles push her last meal out. After a few minutes, everyone had recovered from the vertigo of portal travel. It was much worse than normal, probably from the damage to the obsidian block. "Where are we?" asked one of the security guards. Ares climbed to his feet, wiping his mouth. The tips of skyscrapers could be seen over the hedges. "Second ward. This must be one of the garden network portals." He put his hand on Ivan's shoulder. Their brother was seated but curled upon himself. "You did it, Ivan. You saved us all. We're home. Home safe." The traitorous relief that crept into her limbs made Moriganne sick to her stomach. They'd left the workers to die a terrible death. Kitty stood above her, holding out a hand. Moriganne allowed herself to be pulled to standing. "We did what we had to do," said Kitty, lips pinched to a point. "We survived." Moriganne wasn't sure it was enough. Chapter 46. Victor had at least given them a few days to recover from the events in Montanhas, before calling them together in the study at the suite. Aries sat in the big backed leather chair by the window, staring at the clouds that had collected at the top of the spire. The relative peacefulness of his world made it feel like nothing had really happened at the Avita plant. His phone buzzed again. Professor Sinclair. Somehow he'd found out about the battle with the Gigantus. Probably from Victor, who'd wanted to rescue at least some advantage from the disaster. Aries wasn't sure if he didn't want to talk to his former mentor because he hadn't grabbed the tome during those last, chaotic hours, or if he didn't want to revisit the terrible events of those days. Ivan was the next to arrive. He looked like he'd been shoved into a barrel and rolled down a mountain. His eyes were bright red, blood vessels had burst, surrounded by dark circles, looking like the Ivan of old, with who knows what cocktail of elixirs coursing through his system. Ivan threw himself into a chair, sinking into its shadows with arms crossed and legs pulled halfway onto the seat. "Hey Ivan," said Aries, "I'm really sorry about Lena. I don't know what to say, but if there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to ask." The emptiness in his brother's eyes as he briefly glanced over before returning to his shell-shocked state, put an ache in his chest. He'd never known what to say to Ivan. Now more than ever. The awkward silence was broken when Kitty entered wearing her black turtleneck and jeans. She leaned over Ivan and kissed him on the forehead before taking a seat near Aries. "Hey. You okay?" Kitty's gaze searched the room as if it contained answers. Eventually, she lifted both shoulders. "I'll get over it," she said, glancing to her twin, the message clear that she didn't think he ever would. The pain was too raw and too deep for Ivan, who'd buried his sensitive soul in drugs and a non-stop lifestyle. As Aries waited for his father to arrive, he wondered if Moriganne would show up. The events in Montanhas had exposed a vulnerability. Aries was sure that if he brought up the tattoo and its effect on the demons, that she would be diminished in their father's eyes. But he'd seen how she'd reacted to the loss of the workers, and as much as he'd doubted her then, he was sure that no matter what else, Moriganne was a much better person than he gave her credit for. He couldn't betray that, even if it would put him in the prime seat for taking over for Victor. "I hope you've all had time to rest," said Victor, entering the room with a slight limp. "There's much to discuss about the repercussions of the events in Montanhas." White-haired and eyes rimmed with crimson, the old man paused at the realization only 3 of his children were in the study. Aries was also struck by how much older his father looked, as if he'd aged another decade in the time they were away, or they'd been gone long enough that he could see his father's health for what it was. How much longer would he be at the head of the company? Before Victor could open his mouth, Moriganne shuffled in. She took a chair in the back. She was paler than normal, eyes puffy from crying. "I will ignore the tardiness due to the severity of the situation, but it will not be tolerated going forward. The health of the family business is at stake due to the unfortunate events that transpired," said Victor as he settled into a chair at the head of the room. "Health of the business. Thousands of people died in Montanhas and that's all you care about," said Moriganne, rising up in her seat, lips curled with anger. "A tragedy to be sure," said Victor, "but it was no fault of yours. Lifestone had cut it too thin and paid the price. It was our bad timing to have acquired the company at the precipice of failure." Moriganne looked ready to launch into a new invective, but crossed her arms and curled back into the chair. Victor cleared his throat. "First order of business, did you happen to bring back any of the Avita? Or how it was made? Anything to help us relaunch the product in another location?" "That's the first order of business?" asked Ivan from the shadows of his chair. Not the countless dead. Not how we should honor them. Lena Cohen dedicated her life to that plant, and what was her reward? Death from a hole in her chest. What a fucking joke. Ivan, said Victor, slapping his hand against his knee, I grieve with you all about what happened, but we need to focus on the now. On the business, surviving. I'm with Ivan, said Kitty. What are we doing about the dead? To make payments would be to admit culpability. We're already in dire straits due to this calamity and we need to pay them, said Moriganne. No matter the cost. Even if it comes from your portion of the company. Absolutely, said Moriganne. What about your brothers and sisters? Are they okay with that? Kitty and Ivan immediately said, yes. Then all eyes turned to him. I'm for it. The nods of solidarity were unusual for Aries. He didn't know how to process it. He couldn't remember the last time they'd all agreed on anything. What about Andromeda? Does your sister get a say? Asked Victor. I'll talk to her, said Moriganne. I know she'll agree. Victor squeezed his lips flat. He glanced accusingly at Aries, as if he'd expected him to be the lone voice of dissent. Is there anything else? Asked Victor, chin raised high. Will a new portal be opened to Montanhas? Maybe some of them survived, said Ivan. The corners of Victor's lips curled upward as if he were pleased to have a question he could deflect. The making and opening of portals is out of my hands. I will certainly bring it up with the patrons that I know, but I have little sway in this realm. If you can use that influence you should, said Ivan, sniffing. It's only right. Yes, of course, my boy. We'll do what's right. Victor cleared his throat. I'm suing the former board of Lifestone, of course, he said, as if they'd all been waiting for the information. They withheld important information about the health of the company. Going after them personally. In my eyes, this tragedy is on them. Victor looked to each of them, expecting congratulations or acknowledgement. His eyes dimmed when nothing came. Well then, he continued. Is there anything I should know about? Anything we can take away from these events? Directions we should take the company in? If you have no input, then make it clear that you're not interested. I'll make the hard decisions without you if you prefer, but this will be your company one day. Seeing a chance to further his siblings' solidarity, Aries offered. Ivan discovered the existence of phase crystals. Brought some back too. They could be huge for the future if we could figure out how to replicate them. Victor furrowed his brow, not understanding. Ivan, tell him about the phase crystals. They're the only reason we were able to get back through the damaged portal. Ivan's dead eyes regarded their father. Phase crystals, was all he said before staring back at the floor. I'm sorry, said Victor, but we don't have time for long-term plays anymore. We need wins and we need them fast, or I'm going to have to make drastic moves with the company for the sake of survival. Anyone? No. Fine then. You're all dismissed. He made a fist and pounded it on the arm of his chair. I said dismissed. I will send for you when next I need your services. The barely contained anger was the most restraint Aries had ever seen from their father. He rose to his feet along with his siblings. As they shuffled out of the room, Victor said, Aries, a word. His tone was grave as he stared out the window with a scowl. His siblings touched his arm and gave him nods of support as they passed out of the room, even Moriganne. It made him wish their childhoods had more of it, rather than the interfamilial backstabbing that replaced normal sibling relations. Aries stood before his father with his hands behind him as if he were at parade rest. Victor stared up at him, eyes watery, lips curled with distaste. Was it as bad as they said? Aries blinked. It wasn't the question he was expecting. Worse. I see, said Victor, frowning. Then I will forgive this ill behavior, under the assumption that it does not happen again. Understood. If there's one thing these events have shown me, it's who of my children I can rely upon. Do you know why you're standing before me? No, sir. The corner of his lips curled slightly. Because I plan to name you my successor in the company. It's the right time, especially with my health and the chaotic events. We need stability, and I'm not sure I can rely on Moriganne. I heard reports from the head of security about her decisions. I can't say that I'm pleased. If she would have listened to him, then maybe this wouldn't have happened, or at the very least, you could have extracted the Avita technology from the plant for a restart somewhere else. Aries didn't know what he was more surprised by, the nomination as successor, or that he'd listened to Dresden over his own children. In Aries' eyes, Moriganne had done her best to save everyone, and only Dresden's meddling had interfered. He opened his mouth to disagree, but Victor, staring at him with questions in his eyes, had him swallowing back the words he wanted to say. I'm flattered. You should be, said Victor, frowning. The next few years are going to require hard decisions. Are you willing to stand at my side and make them? Even if it goes against your siblings. The rewards are great. Aries looked to the door where his siblings had only just left. Despite the struggles and initial mistrust, they'd managed to escape because they'd worked together. The four of them had killed the Gigante, the last obstacle to escape. If he agreed to be the successor, he'd be giving up that chance to renew the bonds with his siblings. Aries. It shouldn't be that hard if you really want it, said Victor. The answer is yes, said Aries as a hollowness filled him. It was unexpected, that's all. I wouldn't think so, as hard as you've been working to reach this position. That I'll do anything to get the job attitude has served you well, and will continue to serve you in the coming years, said Victor, eyes creasing. Yes. It was all Aries could think to say. Victor approached and offered his hand. Congratulations, my boy. A lot of work ahead, but I know you're the man for the job. Thank you. Victor patted him on the shoulder. Good. Now get us some coffees. I want to discuss some ideas on how we can acquire funding without having to whore ourselves too much. Right away, Victor. Aries hurried from the room, trying to process the information. He should have felt elation at finally reaching his goal, but the achievement felt empty, as if he'd given up something vital in exchange for the position. It'll be worth it, he told himself. I hope. Chapter 47. Fortune's Favor was a bar on the east side of Trenton, New Jersey, frequented by mercenaries and former military personnel. It hadn't been difficult tracking Dresden down, but finding the right time to approach him had been. The soft whistles and side eyes from the hard men and women at the pool tables, while old honky-tonk music played on a vintage jukebox, made Kitty feel like she'd stepped into another time. She knew what they saw. Dresden was hunched over the bar, sipping a glass of amber liquid. He barely acknowledged her when she sat in the spot next to him. I was wondering when I'd see you again. Kitty motioned to the bartender, holding up two fingers and gesturing towards his drink. The man behind the counter frowned, but reached for a bottle at the front of the bar. Kitty cleared her throat and gestured towards one of the dark bottles on top, which received a light chuckle from Dresden. You haven't accepted your deal, said Kitty simply. Everyone on your team has already. Dresden snorted, swirling the melted ice around his glass. The offer was insulting. The wrong word and your little company would be sold off for parts. And you'd get nothing, said Kitty. He lifted his shoulders, smirking. Care to call my bluff? I don't need your fancy houses and cars or your penthouse suites. He nodded towards the back of the bar, where the majority of its patrons were located. These are my people, and as long as I'm good with them and have a nice drink from time to time, I can live with myself. That's a nice story, said Kitty. Did you tell yourself that in the mirror after you got up in your shitty apartment this morning? 5 times, he said. You told yourself that 5 times. He chuckled. No. I want 5 times what your father's lawyers offered. It won't break the bank, and I know you're good for it. Now is not the time to be greedy, said Kitty. The raised eyebrow from the former head of security said otherwise. Their conversation was interrupted when the bartender brought the 2 glasses over. Kitty sniffed the potent whiskey. Dresden finished his old drink and slid the glass towards the bartender. Too strong for you. She swirled the whiskey to melt the ice and smooth the burn. I don't drink. Then what's this? Celebrating survival. I can drink to that, he said. Facite res difficiles. She caught the flinch when she said it, but he offered his glass to clink together. Kitty took a long swig, grimaced as the liquid burned going down, and set the glass back onto the bar. The whiskey hurt, but the pain was cathartic. Dresden stared at his glass with his head tilted, growing suspicion on his forehead. No deal, she said, taking a calming breath and focusing on staying in the moment. Dresden blinked. Don't you have to run back to Daddy to ask? I can't imagine he'd want his pet kitten to make a decision like that. The description had Kitty chuckling. What's so funny? She swiveled on her seat, stared him in the eyes. It cleanses poison. I've always been afraid of someone poisoning me because of who I am. I petitioned Priyanka and she agreed. Slow understanding smoothed away the wrinkles on his face. Your 4th imbuement. His chest twitched and his cold blue eyes went hazy. He reached towards the whiskey glass, but his hands skipped off the edge, pushing the drink over, but Kitty grabbed it before it crashed to the ground. Whoopsie daisy. Almost made a mess, said Kitty, closing her eyes momentarily to make the imbuement cleanse the poison from her faster. The bottle, he said as his chin dipped towards his chest. Facite res difficiles. You bitch. Before he could slide off the stool, she slipped her arm around him, threw 100 on the bar, and hauled Dresden out of the bar to a car she'd left on the street. She shoved him into the passenger seat and buckled him in. When she reached the driver's side, the poison made her hands shake and her forehead burst with sweat. She leaned against the door as the outlines of her older sister appeared at the front of the vehicle, but Kitty didn't have time to be harassed for not solving that murder. It was a problem for later. Another push against the imbuement counteracted the effects, and the vision of Solstice disappeared. Kitty could move again, but she wouldn't be completely fine for a few days. Mouth agape, drool running down his chin, Dresden managed to mutter, "What you me?" The locals in Montanhas called it Vidavizao, which is a shortened version of Vision Vine, said Kitty as she put the car in gear and moved into the empty street. The Montas drugged me with it when I visited their village, but thankfully I was able to escape due to the imbuement. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to find any, but you know how illicit substances are. If you can use it, people will find a way to sell it. I found a dealer who cultivated the stuff. He had family that had gone to Montanhas. Poor guy. I paid him 5 times his price. The bar wasn't far from Highway 95. She'd be back in Invictus in an hour as long as traffic was light. It had been a long time since she'd talked this much, but it felt good to let her thoughts out. Dresden was the perfect person considering the circumstances. I would have come to visit you earlier, but it took a while to find the right dosage. I used too much on my first attempt and spent 2 days lying on the floor of my room in my own piss talking with my, well, that's of no importance to you. What are you seeing there, Mikhail? Dresden's head had been bobbing to the side. Whenever his chin fell, she lifted his head back up. She didn't want to deprive him of his visions. The dealer told me the vine prefers visions about personal regrets. I can see by the horror in your eyes that you've got your own demons and not the kind you can solve with a bullet, she said. A low moan followed by an attempt to look away had Kitty pulling his face forward again. No hiding from it. You earned this vision. She squeezed her lips together. I wondered if you'd have regrets leading the life you do. You're a sociopath, you know that. But that conscience you buried beneath all those bodies, it's not done with you yet, and neither am I. Kitty gripped the wheel. I won't lie. It took a lot of time to convince myself that this was something I wanted to do. Not wanted. Needed. Montanhas was the first time I killed anyone. The first was an accident of sorts, the second was for survival. Then the explosives. I can at least convince myself that had I been given more time, I might have chosen differently. But this is all me. I decided that you had to die for 2 reasons. The first is for what you did in Montanhas. Had you listened to us and not been a damn frontier marshal, we would have gotten through that without so many people killed. Maybe the portal getting damaged was just unlucky, but you blew up the back of the plant when we had it contained. Once the gigantus were let out, and whatever that thing was in the end, that's all on you. If you hadn't done that, then Lena Cohen would still be alive, probably on a beach somewhere with my brother, fending off his awkward advances. She squeezed the steering wheel so hard she thought it might break. Kitty thumbed away a tear as she turned off towards the spoke road that went into Invictus. You hurt my twin. Broke him. He's always been damaged, but you stomped his fucking heart out when you let the gigantus loose with your stupid explosives. I can never forgive you for that. Kitty glanced over to see Dresden recoiling from her. Whether it was her or the visions he was reacting to, she didn't care, as long as it hurt. The second reason is the people you'll put at risk in the future. Your hands are bloody. Soaked in blood. There were always a lot of unexplained deaths in your past, but you kept the peace and the safety of the places you defended, so those were overlooked. I know what you did. You might be wondering if this has to do with the payments. Sure, it's a nice bonus, but it didn't come up in my calculations. No, I put your life on the scale and compared it to the carnage you have and will cause. I know this will damage me, killing you in cold blood, but I'm willing to make that sacrifice. For Ivan. For your future victims. The last part of the drive she made in silence. Kitty parked the car in an alleyway in the 10th, grabbed a bag out of the trunk, and carried Dresden through a doorway that led to an undercity entrance. She hoisted him onto her back and started the long journey down. After a half hour she reached the cavern floor, and using her dark vision, she navigated the trails until she reached a known danger area. Dresden was incapacitated by the poison, but she didn't want to leave any chance that he could escape, and tied his hands and feet together. His eyes pleaded with her the whole time. From the bag she pulled out a couple of Ziploc bags filled with bloody meat. She poured them out on his chest as he wriggled with horror, then she put her fingers to her lips and made an ear-piercing whistle. If the blood didn't call them, then the noise would. I learned this little trick when doing some hall business with the gangs that run down here. You see, the police don't investigate murders in the Undercity. Too dangerous. She paused, hearing the sounds of claws on stone. Not yet near, but growing closer by the moment. I wondered if I could go through with this, but it's been much easier than I expected. If I went to therapy, I'd probably have to work on that, but since I don't, I'll just have to deal with the consequences. Much like you are right now. The scent of raw meat had the pack hurrying along the darkened pathways, grunting and growling. Time for me to go. Facite res difficiles. She leaned down into his face. His eyes were wide. Don't fuck with my family. She left before the pack arrived. His screams lasted for a few seconds, followed by gnashing and the sloppy noises of eating. The urge to break down and bawl her eyes out was tempered by the danger of her surroundings. Back in the suite, she promised herself. As she made the long climb back to the city, she looked back one more time. I'm a cougar, not a kitten. This has been Storm of Dragon and Stone by Thomas K. Carpenter.